one, fight!
No sparrow, does this word not sound like the death bird culling the living dead at dawn? It is the name both ghouls and demons dare not say, for they know it means death for the undead.
What if the fake news canceled the world's most beloved heroes? When a tragic attack ends the lives of precious innocents, our most celebrated heroes find themselves blamed and canceled by the media that once glorified them. Now in hiding, will they be able to trust each other long enough to prove their innocence? Well, they better fight as hard as they can, because if they don't, an even bigger tragedy is coming. And this time, it will cost millions of lives. Truth, Justice, American Way, the 64-page full-color graphic novel. Get yours today, only on Indiegogo. Diplomatic immunity. What is it and what does it mean? Wednesday, September 20th. Guys, it's too exciting. It's Lethal Weapon 2, guys. This is such a good movie. Watched it this morning. I'm so excited to talk about this. And I have my great friends, Shant Jetty, Jericho Green, are here with me. Guys, how you doing, boys? How are you ready for tonight? Because this is going to be awesome.
Diplomatic immunity.
This is thin, Riggs. This is real thin. It's anorexic.
And just to address it, don't ask me again, anyone watching. One of my lights broke, so that's why there's a heavy shadow. We're done talking about it. That's why it's dark over here.
Won't bring it up ever again.
Okay. Don't bring it up. You know what I said about lights. You're a father, Jericho. You're a father, Shunt. You know you're mad at your kids when your teeth won't separate when you're talking to them.
Oh,
I said, get in the car. You know, like that.
Knock it off. When if they get the snap,
No.
That means if we were in private, I'd kill you right now. That's what that means, talking to your teeth.
My niece in church, you know, they were preaching and this and that, and she was like 3, 4, 5, she's a little kid. And she just screams out in the whole congregation. Everyone hears it, starts laughing. She's all, I don't want to go to the bathroom. I'll behave.
Yeah, things. We had the one-liners. Your dad would take you outside, and he'd be like, "Listen, kids, need to understand, you're Asians, not Bajans." When your report card came in, so yeah, there are those. There are those moments,
Hey, words to live by, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, my dad. He wasn't for too much talking, but he would tell us, "Hey, give your heart to Jesus because your ass belongs to me."
Ooh.
So yeah, that means you're about to get it.
Now,
but I've been in the bathroom at church.
Oh no.
I've been there. Yeah, man. 1986.
My Aunt Martha had this move.
Oh,
if you misbehaved, she would apply this thing right here.
Oh,
this,
man.
you can squeeze it with pliers. It doesn't hurt. You move 2 inches, one of the most painful parts of your body right here. Don't know what it's about. She would just come in, clamp you with the thumb and the pointer and the middle finger. Ridiculous pain.
That's like a parrot bite.
Right.
Like a big ass parrot just takes a divot out of you.
Yeah.
Parrots are like an angry 2-year-old with problem-solving abilities and a razor for a mouth.
Oh,
you see those things? Those things are nuts, man.
Right.
Oof.
Yeah, I know what it means to talk to your kids through your teeth like this. My daughter, she's the queen of. I didn't do anything. I just came down. I came down here to your room just to bother you. I was sitting in there, and I was like, you know what? She's too peaceful. Let me go mess with her. I didn't need to do anything. Oh.
Yeah.
It's like, after a long week of work as the father of this family and the stress and everything, it'd be fun is to go argue with the 12-year-old in the room.
Why not?
That's what I need to do today.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I was looking for the cherry on top of this week. Found it.
Right. What is my day missing? It's been so peaceful and relaxing.
I haven't picked on any 10-year-olds yet. Maybe I should do that.
Man, I've argued with women lately, but I haven't argued with girls.
Yeah.
That's even more unreasonable.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Not only a little girl, but a little girl whose everything is in the palm of my hand. Everything she has came through me. So you go ahead and give me attitude. Go for it. Yeah.
So anyway.
And that's why we watch Lethal Weapon 2.
Right.
Well,
there's quite a father-daughter moment in this movie.
There definitely is.
Yeah.
Big time. Not the moment that you want. Not the hallmark moment that you want. But it is a moment.
It is. Before we get rolling. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, not only is it a moment, but it's a moment that they don't keep between themselves. It's shared with everyone.
Come on, man. The guy's got feelings here. I mean, what do you...
I think, we all 3 of us have daughters, right?
Yeah.
And you do have that sobering moment where you're like, I have a daughter, that's cool, and they're a little girl, and then they're like, they get older. My daughter's an adult now. And when they get to dating age, you start thinking about what you were like in high school as a guy. And you're like, oh my God. Oh no, you're not leaving the house till you're 37.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's when we'll talk about you leaving.
Right.
That's when we'll have the conversation. No promises made.
Because you're like, well, if I was like that, what? Oh no. And then
you know what?
You do reap what you sow, so you start thinking,
oh man.
Oh no, please no.
If all of the mothers were to simultaneously leave the earth, they just got sucked up into the sky and it would just fathers, you know what kind of business I would start? I would start a tower and moat business. Because every father is going to want to put his daughter in a tower, Rapunzel style, with a moat. And just patrol in a circle. You would walk a trench around that, marching around it with the shotgun to keep what I refer to as the wolves at bay. Because that's what every young man is.
Now we going, what are we going with? Like crocodiles, alligators, caimans? What are you going to put in the hip?
All
Hippos
3.
are dangerous.
We're gonna do a little Noah's Ark tribute in that mode. 2 of everything.
And the sad part is, you get to like month 8 of that, it's going to be all the dads up in the tower watching Lethal Weapon 2 and being like, I can't fucking do this anymore. You know what? That's it. I'm tired of fighting to save your life. We're up here. Find your own shit.
Right.
We greased the bottom of it, so good luck.
Right. Is this the one with the Magnum? Yeah, this is the one with the Ramesses.
Oh Lord, yeah,
the Ramesses. I do like. I'm a devotee of the UFC, as you all know, and I do like when they're the final check, where they're they're checking the guy for the foreign object and all this stuff right before the fight. The mat that the fighters stand on currently is sponsored by Trojan condoms, and I love it. The slogan on there for the fighters and the condom says, "Protect yourself at all times."
There you have it.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Right.
But is now the Ramses condom in the movie, was that like a nod to Trojan? Was that like saying we couldn't say Trojan, so we'll get as close as we can?
It seems like another ancient, powerful, warrior race or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if there ever was a real Ramses.
So I mean, get it, Ramsey. I get it.
Can
but...
we talk about
it's a German brand, Ramses. I need to Ramses.
I'm just trying to imagine a condom ad on network television in this day and age like that. I mean, all of the commercials now are about, do you not want to die? Like, that's basically like every ad having to do with it.
If they made a condom commercial now, it'd definitely be two dudes.
Yep.
Oh,
no, sure. It would be without doubt.
For sure.
All right.
Oh yeah, they'd have to.
Yeah.
Would it be some weird metaphorical thing with a jungle trying to avoid monkeys and stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Lots of mud.
No.
So, Lethal Weapon 2 is what now
nice segue.
Now exactly, that's right. Now that we're done with the coming attractions, no pun intended. Let's move on to that. How was that? Was that good? Was that a good segue?
Oh, too good.
So welcome in, guys. We got all the usual favorites are here. Hunch is here. John is here. Justin, Aruma Faye. I saw you last night. All kinds of people are coming in. Yeah. Hit the like, share the link, or we're gonna have fun tonight. Lethal Weapon 2. I love this because it hits a lot of those perfect action tropes from the 80s, 90s. 80s and 90s was the zenith of action movies. It really was. Yeah. Early mid 80s to early mid 90s. It was about a decade, 82, 83 to 92, 93, 94. Right? It was kind of foggy, the borders of it. But that decade, it doesn't get better for action. And this hits all the tropes, but masterfully. It's not just, checking a box. This is a masterclass in how to do an action movie because it's exciting, it's thrilling, it's sad, it's violent, it's funny. It's got the buddy cop thing going on. And it starts with the trope of all tropes, the action scene. The action scene right out the gate.
Well, speaking to your timeline for good action movies, I would say that ended, I'd say 95 was like the last hoorah. Like we're putting everything into it. This is going to be it. We're going to ride off into the sunset because I think right around 96 is where you got into what's his name? John Malkovich, the quirky action star kind of Tommy Lee Jones, U.S. Marshal. It wasn't like an action movie.
Right.
This was 1989. And even before that scene with the roller on the dashboard, it started out with the Looney Tunes, Warner Brothers, almost like, I was like, okay, so what do we the Looney Tunes, but we know it's an action movie. It's part 2. We know it's part 1 was raw. Part 1 was, lots of violence and all that stuff too. But it kind of started off with the little Looney Tunes sound, and then you got Lethal Weapon, and then the number 2 kind of slides through it almost, reflecting off of it. It's a red number 2, and then boom, like you said, right into the sirens. They're in the middle of a police chase. Riggs is punching the ceiling. He's still crazy. They're letting you know Riggs is still nuts. Murtaugh's still uptight. They're even in his wife's station wagon. What says 80s other than cocaine? Like a station wagon with the wood paneling on the side. If the 80s were a car, or a car in a movie with a family, it is this.
Right.
And it just starts off pedal to the metal, hold on tight.
It took me forever to realize, because when you're a kid, you only know what you know, that was an attempt to slide an entire generation of parents into adulthood by convincing them that this station wagon was like one of those old Woodies you were going to throw your surfboard on top of. And in reality, what you were going to do is you were going to throw your soul under it. And that's really what you're dealing with. And you know, the thing about 1995 and this movie, guys, and I can't state this enough. The reason why Hollywood entertainment is so terrible right now and why it started to slide is you had a bunch of people with not a lot of budgets making movies with freedom that started essentially in the late 70s, early 80s, where you had people like George Lucas who were greenlighting movies with their names instead of these executives. Because people were saying, and Richard Donner, the director of this flick, there he is. I believe he is on screen there. I know he plays one of the police, but I can't tell. Actually, no, that's not him, is it? And you've got these amazing directors who are doing this stuff, but it was when the budgets went up. That's when things went crazy. When Hollywood started seeing you could make money off of these, they started giving more money than these movies needed. And so the quality, doing a lot with a little wasn't a thing. It became all spectacle. Because this movie, while it is expensive, you've got actors, you've got whatever, there's nothing in this movie that is completely insane. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Do you remember in The Matrix Reloaded or Revolutions, one of the second or third one, and there's the fight at the human city, and those flying octopus robots are coming, and there's mech warriors, and there's endless bullet. And do you remember watching that and just feeling nothing?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think it's part 3.
Yeah, you're just watching, you're like, is this almost over? This sucks.
Yes.
And it was, like you said, it was all spectacle. It was all hat, no cattle, as they say.
That's right.
You know, I love that saying, all hat, no cattle.
Yeah,
and,
that was.
Go ahead.
And you would think it would be the opposite. If you put more money into it, then we're going to get it even better. We're going to get an even better version of what you've been giving us. But it really took a shit, man. Like in the late 90s, pretty much on. But this was a beautiful thing, man. It had everything. And again, forgive me, guys. You know how I am with my notes. But I would have to say that the third main character, we can bundle all these together and we'll call it the score. But the saxophone, this is zenith for saxophone in an 80s movie. Are you kidding? That saxophone told you how to feel.
Yeah, right.
You knew how to feel when you heard that. The South African, I don't know what instrument that is, but with the scenes with the South African guys, even toward at the end, and like when they're at the consulate and stuff, like you hear that that music, like it just worked. You know what I mean? It just worked. And then, of course, I would put this up there, maybe a hair. I won't say from what part of the body this hair comes from, but I would say a hair above that saxophone maybe is Eric Clapton's guitar.
That's right.
Oh, none of mine says it's David Sanborn on sax, Eric Clapton on guitar. Wow.
Yeah, Clapton, and you can hear it. You know it's Clapton,
right?
But when it's sad, I mean, come on.
We got the first one of the night from Louis Fillet, Diplomatic Immunity.
I was like, man, when I was a kid, I was like, what's this diplomatic immunity? Because apparently you can do anything if you have diplomatic immunity.
Now, I don't know if you being in the military, I know you're not a lawyer, but you deal with international things in the military. Do you know how that works? Because I hear shit on the news like, oh, yeah, this diplomat from whatever ran over a kid, and then he's like, he's cool, he's fine. He's not, is that real? Is that real that you could just do shit when you're a diplomat? I find that hard to believe. Like, what is the limit? Can you eat someone? Can you do anything?
Pretty much what that means in a nutshell is we're going to hand you back over to your people. Like you're not going to be able to be held here and face trial or anything. We're going to give you back to your people, and then they're going to decide, basically, because we can't force them. They're going to decide if they're going to hand you back over or if they're going to punish you themselves. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if murder. To be honest, I don't know if murder's on the docket. But DUIs and property damage and shit like that, yeah, you pretty much, you can't just hold up a badge and scream diplomatic immunity, all the time. But that's definitely a get out of jail free card.
You're taking a lot. You put a lot of faith in that to a stranger with a gun. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, you know what I mean? It's I always, tell my wife, and listen, maybe I'm not the best parent in the world, but she was like, "Oh, now remember when you get pulled over, let them know your rights." And I just looked at her and I was like, "No, don't do that." I'm like, different reality. So, but I would lump under that diplomatic immunity. Like, no, man, he's got like he's not pointing it at you like theoretically, like it's there.
Yeah.
He's angry.
Yeah. But I mean, if you say it right, I think you can get away with anger. If you say diplomatic immunity, if you say it right with confidence, police will let you go.
Right?
Yeah,
I've heard that. I've heard that's true. So
Meanwhile,
we
this
start
week
off.
it's just going to be Jericho and I. Sean's in jail. He barely said.
Did you hear what happened to Shant, man? He tried to pull that diplomatic immunity shit. It didn't work.
It did not work out.
Yeah, no, funeral's Thursday, though. It's a shame.
Yeah, pour one out for him.
He's a good dude.
Just kidding.
He was a good dude.
Oh, now hold on. John brings up a great point. If you shoot them between diplomatic and immunity, is that fair? I'm going to say it's fair. We go to the judge.
Man.
Yeah.
If you're that quick,
yeah,
you deserve it.
But you have to wait for them to finish saying diplomatic, but you have to start before they say immunity.
That's what I
Get
mean.
it right between. If you can do it right between, you're good.
Because if we run back the tape and you were still on the diplomatic, then yeah.
Or if he starts with the immunity, if he's like, and then you're too late. You're too late. So, so Martin and Riggs, they're flying down the street screaming in a station wagon, as one does in the 80s.
Yeah.
And I like that they set the scene here because you get to see what they're talking about. They're after these guys. You go to the police station, the chief and some of the other cops are listening in on this craziness that's going on. Then they introduce you to these South African bad guys that are trying to get away, like what, in a Fiat or I don't know what it was.
Well, one of them, the red car, is a Beamer.
Okay.
That's a BMW. The other car, I'm not sure, but this is another thing that they did. This is another genius move. They introduced us to new villains. South African.
Right.
I've seen some Arab ones. I've seen Delta Force, the Russians. 2 years before this, Bruce Willis introduced us to German bad guys, but South African. And then with apartheid going on here, so maybe there's some political messaging. Right. But first time I ever seen South African bad guys, and these bad guys were bad.
Right. And remember, this is the Berlin Wall had not fallen just quite yet. And then what other historical thing did Nelson Mandela had been in prison for like 25, 26 years, apartheid, South Africa. And I remember when Nelson Mandela got out of prison, I got so angry because I didn't know who he was. And it was a Saturday morning, and I was watching Captain N, the Game Master. It was a Nintendo-themed cartoon that I loved. And they broke away from Captain N to show like live footage of Mandela getting out of prison. And as a little kid, I have no context. I'm like, I don't care about this guy. He's probably guilty of whatever they said. I want my show back. Like I had no historical context. I was so mad that Captain N went away. So this Mandela could get out of prison or
stupid
whatever.
Mandela guy. You would have been a real mean judge if you were. I don't give a damn what. Throw him away. I can get back to my show. That something like that happened to me June 1994. I'm watching my favorite TV show at the time was called South Central, starring Lorenz Tate, who was O-Dog in Menace to Society. Right. And they cut away to this fucking white Bronco driving 25 miles an hour on the freeway with 1,000 police cars behind it. And I remember thinking at first, is that a famous person? Are you allowed to shut down the highway and have a police force just following behind you? And then I heard what they said. I ran and I was like, Mom, turn on the TV. Of course, my mom had a little TV in the kitchen. And I was like, turn on the TV. It's some O.J. Simpson. Is the police are behind him? What? And then we all know how that story went. But I was like, I don't give a damn who that is. I was in the middle of South Central. Turn it back on.
The juice is loose.
He was loose. He stayed loose.
Yeah, I got all my theories about the OJ thing, but that is a whole other enchilada.
Ooh, yeah.
So anyway, you get classic 80s action, exploding vehicles, which I love.
Dude, they're just opening fire, fully automatic weapons,
right?
Downtown Los Angeles. These guys are crazy.
Right. And then, of course, Riggs, he decides, I'm going to chase these guys in their BMW on foot. And you get a little bit of Tom Cruise running. You realize he's sprinting down, like Tom Cruise is always sprinting in his movies like crazy. I've noticed that. He's sprinting down, and then he does realize he's not going to catch him on foot. So Murtaugh tells him to get back in the car.
Yeah,
And he's
get your
like,
slow ass back in here.
only if I can drive.
Yes,
I like
mistake
that.
number one.
Right.
And I love how they continue. They literally start off the movie. This is within the first 2 minutes of the movie. I love how they continue to show you that difference between Riggs and Murtaugh. Riggs is still wild. He's jumping out of the car. He's running up the damn on-ramp. You still can't control him. He's not suicidal. We still can't control him. He's still a wild child, tucking his gun. I don't care if it's cock loaded, unloaded. Not a good idea to have a gun pointed mere inches from your dick.
I've always wondered why people do that. They shove the gun down the front of their pants. Like,
not a good look, guys. Not a good look at all.
Listen, that's like one place you don't want to shoot yourself.
Well, let's be clear. This was a very this time will come again. I tell people this: we're in the late 70s right now. We've got Carter, we've got gas prices, we've got supply, like we've got practically everything going, times, whatever. An exciting new interesting disease, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I mean, you could pretty much mark this stuff down the line of what's going on. And this is something you got to understand about these movies. People have to understand. He put the gun there because he knew there's no way, like in these movies, the bullets can't break that. That is like powerful. It's made of steel. The bullet's gonna bounce off. Like it was. These were men. They were like kind of going, that gun's probably scared right now. That's what the attitude was, man. Right. That is what the attitude was.
I like it.
This movie had all of it, and they continue to show that difference between them. And in that scene where he's running next to the car because Riggs pulls up and says, "Get your slow ass in here." He's like, "Let me drive." He's like, "No, go around the other side." He's like, "No, let me drive," because that's his wife's vehicle, and they already fucked it up. And that's the line through this whole movie is this poor vehicle. And in this scene, he gets over and he starts arguing. He's like, "You're not gonna make it because there's other cars on the road. You're not gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. I'm gonna make it." Boom! He ends up riding up on the thing, scraping sparks coming off the side of the station wagon. He goes back down onto the road and he's like, "You were right. I wasn't gonna make it." And then Riggs, totally pissed, just turns, dead face, looks at him. I remember my parents always laughing at that part. It didn't strike me as funny as a kid, but as a vehicle owner, I get it. But he was like, "Yeah, man, you were right. I wasn't gonna make it."
Now we're all husbands here. Two things about your wife in the passenger seat. It's a good system. She's a good first mate. She does the Google Maps so we can get to places. But one thing wives do incorrectly is they go, "Oh," like that.
Oh,
and you're like, what? And she's like, "That's semi." And you're like, "You mean the red 50-foot trailer that I was looking right at?"
Yeah, license plate.
So it got close to us. And you're like, "Right." But when you scream and I'm looking at the semi that's deadly, I think there's something else. So I stop looking at the semi. You got to quit doing that. To my wife's credit, she keeps that to a minimum. Here's the other one I love about your wife. You're like, "Okay, how do we get to whatever, Los Angeles something? We're driving far away." You are 7 yards from the freeway exit going 75 miles an hour. So you're supposed to get off here. Like, do I look like Luke Duke or Bo Duke? How the fuck do you expect me to, in 21 feet at 75 miles an hour, get off the road here? So that is one of the joys of being married, is the side seat driver wife. It's nice.
So true. My wife does that all the time. I was like, "You don't think I didn't see that semi like a mile back there? You think I'm not watching the pattern of traffic in front of me? This guy's driving like an idiot. I know there's going to be brake lights here. I'm looking. I'm all in Terminator. Terminator would look, and he's calculating all these things. That's what I'm doing right now. And like you said, Gabe, when you make a startling noise or you jump or grab your chest or all of the above, I'm thinking it's another threat, because you can't be talking about this car I've been staring at for 5 minutes. Can't be. And after all this time, give me heads up that the turn's coming. Right. Please. That's all I ask. The list of things that we need as men is very short.
That's right.
Very.
That's right. Also, while we're speaking of driving and the annoyances of driving, can we kill, I'm kidding YouTube, can we kill whoever decided that modern car stereos will just start playing music from my iPhone? Can we get rid of, like, who did that? Because everything in the computer is programmed. Someone typed the line of code. It's not an accident. And you know what I did with my phone like a year ago? I deleted music off my iPhone. That was the only solution I could find online to quit my car stereo from blaring music at me when I turn the car on. Also, when you turn the car on, if someone on Bluetooth is like talking to their whatever, it'll jump to the car from the phone. So I got in the car once and I hear some girl and then I like giggling and I don't know what she said. And then my son starts talking and I just punch the volume on the car. Like, nope, I don't want to know. Something, because once I hear it.
Oh, you cannot hear it, man.
He was a young adult, so who knows what he was saying.
Lord,
but once I hear it, I'll never forget it. So I just turned the radio off instantly. So
that's right. Yeah, I mean, I just want to put that A track in there and just go. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm about.
No rewind, no fast forward.
No rewind. You are strapped in, man.
Right. Now, this is a woman I can respect. Aruma Face says, LOL, I used to tell my late husband to turn the exit way too early and he hated it. So she's owning her female behavior. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. And rest in peace to your late husband. I mean that sincerely.
For sure.
Admiral Wackass, I had my grandma, aunt, and mom all yelling different directions at me one time, and they all sound the same. I had to just pull into the yellow stripe area on the exit and tell one of them to talk. Hilarious.
Oh my God. My wife and her mom do that. They talk over each other, and it drives me insane. The things that my wife does that she thinks she does that bothers me, not a long list, but that's one of them. Because I can't focus on two conversations at once, and they're both talking at me, and they're both talking over each other. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Women be talking. No,
Women be crazy.
No, they be shopping.
Women be shopping, baby.
That was the most brutal comedic takedown, right? It's like that was. I mean,
that was the original emotional damage. Right.
It was.
Dude, poor guy.
Marcus, I can lecture if that's what you need, but I'm feeling more funny tonight than like professorial, so we'll avoid it. I like this from Justin. Sometimes I wish I had a motorcycle and a sidecar because the first off ramp I would pull the separation pin and say, "Adios."
Let me tell you. The greatest thing about that is when you talk to people with motorcycles, right? They're like going, the only thing that's more dangerous than a motorcycle with a sidecar. You're just like, that is just a balance problem. But no, man, it's you see this stuff, and this is the great thing about this movie. When this movie, this is the perfect frame. Thank you, Gabe, for stopping on this frame for this sentence. There's no fat on this movie, for starters. This is a lean and mean movie. You take a masterpiece like Seven Samurai that, is like 3.5 hours or whatever it is. There's no fat on that movie, though. That's what we used to be able to do. Money creates those little extras that make things bad. What you see every cent on the screen. So you go from this could happen to you. Murtaugh's us, the average person, not the guy with the tattoo, elite special forces. And you're along for the ride on this adventure. And you're the only thing in some ways. Like, they have this great partnership that, you're the only person who can be with this person and handle this situation right here. Them coming after you. We're like, how many minutes into the movie are we at this point?
Dude, like
when
3.
Three. Look at this, man.
3 minutes in.
Helicopter loaded with guys with or a fully automatic weapon.
Just blasting. Dude, there's other cars. There's traffic. This is like 6 o'clock at night. Traffic. That's what I mean. We're talking about earlier. They filmed this in like late October. So it's getting dark early. That's probably like 6 in the evening. People are LA, 6 p.m. That's the epitome of traffic. And they're just down there spraying.
I don't know how people deal with it. I know Houston has the worst traffic, but LA is second. And, I only live like 100 miles from LA. And my daughter used to live there. She's a stand-up comedian. She's at the comedy club right now. Paid show. She's a professional. It's Pretty Funny Women is the show tonight. Her and like 4 other girls.
Hell, man.
And when I would go up to LA to visit her, I would literally time it around traffic. So if I went up to stay at her apartment, I would leave my house at 9 or 10 at night because she lived in Hollywood. And if you tried to go from like Hollywood to Burbank, which I think is like 10 miles or 8 miles, it would be an hour and a half. It's just Los Angeles is a joke. There's no mass transportation. It's got a lot of neat stuff, but you cannot move around that city. It's terrible. So,
and these guys are just spraying with probably, or if not, I think it's up there with the Uzi. But I think this because this is 89, so I think this is maybe a bit of 80s, more of a 90s gun, but that MP5. You're gonna see the MP5 in this movie 1,000 times. and that Warner Brothers gun sound effect. The Riggs's gun and these machine guns, they don't really sound like that. And I thought they did as a kid. And when I went shooting, I was like, what's this pop shit? It doesn't sound like Riggs's gun or these, these fully automatic weapons. But this is one of the guns you got to put in that time capsule from like I said, late 80s, maybe, but through the 90s, is that MP5. It's just everywhere. And it's great, man. But these guys show, like we said, 3 minutes in, they show they care nothing about bystanders or anything. This helicopter literally picks them up in the middle of traffic, lands, they get in, they're shooting at cops and shit. These South Africans are completely out of control.
Right. Yeah. And I love how our show can bring the truth out of women. Another woman, Joyce Decker, I would drive, and my late husband, rest in peace, would sleep, wake up once in a while, and tell me to slow down.
I remember my dad did that. We were driving across country, and my mom was like, her foot, the more sleep he got, the heavier her foot got.
Wow.
She was on like 9, and my dad woke up. He's like, hey, slow down. I was like,
I'm the driver with my wife.
Same here.
I let my wife, we drive all the way to Colorado, 17 hours. I'll let her sit in the passenger seat the whole time, so.
Yeah, because you want to get there, fast.
Right. I just don't like sitting in the passenger seat and doing nothing. I don't know. It's just too boring. So, the Porsche the BMW they were chasing ends up crashed inside of some business. And there's a funny scene that'll come in handy later where Riggs is telling Murtaugh, okay, we're going to storm this guy. They're assuming the criminal's in this flipped upside down car. He says, on 3, and then he goes 3, 2, 1. Now, why does someone say on 3 and then count backwards? I don't know. But the punchline is Mel Gibson runs up to it, and then Danny Glover comes up like late. So they didn't get the timing right. And that'll come into play later in the movie. And he's yelling at him here.
Yeah, Riggs is pissed.
I said on 3 and you said on 1 or whatever. They get in a little argument real quick.
Yeah, Riggs was pretty pissed off that they got the timing wrong because he thought that's what caused the guy to get away, that second of their miscommunication. But then after this, he hops down. He's like, damn it, you know what we're supposed to do? We go on 3, blah, blah, blah. And then they hear something in the trunk and they think, oh shit, he's climbed into the trunk. And then they kick that bitch open. And here we got some Kruger ants. Which
we got
actually, I thought they were cougar ants, like a cougar. They're Krugerrands.
Oh, Krugerrands.
Krugggerands. Krugerrands.
They're obviously gold coins, but what are they? Are they from the
They're South African gold coins. And I guess I don't know about now, but at the time they were illegal because they were coming from South Africa and apartheid shit, but they're very expensive. I think they're like $1,700 an ounce or something.
So now we see what was just a police chase through the streets of LA. Something serious is going on. We don't know exactly what, but why in the world did this guy that we just thought was speeding or doing whatever, why is he loaded down with gold Kruger ants? Well, we'll find out.
We sure will.
Right.
Perfect. Here we go. Perfect 80s scene right here. The very first words in this scene is, all that damage you cause is coming out of the police budget. That's what he tells Riggs. You wrecked the city. And it wasn't really their fault. These dudes were shooting fully automatic weapons at him. But, he has to take
he wrecked the buffet at the Herald Club this morning.
Herald Club this morning.
Yeah, this is Donner right here. So this is the director, which is one of my favorite aspects of these movies, that he always is cameoed in them. God bless him and God rest him. What a great director.
So then we get a scene that's going to pay off later too. Mel Gibson has bet the other police officers that he can get out of this straitjacket. And we find out that he can dislocate his shoulder. And then this is right where he's going to ram up against a cubicle and relocate his shoulder, which I don't think is medically how it's done. Do not take medical advice from me. I am not a doctor. I'm an artist. But I don't think this would work if you tried it. So
this is what made me, I told you guys a story about my friend's ankle. This is the scene that made me think I could relocate it, because obviously all you have to do is put some force up against it. And then, like one of those action figures, that little thing when the arm comes off, you just put it back in that little socket. That's not how it works, guys. And even more so than Gabe, do not take medical advice from me. But not only are they planting seeds for later, this whole dislocated shoulder thing, but it pans around and you see all of his fellow officers. because this comes into play as well. All of their faces, because they end up naming all of them. So all those guys in the background, you'll see that a couple times. You saw it in the chase scene in the beginning, and you'll see it here, and I think one more time, or a couple more times.
Number 80, you just met another big 80s thing. In the 80s, all of cool guys did something, whether it was twirling a pencil down their fingers, flipping a coin, whatever it was. We all did things like juggling pencils at our desks when I was a kid, and we all tried that tombstone, a $50 coin roll down your fingers.
Walk across your fingers, yeah.
And that's what he's doing there in that shot.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go, man. Go.
That's the lady from Action Jackson who in the first 3 minutes of that movie, she got kicked through a window.
Right.
That's her too.
And he calls her Sigmund Fraud. She's the therapist. He goes, this isn't Sigmund Fraud.
And there's a later scene where Riggs, she turns around and Riggs is standing there and he has his eyes crossed and then he hits himself in the head and his eyes go back normal. Because he's always fucking with her since the first one because they told him to go talk to her. You need to see the shrink. And my door's always open, Riggs. Come and talk to me. So she's always trying to get him to come talk to her, and he's always fucking with her. And that's one of the ways that he does. But it's hilarious. There's all these little relationships going on in this movie. And of course, Richard Donner plays the perfect yelling, screaming captain.
Yeah. And one little thing here, he's flipping the coin down his hand, and the coin is significant because it's one of those Krugerrands. And this is the money he won from the other officers for getting out of the straitjacket. So where did one of the officers get a Krugerrand? We'll find out maybe. So definitely. And then the guy in the red and black plaid, I believe, what else is he in? Is he the brother in Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
I've never watched that.
Brother-in-law. I think he's the brother-in-law.
He's the brother-in-law. I think he is just here a little bit thinner. So, yeah.
There's another guy that's one of these cops. We'll probably see him in the background, but he's another guy who was in, everything in the 80s. There's a lot of those dudes. There must be like a fraternity of guys in everything in the 80s because you know them, just don't know their name.
Right. So then in the next scene, we cut over to Murtaugh's house, which is under construction.
Yeah.
And we meet this jolly fellow. He's been doing work there and stuff. And he's a bit of I don't like his attitude. He's a bit of a smart ass. Yeah. He pulls up and he's like, hey, man, I'd like to use my driveway because his truck's parked in the driveway all the time. And then he goes up there. He uses the nail gun, which, that's coming back too. Right.
And he uses the nail gun. They freak out. They draw their guns. And he's like, oh, shit, I'm going to need to change my shorts and all this stuff. And then he says, be careful with that thing. And he goes, well, stay the hell out of here then. I'm like, wait a minute. You working in my house? You told me to stay the hell out of it. What?
Right.
But the reason his garage is being worked on, this is how soon after it picks up. This is like the next day. This movie starts from the first one, is because he drove the car into his house when Mr. Joshua was there, when they ended up fighting in the front yard.
Right.
They drive the car in there, and then he goes, and he has his gun on him, and he makes Mr. Joshua go outside, and that's when they get it on. But yeah, that's why he needs a new part to his house built.
Right.
And, before, right after he gets out of the straitjacket, he's like, hey, you want to go play some poker? Oh, I can't. Rianne has her commercial. And then he tells everybody, hey, attention, everybody. Riggs' daughter, the beautiful Rianne, takes her picture off his desk. She's going to have a commercial on TV tonight. You can hear somebody whistle in the background. I would have had to pull him aside and talk to him after. But anyway, you hear somebody whistle because she is a pretty girl. And she has a commercial. And he tells them, what time is it coming on? 8 o'clock. What channel? That's how old this movie is. What channel? Not where is it streaming. But see, long ago, kids, you only had a few channels. Anyway, so it's on channel 8 at 8. Everybody's going to be watching.
Yep.
And
here we go. Oh,
here we go. This is cringe-inducing, especially if you're a father. But yeah, she's
George
there.
In the background.
The mom's there. The brother's there. The boyfriend's there. The construction worker guy's there.
Yeah, he's standing behind him.
Yeah.
So
get out of my house, man.
Yeah, and then the little girl. Don't forget the little girl. She's over
as
to
a
the
father. This, and by the way, watching Tales from the Crypt.
Yep.
Nice family movie.
That's nice. A nice
family programming. And then the guy standing behind the couch, George. Danny Glover's setting up the TV, and he looks. He's all, "Do I know you?" And he's like, "Oh yes, sir. We had a conversation last week about your hobby room. I'm George." And she goes, "Dad, this is George." And he goes, "Well, did you get the sense that I liked you?" He goes, "Yeah, let's sit down and be quiet." And then he turns around and he starts getting the show ready. And All right, it's on. That's a little daughter
now I
right
want
there.
you to look at Danny Glover.
Oh, it's just
Look at how bright his eyes are.
Pride.
The smile. He's overjoyed. You know,
His baby.
I have children that are 23 and 25, and I like to brag a little bit, but not in a hateful way, about how well they're doing. My son is doing commercial real estate. This is an industry where they make millions of dollars, and he's so good at it already, just at 23. My daughter's a paid professional stand-up comedian. I know the look on that face right there.
It's
My
not even
daughter's
a
at the
smile.
comedy club. My daughter's at the comedy club right now, killing. I know it. And he is so up high. And then
It's not even in his smile. It's in his eyes. The
Right.
pride. Look at that. Proud
look at
dad.
that.
Those are graduation day eyes right
Right.
yeah.
And even the little sister, everyone's excited for the big
Yeah.
sister. And
there.
things.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
pride's gone.
She's in a condom commercial.
Hey.
Oh,
Ooh.
think about your family members having sex. That doesn't make you feel
No,
horrible.
not only your family member. This isn't a cousin. This isn't an aunt. This is your firstborn.
That's why I
your
said
daughter.
family members. That's why I said family members, because the thought of me saying it your way is too much to say.
This is
I
the
didn't want to
thing.
say it.
One of the few tragic things about this movie is we didn't have like a split screen of Riggs's face,
Oh boy.
because I bet it would have been reversed. Riggs going, watch this damn commercial, and then thinking about Roger singing on. Like he's got his whole guys. Listen to me. This is what your real close friends, when they see something like this, they've got their whole week planned. Like,
Right.
for to torture you. Like this shit's gonna be
yeah,
at your
man.
funeral. It's just never
No,
gonna.
And look at this. Admiral Wackass points out, Aruma Face says, Dad's worst nightmare. Yes. But Admiral Wackass points out they're extra condoms, you know, like,
Mhm.
for the big ones, guys with the
Wait.
lap hogs.
I don't want to get graphic. We keep it.
I think I just did.
lap
Sorry. Sorry. Right before you said that.
Right.
Sorry
We
about
keep
You
it.
gotta get diplomatic immunity out.
Right.
Diplomatic immunity.
There are no rules tonight because we all have diplomatic immunity. I will say as an aside,
Mm.
keep it PG-13. Condoms do stretch, like they stretch, and I do feel like the extra and the Magnum, that's just a sales gimmick, because I feel like you could stretch this thing as big as you wanted, basically. Anyway,
But it would probably be tight around.
yeah, okay, I got you.
You know, we'll just leave
No, they
it at
break.
that.
Just
But,
split in half.
It's like when your
bends
tie
your
is
gun.
like when your tie is too tight and you're just not comfortable, you know.
But like, you know,
Rodney
your tie
King-
is 3 feet long, but it can get tight.
Yeah.
And to be honest, if my son had a condom commercial, I don't care. Good job. I hope you get more acting jobs.
Right.
That's great. I'm sorry, sexist, whatever you want to call it. But my daughter, I'm horrified. I'm
Right.
mortified.
Right.
And you can see that in Murtaugh's eyes.
Oh.
See,
Oh.
that's George.
And-
That's
and
the guy who's standing behind his couch right now.
Right. And the commercial says something like use protection or whatever. And his daughter and the boy turn to the camera and go, we do.
We do.
And you're just like, you go from this guy to this guy. Like,
Just to correct what you said, that's George, the guy that is now buried behind
Yes.
Murtaugh's house right now.
right.
It's
Riggs,
you know
he
that-
probably just looked over at Riggs, and Riggs like, yeah, I know what I got to do.
You know that spot that they show it
I
in
know.
Lethal Weapon 4, that spot in his backyard where all those vegetables just grow really easily and
Yeah,
stuff.
the
right.
tomatoes are huge and the corn.
Yeah. Riggs is like, there's a problem with my car door latch. Can you check this out here?
Oh, lean in further. There you go, George.
Get your neck in there real good.
Dude, he immediately turns the TV off. He said,
Right.
Trish, take the kids upstairs. The little boy or the boy and the girl get up. They're out of there. Riggs is like, oh shit. Even the construction guy, he's like, oh, I'm out of here. They all take off, and he goes, George, you still here? He's like, yes, sir. Leave. But sir, George, I got a gun. And he's like, no.
I love how
Fucking Riggs is laughing the whole time.
And I
Jeez,
think
man.
as a friend, you would laugh at your friend. So
Oh hell yeah!
I
And that's what he
would.
tells him right here. He's telling him, he's all, you had to say something, man. You couldn't keep your mouth shut. He's all, I'm gonna have rubbers in my desk, rubbers over in my car, rubbers. You just couldn't keep your mouth shut. And then Riggs goes, well, these guys are in one ear and out the rubber. And then Danny Glover stops, and he doesn't even look at me. He just stops, and he's like, "Ooh, sorry about that." And he goes,
Yeah.
"Oh man, you son
All
of
right.
a bitch."
So we cut to our diplomatic community friends,
Yeah.
the South Africans.
They are
When I was in
Afrikaners.
When I was in high school, I went to church, and the pastor was from Cape Town, I believe, and he had a thick South African accent. So I was familiar with it growing up, but I can't really do it. But
There's like Afrikaners. I think that's what they call them, the white Africans.
Yeah, a language they call Afrikaans.
Yeah,
And I don't know
F.W.
anything
de
about
Klerk.
it.
I think that was a prime minister or
Oh my
president,
God.
F.W. de Klerk. At the time
That
of
guy
apartheid.
looks like a potato sucking on a lemon.
He looks
Or
a little bit like the bad guy that runs Pleasure Island in Pinocchio, the cartoon.
Yeah, he totally does.
Oh,
Yeah, man, this dude, but he's a bad guy.
Yeah,
I don't think he's the worst bad guy because he doesn't really get his hands dirty. That's Vorsted over there in the corner. But yeah, man, he's a piece of shit, top to bottom for sure.
Yep.
I like Mike likes tacos. South African.
South Africa,
Right.
making
It's
sure that's standing on plastic.
a very interesting accent. But it gets really savage in here because you meet the bad guys. They're having a meeting about how things are going, and they freaking kill. They kill one of their own.
He's eating when he comes in.
Right.
And Mr. Rudd, he's eating. And he says, "Oh, Han, come in." And he's like, "Oh, yes, Mr. Rudd." He's like, "Are you okay? No broken bones or anything?" He's like, "No, I'm good, Mr. Rudd." He's all, "It's glad you're not hurt." He's all, "But we did lose $1 million in Kruger ants." He's like, "Well, Mr. Rudd, it happens." And he was like, he's all, "It just happens, huh?" And he looks over at Vorsted, and then that's when he just says, right in the forehead and wrap him up.
I feel like if I worked in organized crime ever again, and I walked into the boss's office,
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, dude.
And there was plastic Visqueen all over the floor.
Yeah,
I would leave immediately.
Well, he asked him.
I would be like Deion Sanders, just backpedaling as fast as I could.
Yeah, I know. You don't ask, by the way.
I think I left something on. Let me get
Hey, what are all these chainsaws for? like, get the fuck out of there, man.
But he asked him, he's like, "What's with all the plastic?" He's like, "Oh, I'm having some redecorating done. Come here."
Right.
Redecorating your brain.
Redecorating, dude.
But I mean,
don't
how
see
do you
paint or ladders? But okay.
How do you work in organized crime where you guys are regularly killing people? Because that's a big part of the business. You walk into a room with like whatever Visqueen or bitchathane on the floor, probably a few gallons of muriatic acid, probably some bone saws, and you think this dude is repainting for the fall or something? No, this is the end.
This guy wasn't good at his job, Gabe. Okay, like
That's
this
why
guy
he's
was like,
blasted.
well, it's a couple million. I mean, shit, I spilled my beer. Is anybody gonna pay for that? Like this guy needed to be taken down.
That's what he told him. I think that's what made him decide to kill him. He goes, it happens. It's like,
right,
you little bastard. And then,
excuse me, pride in your work.
And it's a good movie moment to see the big bad because we're introduced to him here, Potato Lemon Face, and we get to see, oh my gosh, he doesn't play this guy. And you know why he does this shit with impunity? Because he has diplomatic immunity. And he knows it. He knows it.
He shows it too. Literally, he shows it.
Listen, folks, every time somebody sends in a super chat for just tonight, all three of us are going to, at the same time, say diplomatic immunity for you. There you go.
Promise.
Make it rain.
Swear. This is a great scene. This scene is loaded with information that you didn't get from the first one. Mm-hmm. The first one they touched on, he used to be married. I think the scene at the end when he's all cut up and shit, he's at her gravesite in the rain. And they always do a rain scene. No, he don't got a raincoat, an umbrella, and he's just so focused and so distraught that he's just standing in the rain getting soaked. And you see her tombstone, but that's it. And in this scene, he explains to Trish, Roger's wife, she finds a gold pin in the laundry and gives it to him because he's like living there half the time. He has his own place, but he has laundry there and shit. He even asks him later, "Hey, Raj, where does Trish keep my laundry?" And so he's really part of the family. He really absorbed him into the family. He's like, Uncle Riggs. And he's like, grabs a pen. He's looking. She's like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "I'm just thinking about this gold pen. And I used it to, he's like, remind me of the night that Vicky died, his wife."
Yeah.
And he talks about how he's, neck deep in work. He was supposed to meet her somewhere. He forgot, and she had a car accident. She was like, "Oh, I didn't mean to pry." He's like, it's all right. It's fucking. And he talks about how he fell to his knees, and then some voice told him to get up, and he grabbed that pen, and that's what he signed, when he identified her body or whatever. So he really tells you this is also laying some groundwork, but it lets you know if you watch the first one. Oh shit, okay, that's what happened to her. But and then Raj comes in. Oh, hey, Trish found a gold pen. Add some levity to it, like not so serious. But he's making chili, and if you notice, he doesn't even chop the onions up. He just chops them in chunks. Maybe that's an Australian thing, and then he crushes up some Oreos in the fucking chili. I've seen people make chili with dark chocolate, like some really high cacao, 72% type shit.
Right, you can do that,
but not Oreo cookies.
Right,
that's new to me.
You could crush corn chips into it. That'll work to thicken it. What I want to know about, what's up with Trish and all these bottles of like Herbalife? Is she in multi-level marketing? What's going on?
She explained something to him about how there's something in each bag. So I don't know. But it's a lot of bags, a lot of pills out.
I don't know.
I don't know what.
I was about to say the great secret of Lethal Weapon, right, has been like completely overlooked all of these years. Trish is the largest dealer in the entire
on the West Coast.
And they're just like, Trish, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Fair enough.
Make your chili. Tell me about your dead wife. Don't worry about me.
Don't worry about these little pills. Don't worry.
And Trish, she's also known for her bad cooking.
Right.
Yes. Right. She's not a good. In the beginning, like at the end of the movie, he's like, "Come in and eat." He's like, "Oh fuck, I don't want to come in and eat." He's like, "Come on, man, you got to." Trish is cooking, so it's kind of a running joke. But you can see on the left on the counter, you can see that bag of Oreos there.
Right.
Or the tray. Where the Oreos come in? They come in trays, but it's in a bag, so I don't know.
Right. I don't think I've had an Oreo in years. Now, do you guys like Oreos? Because people love Oreos.
I'm down for some double stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll shoulder check an old lady for some double stuff.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I'm not a sweet tooth guy. I've lost like 25 pounds since my birthday because I cut out all carbs and sugar. But my downfall, we may have talked about this before, for gaining weight, is the savory carbs. I want my meat, but I want my pile of rice or potatoes or whatever, and I want a lot of it. My favorite part of Thanksgiving is just the stuffing. Like I'll eat turkey and all the stuff, but I want an entire plate of stuffing covered in gravy. Thanksgiving is my favorite meal. I love that. Oh,
I love
stuffing is like the poor cousin of cornbread.
Oh,
I hate stuffing with a passion.
You can have both,
really?
man.
Oh yeah, hate it. But I get you on the carbs. There's a place called Panda Garden where I used to live. Why are the Chinese restaurants always Garden, Panda, Dragon, Golden, Jade? They always have those.
We can find them.
Some combination.
It's like Casa, dude, for every Mexican restaurant on this coast, man.
And everything with avocado in it is now California style. But this restaurant, and they had two things that I had an extreme weakness for. And I lived about 20 minutes from this place, and I would brave traffic on a Friday evening to go get this stuff.
Oh, jeez.
But they have pork fried rice. That is unnecessary. Why would you make something like that? That delicious. And they have Mandarin orange chicken wings. So I would take the chicken wings. You're describing
all my favorite stuff.
What are you trying to do?
I just get a pile of this rice. Mandarin chicken wings. I bring the chicken wings home, put them in the air fryer, so it caramelizes the sauce. You know what I mean? Those. If my wife left town, I would drive 3 hours back to where we live just to have that. But give me that, and then throw the switch on the electric chair, man. I'm done.
We got a place. We'll get back to the movie real quick. We got a place in town here, a Thai restaurant, and they have level 1 hot, level 2, level 3, and Thai food is hot.
Oh yeah.
But if you can beat their thing, they'll name it after you. So there was like Mark Hot and Kelly Hot, and I beat both of those. So it should be called Gabe Hot at the restaurant. And a funny thing happens when I eat super spicy food. I can eat any level of heat. Growing up around all the Mexican food I did, I can eat anything. I can eat the bottles of stuff you get on Amazon that are insane. But my head sweats, like literally my hair. I don't know why. Like my scalp gets all wet when I eat super hot stuff. It makes my wife laugh. So I don't know what that is. But I get a sweaty top of my head for some reason. Glad I already had some ribs because I'd be hungry. Oh, what are you talking about? Ribs?
You're about to set Sean off. You're about to set him off.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta wrap this stream up.
Let's go.
So,
get to the end.
Yeah, I was silent when you guys were talking about who was driving in your family, because what it is my wife is driving. I'm in the back seat, ribs to the ceiling. No, but
you're like
this is the thing.
Like Flintstone when they stick the ribs in the window.
Yep.
I will tell you this: if there's one thing I can just go for, is exactly what you were describing. To me, American food, and anybody knows anything about Chinese food knows that is essentially American food. That Chinese food, right? You're not getting, that's not dim sum. That's not what you're getting. Right. And I will tell you, spare ribs, any kind of chicken. I don't care what kind of chicken we're talking about. I love orange chicken. I will celebrate that whole menu. But my rice is pork fried rice. It is. I love pork fried rice. I could eat that stuff like it's a staple to me. It's the weirdest thing in the world, right? We have staples. To me, when you grow up anywhere where there is Mexican food is a staple. When we came up here to Rhode Island, it took forever for us to get Mexican food up here because we grew up on it. It's a staple. It's like it's hard to describe that to people, that American food, which you guys know, you've traveled. It's a unique take on everything. Right. But for me, fried rice is absolutely, and pork fried rice in particular, is just a straight up staple, man. Straight up staple.
It's delicious.
Yeah,
I love it.
I was weirded out last year. I went to Disney World, as I've told you a million times, and I went to the Publix in Florida. That's their grocery store chain, and they didn't have Mexican food.
What?
And everywhere, living in California, living in Colorado, there's an aisle of Mexican food. And in Florida, they literally don't have it. They had international, and it was, check this out, it was Asian, British, Brazilian, and then some like super phony ass, like old El Paso, like fake Mexican that's just like worse than Taco Bell. They had a couple things, but I'd never been to a grocery store that didn't have Mexican food, but I guess it's just not a thing in Miami. So,
very strange.
Where I grew up, big farming community. We got Castroville, the artichoke capital of the world, strawberry capital, garlic capital, all within an hour. So heavy Mexican population. I mean, you turn around and spit, you're going to hit a good Mexican restaurant. And to go to places where they don't have that's insane. But one last
I was about to say, did it ruin you for life, though? Because I have a buddy who grew up in the Philippines. Anybody knows anything about the Philippines? The seafood in the Philippines, most diverse reef in the world, best seafood in the world, everything fresh. He came out to the States, whatever coast he was on. He's like, why isn't the seafood any good here? And I'm like, motherfucker, I ate Red Lobster in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So for me, this is like the greatest.
This is amazing.
This is incredible. I'm like, they don't even got plastic bibs here. What kind of seafood place is this, New England? But this is the thing about it, right, is that when you are spoiled with some of those staples, and anybody I know grew up in a place like you did, Jericho, it wrecks you for other places when the stuff ain't fresh.
I will say this, my one last food point, especially knowing that I got two rib lovers here, beef ribs, but whatever. But I do recommend this. I recommend you take some A&W root beer and reduce it on the stovetop, and then take that and paint it on your ribs.
Oh,
dude.
Guys.
You want to talk about good. Now, last food item for me before we get back to this. Man, I'm hungry.
This is brutal right now, guys.
Dude, you guys don't know. I had lunch and I had a snack before the show.
Oh man.
I'm starving right now. But we're going to Vegas, the three of us eventually.
We are going.
We're going to go on my eating tour because I know all the restaurants. There's a family-owned restaurant, Mexican restaurant, Bonito, Michoacan there. And I had their pork carnitas, Coca-Cola. They have a special version where they cook it, like you said, with the soda. They cook it in a reduced Coca-Cola spicy sauce. It sounded so weird that I ordered it. Oh, my gosh, it was so good. Homemade tortillas made on the premises.
Yeah.
You see the little abuelita making the tortillas and everything. This place is ridiculous, Bonito, Michoacan. If you're in Vegas on Decatur Boulevard, go to Bonito, Michoacan. So anyway, back to the movie, unless you had something else.
Man,
No.
Let's delve back in. We can't keep talking about food.
You know what we gotta do is review a movie that's all about food, and that way we never get off topic.
Genius.
We'll just review episodes of Guy Fieri's show or whatever.
Listen. No, that's when it's over. Like seriously, people are gonna go. Did you guys hear what happened to those guys who did Double Impact? What happened? Well, they went to Las Vegas and they overdosed. Oh my God, I didn't even know they did drugs. No, it was on ribs.
It was on ribs.
They just, apparently there's a level of rib toxicity that hadn't been found before. These three guys got together. No one had their foot on the brake. It was just all gas.
There is no brake. Get that brake out of here. We can put ribs in that space.
No brakes, all gas.
No brakes.
Yeah, if that's that's how I have to go, then that's how I have to go.
No
That's
brakes,
right.
all ribs. That's what I'm saying.
It took the 10 hours to wipe the smile off Sean's face.
Remember that movie, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker? Where the guy,
Yes, of course.
they OG'd. They had too many gold chains and they died
Right.
instead of ODing.
I thought you were going to talk about how much for one rib.
Yeah,
That was
we
my
get
favorite.
one rib. He's all one rack of ribs coming up. No.
We used to say
One
that all the
rib.
time.
I show him hungry.
Fucked a cup, poured in my hand for a
Dude,
dime.
He
We
got
used to say
so
that
mad. My cups cost more than $1. Then that dude was pissed. He's like, "How about I give you a dime and you pour it in my hand?"
Man. Oh, sorry, Gabe. We're getting back to this movie, guys.
Oh,
It's
man,
all
we
right.
promise we will.
It's all right.
Damn it.
I'm always down to talk about food.
Mhm.
I don't remember which philosopher said it. I can't remember, but he said there's no love in life more sincere than the love for food.
Oh, man.
So
True. Food will
Chocolate-
have you humming
chocolate
to
could
yourself.
never betray me. You know
What
I'm
other
saying?
time do you hum to yourself? Is there any other time in your life where you hum to yourself and tap your feet?
Right.
No, only with good food. Food will silence a room.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All you hear is forks clinking and plates. That's all you hear. Silence.
Right. It is.
Love
And,
it.
and, you know, to get a little serious, there's nothing more joyful to me as a father and a husband than to sit around the table and have a delicious meal that, you know, me and my wife or family made with my wife and kids and
Yeah.
eat it. And everyone loves it. And you're having seconds and we're talking and the dog is there begging
It
for
sounded
scraps.
like you're going to
And
say
it-
you're
it's-
having something else.
It's like, it's what everything is about. You know what I mean? So, hold
is,
on.
and
Hold on.
The family
Collard
vibe is
Green.
huge.
Gabe, I just got Isom. Looks great. Yeah, I've been seeing on Twitter people are getting it. So we keep it PG-13 around here, but to all the haters that said it was fake, that said it was a grift, that said Isom wasn't real and Eric July was bullshitting, you can eat my ass. And I'm not done. I'm
All
going
of
to
it.
keep kicking ass. I'm going to keep making great comic books. And there's nothing one fucking commie SJW can ever do about it. You hear me, Mike Brooks? Did you pee your pants again, clown? Anyway, okay, not mad anymore.
Listen, man, I'm with you. I second that. Eric July, I never doubted him ever in terms of doing this stuff because he is
You're gonna call
true-
him a white supremacist.
No, but let's go beyond that. He had a show just like us talking about these action movies. Again, instant respect for Jericho when he showed up. He's like, "I've got my notes," and I went, "This is somebody I got to roll with forever,
Right,
man."
right.
This guy gives a shit about this. Eric July had a show for canon's sake about understanding comics. When we sit here and we talk about these movies, right? Like when I think about Trish, this is the thing I always think about. I go, this is the person that, how do I word it? By not engaging him, like everybody always tries to talk to Martin Riggs by looking him in his eyes and making a point that I'm trying to get something out of you. That's not how he works. Do you know what I mean? Because if you try to come at him straight, he's either going to shut you down like that person, or he's going to turn it into a joke. And it's the fact that in the kitchen too, in the family kitchen, which is something so important that this movie does well, like the family living room, even for that matter. And you see them, that's why when they go after his house, which is a big theme, they go after the American family in these movies, and you see how important it is. No matter what you've done in your life, no matter what you've lost, the American family, the nuclear family, is something that everybody, including Martin Riggs, takes strength from. And I love that about these movies.
Right.
Yeah, there's a very strong family vibe in the first one, and even more so in the second one, because like I said, he's now part of the family.
Yeah, he's
But yeah,
Uncle Joey. He's Uncle
Yeah,
Joey.
they're
now.
watching the condom commercial all together, and you know, Trish, she's obviously a stay-at-home mom bagging up her dope or whatever she's doing. But the family and the home is a very sacred place in these movies, and I like it. In the first one, that was a source of the vengeance in the first one because they kidnapped his daughter So
Damn.
yeah, man, the family's huge in this one. It's necessary, and I love it.
It's the keystone of everything. I don't want to pontificate too much, but all the problems we're in socially can be solved, not completely eradicated, but mitigated by strong nuclear families.
For sure.
If you wonder how we got here and got any of the abundance and technology that we have, coincidentally, the culture that made it was a family-centric culture. I wonder if there's a correlation. I do wonder.
But I gotta say this too about this flick, guys. Riggs, this is the thing about Riggs. Riggs has done some bad shit. Riggs doesn't think his life is worth a damn thing when this starts. This is the reality of this. And what these movies say to you, and these are big things, that I hate the way that people talk about. I always think it's people who came from very idyllic, overindulgent families who say things like, we've got to tear this down. Because if it wasn't for movies like this, if it wasn't for Murtaugh, this movie came out in 1995, all right? I was a young man at the time this movie came out, and I was looking for role models of the kind of man I could be. Because when you can't find that at home, or if you don't find that in your neighborhood, you look for people. And even though his facial expression changes, you know he's embarrassed in that sense, but he, at the same time, is proud of his daughter. He loves his daughter, so there's conflict there. Because he is the best dad in the world in these movies. That is what he is. He is a bar for which other men are measured by, and this is the other thing. He is, Mel Gibson in these movies, Martin Riggs is the prodigal son. And he is the father who, when the prodigal son comes home, he says, you can be back in this family. You will have a place in the sofa. You will have a place in our kitchen. And Riggs takes it seriously, and he would die for that family. And Murtaugh would die for him. And that is fucking beautiful.
Yeah, in the first one, Riggs goes with them to rescue her.
Yes,
He's
of course.
Like, they got Rianne. He's like, let's go. He's out there, in the desert sniping fools. Riggs was was all in right there with them. And I think part of that is why when shit goes sideways and Riggs needs Murtaugh's blessing, he needs his, him to come along with him. He's like, fuck it, man, let's go. Dude, you came with me. So I got to come with you, and it's fucking awesome. And I love their back and forth, how they talk shit. That's how men are. Men talk shit to each other. My own brother, 80% of our conversation is us either talking about, he's clowning me for being in the Navy. I'm talking shit about him being in the Army. Yeah. We just talk shit. Like, next time I'll slap you when I see you. All that kind of shit. It's just how, because to show you to talk to each other like women do, it takes too much vulnerability. We just, it's possible. Maybe if it is a brother, somebody you're really close with, of course, men are capable of moments of tenderness. But on the day-to-day, hanging out, all shit talking, jokes, and especially if we all see your daughter in a condom commercial, there's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah. Sure. Jonathan says, of course, this is a symbolic ideation. I think that's what he means right there. Is that a word? Ideation, I think. But it's done so well. I was emotionally invested in these characters. Yeah, I do think, one thing we keep seeing in these movies we choose, except for Stone Cold, which was just madness. But
that was candy. That was movie candy. Yeah. No nutritional value out.
That was Jack in the Box 2 a.m. I don't want anyone to know I was there. Okay.
That was that was a grease stained paper bag of a movie.
Right. But what's so important to me about these kind of movies is they show that the only worthwhile thing we can do as human beings is to love one another. You can achieve things, you can make money, you can become a great man of the civic, whatever, and this business, and you're building downtown, and that's good, and you should have a purpose in life, and you can use those things to love people. But at the core, whatever you do, it's do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, and don't do anything to anyone you wouldn't want done to yourself. And you think, well, if it were me, would I want someone to be kind, heroic, and self-sacrificing? If I needed it, I would. So therefore, I have to do it too. I have to hold myself to that standard of what I need. I have to give that to others. And I think that's a beautiful thing about a lot of these, especially the buddy action movies. You see that brotherhood. I was joking. I was on last night on my channel talking about the new Top Gun movie. And I'm going to say spoilers. Okay, you got your chance now. I said spoilers about the new Top Gun movie. If you don't want to hear this, spoilers. I said it 3 times, so no complaining now. At the end, Tom Cruise is talking to Goose's son, Rooster, and there's a thing, and the kid saved Tom Cruise's life. And, there's the connection there with the dad who died in the first movie. And Tom Cruise tells him, thank you for saving my life. It's very emotional. And the kid tells him, it's what my father would have done. And I'm sitting there watching the movie like,
Dusty in here.
I'm not crying. I don't care. And when you see that brotherhood and there's a verse in the Bible that says there's no greater love than to lay down your life for another.
Yep.
And that's literal and metaphorical. When you
sacrifice, Yeah, right when that scene happened, Gabe looked next to him and Mama Woodley was there. And she said, and you just tears, your eyes liquefied. She was like, oh,
I'm
man.
Fine. I'm fine now.
Hey,
I'm fine, Mama Woodley. Like, she just breaks men. Like, she's the UFC undefeated. Killing people, man.
I love this. I love this from John.
Yep.
I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. I've heard that before from Maya Angelou.
Yep.
And it's true. Loving people is really the only thing that matters. And love, it takes form in action. You can't just say, I love you. You do have to sacrifice and give and do the right thing. So anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on. We go out to such a cool place for this guy to live.
Dude, how the fuck did he find this trailer
on
the beach?
Right.
How did he do that?
I don't know.
That's like the find of a lifetime. He has this little double wide, right? I mean, that's out his front door. He can trip and fall into the Pacific Ocean every day when he wakes up. And he's sitting here with Sam, his dog, and he tells him, he's all, one day, Sam, this will all be yours. You find a nice bitch, have a couple of pups. he's all, let's go inside. And then when he goes inside, here's another thing that I miss about, not even go, you don't have to go so far back to the 80s. We can go back to the early 2000s for this. We can go 2014, I'd say 2010. And there's a Hero Cologne commercial. And that song, I Need a Hero, and it says Hero Cologne for men. Like, for men. Like, they were proud of that. This is for men. This is not for you. This isn't some unisex down the middle scent. This is Hero, and it's called Hero.
Yep.
Hero Cologne for men.
Now,
I meant like those right guard commercials.
Are the two of you cologne men?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not.
Sean?
Rarely. Only when I go out, not every day.
Okay. I don't wear anything. And you want to know a fun fact about me personally, and you're going to deny this at first, but then you're going to realize it's true. I don't use deodorant because I am part of the 1.5% of human beings. I don't have BO. My uncle was that way. It's a genetic thing. Very few people have it, but whatever, like the protein or the chemical or something that the bacteria eats, people like me, I guess we don't make it or we don't make enough or something like that. But I didn't know for years I didn't need it. And whenever I tell people that, they're like, oh, we just can't smell yourself. But it's a weird thing that I never think about, speed stick or right guard. It's not part of my life. That's a little quirky fact about me. I don't have BO and I don't use deodorant. So I don't know if that was interesting or not, but it's a weird thing.
Yeah, I actually use a marinade. So I start out the day and I try to get it deep. Sometimes a brine, a little salt, and then just beef jerky. That's all it is.
If you go up to me, I'm sweating, you're like this, nothing.
I would never do that.
I was about to say, that's not going to happen. Listen, guys, we've got ribs to destroy.
We're going to go to Vegas, 120 degree weather. I'm going to let myself get sweaty everywhere for 2 days. I'm going to shove your face in there, and you're going to understand.
Please
it's going to be the hangover, man. They're going to be like, you guys are going to be like, Lauren, we lost Sean. It was at a buffet, and then I'll just be under the buffet. It's going to be bad.
Your feet will be sticking out like the Wicked Witch of the East, man. We'll find you.
Sawmill gravy for men.
Yeah, man, this is great. This shows the other side of Riggs. He's not always at Murtaugh's house. He's still a single man, so there's some solitude there, and I think he misses being around his family. I think he goes home probably only because he has to. But that's his boy Sam. That's his right hand man right there. And then after this scene, it goes from happy to pretty fucked up.
Right. And I love this. Murtaugh's in bed with his wife. And that's such a dad move to have your foot poking out. Let me ask you boys, you've been sleeping next to women for years.
Long time.
You can buy any size bed.
Yep.
And there's not enough room. Because they just get, you're trying to scoot over a little.
Yeah.
You want to have your elbows out maybe. And you're like, And even when my wife is asleep, if I'm up reading on my phone and I just her butt's on my arm or whatever, and I want to scoot over, I'll scoot over, and in her sleep she will sidle up to me. Is this how it goes for you guys?
Yeah. It does,
Women
especially in the
don't
winter.
care
When
how big the bed. I have a big bed.
Yeah, me too.
Just right next to me.
Yeah, especially in the winter. Even though we have a heating blanket, it doesn't matter. She brings her cadaver-like feet over to my side of the bed.
Oh my god!
Every damn time.
There's no blood getting to those feet. But let me tell you this, guys.
And then they tuck them under your knee. Does your wife tuck the feet under your knee?
They're the worst.
Yeah, this is a little, probably maybe a little TMI for you guys. But when I go to bed, because Gabe's already told his story, it's only all I'm wearing, pair of jeans, and then I put one pistol down the front, one pistol down the back, and I just get in bed. Safety off. Do you know what I mean? And then she's always snuggling up to me, and I'm like going, babe, with the guns and with you, and she's got guns all. I mean, she's crazy.
She's covered in guns.
Yeah,
she reaches over, and you're like, hey. She reaches over, and you're like, hey, careful, it might go off.
That's right. And the gun too. The Vorsted and his henchmen, what Riggs later calls the master race, they come to Riggs's house because after Vorsted shot Hans, the one who said, it happens. After he shot him, he told him, you need to go you need to go take care of this. And he shows him the file, and it's Murtaugh, and he goes, oh, a kefa. And he tells him, do you think a warning will be enough? He's all, it depends on the way you do it. And so this is how they decide to do it. They come in through the plastic. Riggs was joking when Murtaugh said, oh, nice oxygen chamber. He's like, wait, I'm not Michael Jackson. I don't need no oxygen chamber. Back when there were Michael Jackson jokes everywhere. Yeah. Michael Jackson jokes abound. So they sneak him through there. They come upstairs, and then Riggs gets up to take a piss. They put duct tape over his mouth, and they duct tape him and his wife and his feet together in their hands. And then he's I bet you're wondering what we did to your child, mate, to your kids. And he's like, let your imagination run wild and all this shit. And then he tells them, he's all, this is a warning. After this, he gets bloody. Don't be a smart kefa. Tell your people to back off. And then they fucking all take off, and then his kids hear the noise, and they all run in there to see what's wrong with them. But I mean, to be duct taped like that, and guys like, you're probably wondering what we did to your kids, and it's like, what the fuck?
They broke into, again, guys, you need to understand this. And I know it's hard living in this twisted world that you have thrown at you all the time on TV. But for those of us who grew up in a time where we had a healthy view of human beings as individuals, what they did, this foreign entity broke into America's home and attacked America's family.
Right.
The family that will let you come over to their kitchen, the family you can pour your soul out to, the family that you can have a laugh with. It's like they attacked fucking Thanksgiving. That's the thing that drives me crazy. It's like they attacked Christmas Day in America. And when you see the fact that the real scary thing is, yes, you're frightened, of something happening to the kids. But when the kids come in and they see their parents terrified, their parents powerless, you got to think what this does to those kids. Any parent sees this. And, I mean, if you hate these villains so fucking much, you think, I can't hate these people more by the end of this movie. Surprise. Oh, man, every 10 minutes.
Just getting started here.
We've seen them 3 times. They're shooting automatic weapons on the streets of LA with stolen gold. That's bad. But then we go to Potato Lemonface's office. He kills his own guy. That's horrible. Now the home invasion. This is like beyond evil now. So these guys just keep getting worse. These are awful South Africans.
Yeah, these guys aren't assholes. They're the whole ass.
Everything, cheeks, glutes, everything, the chocolate starfish, all of it. Yep. I used to work with this South African girl at Trader Joe's, and there's a drink that we have there called kefir. And so we were working in the cooler together, and some customer comes up and he grabs some. He's like, "Oh," she's all, "Look, honey, here's some kefir." And I look over at her, and she looks at me, dying, because this lady has no idea that, number one, she's South African, and number two, she has no idea, because this is the South African equivalent of the N-word. And yeah, this is bad. Because he tells me, he's like, don't be a smart kefa. And then tell Riggs, they tell him later, you kefa lover. And so this lady keeps saying,
so in South Africa, they're like, don't say the K word.
Yeah, right? Exactly. It's the South African equivalent to the N-word. And she keeps on saying it, honey, look, it's kefir. Oh, they have different flavored kefir. I'm dying.
Oh my god.
She can't like blow up on the lady because she doesn't realize what the hell she's saying. But
if you grew up during this time, though, that word has the same meaning. Yes. You know what I mean? Like that was not a word, because when I was growing up, it was one of those things where the second you became aware of it, because we had such a hatred, shockingly back in the day, another thing that is now in vogue that we're going to try to kick out of vogue is we were against apartheid. We were against separation. We were against all that stuff. It carried a lot with it because it was essentially, it was a slur of an actively segregationist society. Like it was
right. So it actually had teeth and meaning to it.
Well, it's something that we still remembered what it took for us to fucking get that out of the Constitution.
Yeah, I had to miss Captain and the Game Master.
For that bullshit.
And then Captain and the Game Master gets interrupted by this guy. I don't know what his name is. The point is
some prick.
Mandolo.
Yeah, Jerko had a better thing. Jerko's like, and then I see OJ, and I'm like, well, okay, well, at least, OJ, no matter how, look, I loved him as Nordberg, and I hold to that, period. But the simple fact of the matter is,
why do you have to do that, man? That was Nordberg up until that point.
But it was, this is the crazy thing about it, right? Like, you think about that kind of stuff. We were very invested in that. We were very, as a culture, because we had grown up with this particular attitude. Right, which is a great attitude. We were the people who grew up in the aftermath of Star Trek. Nichelle Nichols, God rest her, first interracial kiss with Captain Kirk. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that was big time.
Those kinds of things. That without those kinds of things, my ass wouldn't be here. Do you know what I mean? If that shit was illegal, I'm not here. And so I look at that kind of shit and I think about how different cultures are about this, and we see this in a very palpable way. And then they're attacking America. So not only is this is what this is about on their shores, they're bringing it to ours. They're calling America's dad this fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's like, get out of my country, man.
Yeah.
Fuck. A bunch of times. Like they pepper this movie with kefa. He calls her a kefa lover, and then later he's explaining, well, we'll get to that part. But these are bad guys.
I did think it was weird when he came up to the other guy and he's like, "Hey, my kefa," and they're just like doing the weird handshake.
Yes, my kefa.
Speaking of people mispronouncing words incorrectly in public, my daughter saw a very sweet but very sad moment one day when she worked at McDonald's in high school. It's like fish fillet was on the menu or whatever, right? And this father's there with his 3-year-old trying to be a good dad, and he's pointing at himself. Fillet. Can you say fillet?
Did you slap him?
Oh, she didn't say anything, but it was like he's trying to be a good dad.
Let him have it.
So he gets credit in my book.
He gets partial credit, yes. I was in 5th grade, Mrs. Husby's class, 1989, or maybe 1990 at that point. But we were reading this book called Jump Ship to Freedom, and it was about this boy's journey from being sold into slavery in Africa. Yes, sold. Africans sold other Africans into slavery. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. But it's about his journey from there to here and him growing up basically in America as a slave. And so it was when we would, people would take turns reading. And someone asked him where he's from. And he was from a country called Niger.
Uh-oh.
Well,
oh no,
a good friend of mine named Mark, it was his turn to read, right? And he wasn't a strong reader. And he gets to Niger, and it was so funny. I'm the only black kid in my class, right? So he goes, such and such, he was from, and then he looks over at me all slow, and I was like, what do you want me to say, man? You gotta read. And he goes, he's like, I'm from the country of nigger. And the whole class, I hear their desks like, They all look at me, and I knew, even at 10 years old, I knew that I had race relations in my elementary school in the palm of my hand. It was going to go however I went. And so the whole class is looking at me. I think even the teacher was looking at me like, oh, shit. And I was like, well, I said, it's Niger. And then that was like, the class was like, all right, cool. Moving on. But, man, he looked at me like, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say. You're my friend, but this is how my brain thinks. This
Could
word
you
is
imagine you're a
pronounced.
little kid and you're reading and you see that word and you're like, there's a country called that?
How
Yeah.
fucked up is
I'm
that?
telling you right now. And that was the moment when Jericho goes, one day in the distant future, I know what I'm going to do for your wedding toast. So we're kids, right? Just
He was like flop sweating, like,
oh,
ooh.
God.
He had to, because it wasn't the part, where he had to finish the paragraph. So he knew I couldn't hand this off to somebody else. This is well within my turn to read. So I had to say it. He powered through it, man. And,
I tell everyone that my dad's from Libya and his best friend's from Benghazi, but my dad is actually from a suburb of Libya called Camel Jockey. So it's an interesting
I
place.
don't think you're gonna have to send me a link for that. I don't know if that's
It was actually
actual.
Camille Joquet. And when Gabe had to read it, we were in class together.
Right,
Strange story. Same class with Jericho. I know this sounds like it's a lie, but I promise you it's not.
Right.
Jericho's same friend gets to the native land of Gabe's parentage. And I'm not even going to tell you where my family's from because you're not going to believe it. Okay. So I'm not going to go there. So Lethal Weapon 2, folks. It does this to us. It does this to us.
Every time.
All right. So they get threatened by the South Africans.
Yeah.
Then we're at work. Back where are they here? Are they back at the police station?
They're at the police station. Roger, got to go back to work, man.
Right. That's right.
God,
back to
we
work.
got to talk to Richard Donner.
Yes.
And I forget exactly what they're strategizing here. They're talking about the South Africans, but I don't remember exactly what they're dealing with.
The scene before this one, it's just him and Riggs. They're talking about he was talking about the accent of the guy. He's like, does it sound like that motherfucker? He's all, did it sound like that fucking guy on that we were chasing the other night? He's like, yeah, something like that. And then he goes in there and talks to the captain, and the captain tells Riggs not to smoke, and he doesn't. And then he somehow I can't remember what they said, but anyway, he's telling them that they have to watch out for this guy. The feds are going to pick him up in a few days, so we need you to babysit him. He says, being what happened last night for Riggs, to be a nice little break. He's all, order anything you want. It's all on the federal government. He's staying in this hotel, so just go babysit him. And they think it's bullshit. They don't want to do it. But he's all, oh yeah, that's right. He's all, we don't want to do this, Captain. It's it's bullshit. He's like, hey, I don't give a fuck. This comes down, from so and so, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. And then so Riggs lights up his cigarette and he's like, hey, what does that sign say right there? He's all, same thing it says over there, but I don't give a fuck. And he walks out, and then they show up at this door. And right here, you can see it says 612. And then any of you stay in a hotel, that first number is the number floor that it's on. But at the conclusion of this scene, Riggs is upset at Murtaugh, and Murtaugh says, I was up on the 7th floor. It took me a long time to get down here. They're really on the 6th floor. So I don't know if editing missed that or what. Right. But this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship here.
Well, it could be one, I think, European style. I think lobby is the first, and then the first floor is the first. The second floor is the first floor. That could be an explanation.
It could be. I've been wrong a couple times before in my life. This could could be the third time.
I still got to say, I do love that Charles Barkley book title, though. I might be wrong, but I doubt it. But I will say, this is the thing I will say this too, is that usually directors will tip their hat to their influences when they're making a movie. And there's a sequence coming up that speaks to what you're seeing right here as this beautiful thing they're adding to this flick, which is the Three Stooges element. Eeny, meeny, miny, hey, mo. And this is the interesting thing about it is that Leo Getz, right, is, they all have their serious aspect to it. So it's not like they're going a comedy route with it, but you're going to bond with this guy by the end of it, and he's part of the team. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, and they show how much he's a part of the team toward the end. Right. After you'll see they really show how far their relationship has come. But that guy right there, he's one of the South Africans, and he's, you know, there to take out Leo Getz because Leo Getz knows some, you know, booking information about him or how they do their shit and launder their money. So this guy's here to take him out, and he's telling him, right, he's like, hey, I didn't order this. And then that's when he pulls the gun. Riggs says, hey, gun, and then shoves the guy. The guy grabs Leo, and they all go flying out this window.
Boom.
Into the pool below.
I've always wondered what the explanation is, but I was at an amusement park in Colorado when I was like 10 or 11, and they had a diving show there. And it was people jumping from like 83 feet into a 6-foot deep pool. And I'm like, I understand they got a technique where they don't kill themselves, but I always wondered, how do you train to do this? You know, like,
not a lot of margin for error.
You can start at 10 feet and 20 feet at 30, but eventually one day you're diving into 6 feet from 80 feet in the air. I don't know. I feel like that's they're probably not paying you enough to do that. But anyway, they go flying out the window.
They do.
Yeah, splash. And it's not good. And Leo ends up with a busted nose, right?
Yeah, because the tablecloth goes out with him on that tray, the cart he had. And so the tablecloth's over him, so he can't see if it's Leo or the other guy. So he punches him like 4 times, takes the tablecloth off his face, realizes it's Leo, not the other guy. The other guy hops out of the pool and takes off running.
Right. Yeah, so the South African, he gets away.
Yeah, he does. Damn it, little slippery bastard got away.
Right.
And then he's telling Orsted that, we got to do something about these damn cops.
Right.
A lot of trouble.
They are ruining our embezzlement and evil business that we do. Come on.
And drugs and whatnot. Yes.
Right.
And then here, that's back at Murtaugh's house, and he's explaining to them how he launders the South Africans' money while they're washing Riggs's wet clothes, and Leo gets his wet clothes from the pool incident, and Riggs is cleaning his gun, classic scene, and they're eating cold spaghetti out of a bowl, sharing a bowl of cold spaghetti. And Murtaugh also has a can of mandarin oranges that he's snacking on, a very stoner's menu there.
Right.
And a pot of coffee in the middle of the table too. That's
spaghetti,
weird.
Oranges, and coffee. Like, you trying to just have heartburn? Like, geez.
Yeah, let me get something highly acidic to drink, something highly acidic to eat, and then another sweet, highly acidic snack to chase that.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's
perfect. Got the perfect menu for you, Raj.
My buddy, speaking of Stoner's menu, a buddy of mine, I coached Pop Warner football with him when our boys were little, all the way like through high school. He owns a bunch of restaurants in San Diego. One right across the street from the convention center where San Diego Comic-Con is. And every year, the first night of Comic-Con, I have a fundraiser there. It's Gabe L. Tabe's comic book kickoff. We raise money for the Hero Initiative. So anyway, at this place, when he was telling me to come eat at his restaurant the very first time, he said they had mashed potato pizza. Now, what do you think of that at first blush, Jericho? Yes?
Maybe,
no?
Mashed potatoes, I'm listening. I have enough respect for mashed potatoes to hear it out.
It's mashed potatoes with a white sauce, bacon, and onion, you know? And I was like, this sounds bizarre. I eat it, and it's like my favorite thing there. It's so good. And I told him, this sounds like something a stoner would have made up. And he said, in college, his pothead buddy came up with this recipe.
There you go.
I'm not a pot guy myself, but I recognize their signature when I see it.
Another contribution, another culinary contribution from the Stoners. This must have been another one, because this is a strange collection of items to have on the table and to eat. And then they're asking Leo, you know, of course, they're going against their captain. They're not just going to babysit him. They're going to go after this case. And Leo says, yeah, remember, it was like a house on stilts and shit. And so they find it. And then Riggs is like, yo, I'm going to go in there and take a look. You know, who needs a search warrant? I'm going to go in here and take a look at these bastards, see what's up. Leo, and this is another running gag through the movie, Leo, stay in the car.
Right.
Stay in the car.
Right.
And then
here's this poor station wagon that's already beat to hell.
Already.
I assume they're in the Hollywood Hills. And if you make it out to Los Angeles, everybody, take a drive in the Hollywood Hills. It is actually pretty majestic. On the north side, you can see the valley, which is hot and ugly and crowded. On the south side, you can see all of like Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and then downtown Los Angeles. It's a cool view if you're up there on Mulholland. I've been up there a few times. My daughter lived, you could see the Hollywood sign from her apartment. She lived right there on the corner of Fairfax and Sunset and Wilcox, right by catty corner from the CNN building. So when I would get to my daughter's apartment, we would flip off the CNN building together.
Ooh.
Yeah,
It has to be done.
right. You're like,
It's a ritual.
you are fake news. So anyway, they're up here in the Hollywood Hills to this house on stilts, and that will become very important later. It's some
Yes.
like modern art masterpiece. So Riggs goes in here pretending.
Sorry, wait a second. There's no such thing. Continue. No.
Right. Right.
Sorry.
Modern art masterpiece. That's a contradictory statement. Anyway, he pretends to be the pool boy, and the South Africans are like, "There's no pool here," and then he proceeds to beat their ass with
He
the
does.
pool cleaning stuff.
Doing God's work.
And I like how
Man.
he's such a badass that he humiliates them. He pulls the gun on them, gives them handcuffs, and tells them to cuff themselves.
Cuff
That's
yourself.
such a fucking boss move, you
Go
know.
cuff
It's like
yourself.
slapping somebody. Oh yeah, go cuff yourself.
I was waiting for it.
Right at the wrist. Yeah, that shit was great, man. He throws them up against the wall and tells them to cuff their asses. And then again, now you can see behind them, there's houses down there. Then some guy just comes all willy-nilly with an automatic weapon shooting. Sure, some of the bullets went over the balcony.
Right.
He jumps over the railing to not get shot. And then Riggs has to come and help him out. That's the fucking waiter who went out the window.
Right.
And he's getting out of here. He's like, I gotta go. And then he steals a fucking the tow truck right there. You can hear the guy arguing with the lady about how to put the tow truck on the truck when they come in. So they're letting you know, hey, remember this tow truck. And then this guy takes it.
Yep.
They can't have that shit. Murtaugh hops in the car with Joe Pesci. Riggs, he's like, I'm not gonna ride with you guys. I'm gonna climb on this murderous maniac's truck and see where this takes me.
So that's always the fun balance, the polarity they're always having with Murtaugh and Riggs. That Murtaugh is doing it, the America's dad, the Huxtable way.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? He's doing it right. He's getting in the car. And Riggs is like, I'm going to jump on the back of a tow truck with this man that already tried to kill us once.
Yes.
What could go wrong?
Yep, he grabs his giant katana blade, slides it down the front of his jeans, and he jumps on the back of that car.
Again, he's all, I'm doing this. Murtaugh. Why do I keep saying Riggs when I mean Murtaugh? But Murtaugh, you drive slowly and legally behind me. I'm hopping on this tow truck to see what the fuck this guy's problem is.
Right. And, there's some gunplay, some swinging around. It's a fun action scene. It's a good action
It is.
piece.
Riggs is plastered to the front of it right there. That's really him. I saw an interview with him, and he said, "No, the lady was like, weren't you scared? That's so dangerous." He's like, "We know you had a double for some of it, but that's really you on the front of the truck." He's like, "Yeah, there were cables and all this shit." He's like, "I wasn't going anywhere. I was fine. He's always fine."
Right. But there's a confluence of the cars that are in the chase, the bad guy, and then the cops. But then there's also just people driving through the Hollywood Hills, and they all come around the corner, and we get this great car wreck where the code cars, the blue one, hits this like SUV looking car with a surfboard on it, and the surfboard flies off and goes right into the front of the truck, and I don't have a damn picture of it.
Into the driver's face.
Right.
You get the idea.
Right.
Yeah, because later on, Donner was like, yeah, and this guy, he has a surfboard where his face used to be.
Now, when I was in driver's ed, they showed us that movie called Red Asphalt.
Oh, yeah.
So they show you real dead people when you're 15.
Yeah.
I took driver's ed over the summer at my high school, and they show you grisly car accidents to scare you straight about driving. The leading cause of death for young people is car accidents. I actually believe it's fentanyl overdoses now, but car accidents is always like one or two, which is terrible. But I remember on Red Asphalt, there was one where the paramedic is picking up brains and putting them in a bag. But the one that stuck with me forever that I saw was a surfboard through the front of a sedan, and it had annihilated this human being from head to about heart. It was just a surfboard there with shoulders and arms. I can never forget what that looked like. It was quite terrible. So poor guy.
That image for me, I think when I was taking driver's ed, it was Red Asphalt 3. And one of the one that always sticks in my mind was this girl. She was young, teenager, maybe 18 or 19, and she didn't have her seatbelt on, and she was thrown somehow onto the floor of the car, and the car had crushed her in between the dashboard and the passenger seat. And she was all crushed up, and her eyes were still open, and she was looking into the camera, basically. and she was just all crushed up. And I remember that shit really, really stuck me. I was like, what? We're watching this? It's like Faces of Death.
Yeah.
That shit
Everyone
was crazy.
everyone in the 90s saw Faces of Death, right? We all rented it from the video store.
Oh, yeah. And then right after you watch it, you ask yourself, why the fuck did I just watch that?
Right.
That was weird and demented. Now we call it the internet.
Now, as a policy, if I'm scrolling Twitter or anything and I see the video is going to be like a death or a severe injury, I always close it because I feel like it's super disrespectful. Someone in their worst moment, and this is fucking entertainment for me, really. Yeah, no. That's deranged. So the only way I'll see someone die on the internet is if I get surprised and I don't turn it off in time. But if someone sends me like a gory whatever, I'm like, I don't want to look at shit like this, dude. Like, that's messed up.
I think too, you know, this is the thing about it. Like when we talk about, you know, risk and you're talking about stunt people and you're talking about accidents, you're talking about all of this kind of stuff. We didn't sugarcoat this stuff because we had stuff happen, one, to either really bad guys or we put in peril characters you care about. So let's talk about, you know, emotional horror versus gore for just a second here. The idea of kids walking in on their parents after they've just, you know, had weapons pointed at them with their faces.
I thought you meant after they had mommy daddy wrestling.
Is that what that was? No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
My favorite move.
This was the moment I realized it.
My favorite move is the German suplex, if you're wondering. So,
well, yeah, you know.
I'll look that up.
Getting back to listen, we're keeping it clean tonight again. Not like we can't be stopped. But no, but I mean, you think about this stuff though, but the stunts were the stars of this. Do you know what I mean? You have these people who are basically the villains who, you know, are actual evil people. They're not nuanced to death because there are actual evil people out in the world. And then you've got these characters who are tough enough to take them down and defend this particular way of life. And so they show you risk. They show you things that are like horrifying that can happen. Right. You know, they're in constant peril.
Right,
man.
Yeah, I think that was like a Toyota Tacoma or something with a shell on it. Some surfer dude was like coming up the highway, and then the impact and that sudden stop just sent that surfboard flying right in that dude's face. And they show it close, but it's like not all of it. You just see like the surfboard and then his bloody hand by it, so you know it's like it dug into his scalp pretty bad. And you know he's a bad guy. Tried to kill Leo Getz and all that shit. He was shooting at them, so fuck him. He deserves to die.
You think when the surfboard hit him, he said "cowabunga"? No, he said "bogus." Right?
He's all, dude, and then bam, right through his mouth.
No, he said "dipla," and that was it.
But I have dipla. Boom, that was it.
I bring this up because you can't bring them up on StreamYard. You don't say for $2 gives me that super sticker of a DAP. Now you said if there were any super chats, we all had to say it. I think this counts, right?
Wait, hold on a second, Gabe. Now, do we do it 1, 2, 3, and then go? Right. Or do we do 1, 2, and then on 3? What do you think?
It's never going to work because of the slight delay with YouTube. Yeah. So we're going to do it 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Diplomatic immunity.
Terrible. Good job. Terrible.
It was awful, but we did it.
Yeah,
we fulfilled our promise.
And that's what counts. That's what counts. So this guy did not hang 10, and that is the end for our South African friend. That's one more down. Let's see. So back in the mansion with cops. They're confronting Potato Lemon Face. And what's the other guy's name? The right-hand man with the
Vorsted.
I want to call him Svengoolie. I don't know why.
For it, man.
Do you know who Svengoolie is?
No.
It has to be done.
I don't know if it's just a Southern California thing or it could be an East Coast thing. I don't know. I think it's a regional thing where he hosted like monster movies on like Saturday night, like on not public access, but it's like some cornball channel. But I don't know. Did you guys ever see anything like that? Like there was TNT had like Joe Bob Briggs or whatever, and he would do Monster Mania or something like that.
I love that stuff.
What about that big chested woman that would do Up All Night on USA?
Up All Night. What's her name? Roxanne or Rhonda something.
I don't know. I remember discovering that in 8th grade, and hey, me and my buddies, we were up all night. No one
we were all night. Up all night. Hey, you know what I mean? Up all night, you get it? Yeah.
And you're a kid going, I bet they didn't think of that.
Right. Hey, maybe that was the entire point of it.
Yes, exactly.
And this again is another chance for you to see all the people that he works with one more time, before things get crazy for him. Yeah, her.
Right. Whatever the hell her name was.
Rhonda something.
I
just remember watching
all night.
I just remember seeing Toxic Avenger on that. But yeah, that was
meeting the whole team here.
Right. So here's the cops, and it's very important. You see Dean Norris and then the other cops. I don't know their names, but it's very important that we see them here because they confront the South Africans, and it doesn't go well because Potato Lemon Face. He's such a great bad guy with those jowls of his and everything.
Yeah.
Because you just picture this man only eats caviar, covered in tenderloin, covered in gold leaf. Like you just know that he's just a decadent bastard, this guy.
But when he's eating it, like there's crumbs and shit and pieces of caviar falling out. He's just a fucking pig.
Right.
Why is Jericho looking at me when he says that? He's like, he's a pig. There's crumbs all over him. I just got my Domino's bread in here, and I'm.
The chat is helping us out.
Pig.
Her name was Shear. Her name was Rhonda Shear, and Rob says I was never scared when she came on TV.
No.
There you go.
Right.
Admiral Wackass is suffering through my Afrikaans.
South Africa.
My Afrikaans will increase until morale improves. That sounded like Scottish or Irish or something. I have no idea what's happening around.
Hey, I like when the accents just change mid-movie. When the actor's
wait, what? I can always fall back into my East LA accent. Fucker. Fall into that one.
Diplomatic immunity, mate. It's like, wait, what the fuck?
Crikey, Governor. Diplomatic immunity.
He needs a white cap and a monocle, this guy.
Do you feel like Mr. Peanut has like a royal title or anything?
Probably.
Do you think he's English or do you think he's American?
As in the
peanut
Mr.
guy,
Peanut?
the little peanut
guy. He's American for sure.
Right. Do you think? Well, maybe. What about him and the Monopoly Man? Any connection there?
No, they're both American for sure. Because Monopoly Man's like New York, rich New York, turn of the century. Okay. He's one of us, man. No, fuck that. Yeah. We got him and the Peanut Dude. And the Vlasic Stork, whatever, that classic, that pick, Shaka, whatever.
Now, that was supposed to be one of the Marx brothers, right? That's Groucho Marx.
I think so. That's what it sounds like. But he's definitely American too.
Right.
All the top cartoon mascots.
He's the Lord of Legumes. I love the chat, man.
Oh my goodness. You'd have both monocles. Aren't those just called glasses?
Nah, it's something different when you have two separate monocles. But are they a monocle if there's two? But in this scene, our own laws are turned against us. That damn set of laws in the Constitution is turned against us by these filthy South Africans.
Foisted on our own petard.
Damn it.
Completely ridiculous. They get the little diplomatic community passport book or whatever, and they have to just eat it. And it's so unsatisfying.
Back off, Kefa.
Right.
Yeah, and then the guy, that's what the guy says to me. He's like, get out the video, Kefa. And he goes, I'll make you eat this fucking thing. He holds his gun up. I love that part. How unprofessional is that? Make you eat this fucking thing.
Hey, listen, man, they didn't have body cams.
They sure didn't. Because you can't just go into somebody's house and then come back with a bunch more cops and nobody shows a warrant.
Well, you know what they should have done when they got these diplomatic immunity papers and told they had to go in? They should have went back and then come back with even more cops and just kept doing that over and over and over.
You got the whole force until the fucking Hollywood Hills are just jammed with patrol cars.
That's right.
Or since they were this fucking, this much of a renegade, why didn't they just fucking take his passport and throw it over the balcony? Sorry. Now you have no diplomatic immunity.
That's right.
This is the 80s, guys. Come on.
Right. So when they're leaving out the front and they're kind of being mocked and told off, we run into this broad right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she seems to, is she herself, is she South African too?
The
Yes.
actress? Or yeah, the character is, yeah.
Okay.
But I think she's
Yeah.
Dutch or something. Or she's
Right.
She
And what did she do for this? She's like a bookkeeper, right?
Yeah, secretary.
Yeah, she's a big secretary for Potato Lemonhead. And but she seems to
Potato
like
Lemon Incorporated.
she seems to have passions inside her that she was not aware of, ignited.
Yeah, she had no idea.
By the look, I mean, just look at how she's looking at Mel Gibson there. You know,
yeah, like slow down, lady. You just saw him.
Right.
She's ready to jump his bones right now.
Right. How would that be with the Afrikaans accent? I'm going to jump your. I don't know how to do the accent.
I don't know. I have to hear them say bones to know how they would say it. I don't know, but I do know how to say diplomatic immunity.
That's right.
But she's looking at him like he's a snack. But she's like innocent. She doesn't know that Mr. Rudd is, an international piece of shit. And she's kind of startled by all the guns, and he has her briefcase. He's like, hey, get out of the car. Takes her briefcase and shit. And he comes out, hey, do not talk to them. Come in here. I can't remember. What's her name? Miss something. And he tells her to come in. And he closes the gate.
Sorry, I forgot everything I was thinking just now.
He closes the gate, and then Riggs tells him, hey, you better get used to that view because it looks like he's behind bars. So I'm gonna put you in a jail, you piece of shit. But that's it. They just meet, lock eyes. I don't think he even looks at her, but she's definitely staring him down, and that's it for now.
People in the chat are saying, hold on, sorry, she chipped her glass eye. That girl has a glass eye.
She does?
Her no, here's what I think it is. I took the pictures of it. I watched the movie on this monitor right here, and I held my phone up and took these pictures. And there's a light on the ceiling in my garage. So on some of these, you'll see a little bit of light on the right, like third over there. So I've seen it show up in other photos that I've been showing you guys. But there's a light on the ceiling that I tried to keep out of photos. But I think that's what's happening here. Maybe she has a glass eye.
She's perfect. But I think I speak for all the red-blooded American straight cisgender males in this comment section and on this panel, if you will, that I don't care if she had 2 glass eyes or no eyes. Right. She is not getting kicked out of bed for eating crackers. She is gorgeous.
I go to that SNL skit, I just had sex where the guy's like, I think she might have been a racist. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I see this girl, she's like, South African, I'm afraid I'm attracted to you, but I'm a horrible racist. I'm like, can we talk about that tomorrow? Yeah. Listen, we'll break up later.
Yeah, let me help you out of your hood and your white, cloak. Let me help you with that.
She's Rika Vandenhaas. Rika Vandenhaas.
Yeah, Miss Vandenhaas. Rika.
Hey, half the eyes means half the complaining. That's true.
That's right.
You can't see the mess you make.
I don't know the math behind that.
So this half of the house sure is nice. Yeah, I cleaned up.
PG-13. This funny saying this. Somebody told me you said you wouldn't. You wouldn't turn the lady down, Jericho. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't kick her out of bed unless she wanted to snuggle on the floor, and you could swap snuggle with something else. So,
that's true.
I think one of my football coaches said that once.
Oh,
we were at spring practice where all the parents and grandparents come to watch us do some drills, and then there's a big barbecue and there's boosters, all this high school. And I remember coach meeting with just us boys after all the parents and grandparents were there. And he said something about, there were some real MILFs here. And I had never heard that term before.
What's that?
I was 15. And I quickly put together what he was talking about. I did think it was funny. Mm-hmm. But it's probably inappropriate for coach to say that to us.
Probably. But, when in Rome.
You're like, yeah, man, some of the moms here are hot. Wait a minute. My mom's here. What are you trying to say?
Wait a minute.
Exactly. Oh, Lord. Those are the days.
Right. Okay. So we're back to the police station. and
that's what happens.
Dear.
See, this is what I call brotherly love, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When you tell everyone your daughter's going to be on TV in some fancy commercial and you're unaware that it's for Ramsey's Extra lubricated prophylactics. Mm-hmm. This is what can happen. That's all I'm saying. So, he's not happy about this, but everyone else is very happy about this.
And he laughs. At the end of the scene, he laughs. He starts cracking and laughing hysterically. He knows it's funny. And he knows that if someone else had done that or had happened to one of them,
right,
he would have done the same thing. He'd be there tying condoms onto that, that bushel or that bouquet, whatever that is.
Now,
He'd be helping out.
I hope that these are Ramsey's Extra brand.
I hope they are too.
They
I
better.
hope they're new. That's what I hope.
Yeah,
whoa,
and
whoa,
I gotta
whoa,
say this.
whoa, time out. What made you say that? That was disgusting.
Dave looks exhausted. What the hell's been happening?
That's what made me say that, because it's disgusting.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this too, though, and I want to talk about this to all our fine people here in the chat. There was a time when people took pride in their pranks.
Right.
Like, this is more effort than most people put into a kid's fucking birthday party, all right? I just want to say that right here.
Yeah, that had to take at least an hour.
They went into this and they were going, we're going to do a prank. Well, we should put some condoms on his desk. What, did you just get here? A prank, man.
Right.
They're like, we're going to be here all night.
We're not going to make a mess on his desk. We're going to
We're crafting now.
Yeah, and you know what kept them going through the hours and the countless coffee that they had to drink and the pee breaks that they had to take and the smoke breaks was the payoff, was seeing his face. Because when they came in there were a bunch of people standing in front of his desk. So he couldn't see him. He's like, hey, what are you guys doing sitting on my desk? Get the hell out of here, get to work. And they move out of the way and you see this thing. And that moment where he looks at it like, you motherfuckers. Right. That's why they persevered and stuck through it and didn't finish till the last condom was open and tied and had air blown into it. Somebody blew air into these and tied them off. And that's what made them pull through to the very end, is to see the look of shame and embarrassment on his face. But for a split second, it was still there.
Right. And the great Juan Nada, and I am wearing, just so we know, a shirt with John Nada on it from They Live. That's I love the Juan Nada there. That's a great nod to that. It's the Planned Parenthood tree. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Very good. But yeah, this is a fun callback. And I believe when he was in the living room with Riggs way back when they had the commercials part, didn't he say people were going to do this to him or something similar?
Yeah, he's always going to be rubbers in my desk. Rubbers. Yeah, he knew exactly what was going to happen because he would do the same thing to somebody else.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right. So, Rika Vanderhaas is going home to her apartment. We're setting up where she lives with Potato Lemonhead or whatever his name is here. And it's kind of an inconsequential scene, I believe. I don't remember. What happened here that I'm forgetting?
So he walks her. As you can see, he's walking her to the door. And he tells her, he's in this country, the Kefas have badges and guns, and they would always hate us, because of, what they believe we did. Like, it's not, we didn't really do it. It's not apartheid. I don't know why they're tripping. So he's explaining that, the cops here don't like them. That's why they're being harassed. So she doesn't think that they're doing some bad shit. It's because, the black officers and all this stuff. And then he tells her, he just wants to keep her safe. Then he tries to touch her face and make an advance. She goes, good night, Mr. Rudd, and walks away. And he's like, you fucking bitch. And then when he walks back, Vorstead is off to the right. And he tells him, I think you need to do something about the police. That warning was not good enough. And then, okay. And so Vorstead cranks it up a little bit.
I like this scene where Mel Gibson's, he's on his way to some the office space that the bad guys have. And he's wearing his Letterman jacket, which I think is a great touch. And he sees Potato Lemonface on the street, stares at him in the window, and they're just having this weird stare off at a stoplight or whatever. I don't know what's so funny to me about it, but I do love it a lot.
Before that scene, Potato Lemonface is leaving out of the parking garage, and Riggs pulls up to her he was going to T-bone him at the end of the driveway, and he looks and he kind of double takes like, oh shit, Mr. Rudd, you're here. Or Arjun, that's what he calls him, Arjun. And so they take off, and then this is the second time. A minute later, he pulls up, and then Riggs pulls up next to him and stares him down. He rolls his window up, and then takes off through the red light because he has diplomatic ability. And he just runs the red light, almost hits two people in the fucking crosswalk, and takes off. And Riggs is like, oh, and then there was the accident. Then two cars hit each other, and then Riggs is just like, fuck, I can't chase him because of his diplomatic ability. And then this is him at the console. And when Potato Lemonface pulls in, he tells the guy, throw him off the property. And then Riggs flashes a badge. You don't even look at him. He's like, get the fuck out of my face. He flashes him the badge, and the guy's like, oh shit, and he backs off. And then he's Mad Dogs.
Right. And And I love the setup here by Murtaugh. He's oh, I don't have the photo. Oh, damn it.
But that's later.
Oh, that's
Murtaugh,
later.
Murtaugh doesn't show up until later.
Okay,
So
that's the second scene with her.
Yeah, when she's the next scene where she's walking into Potato Lemon Face's office, they see Riggs on the security camera. And so Riggs looks up at him and smokes a cigarette, lights a cigarette, looks up at him and waves like, hi. And so he's looking at him like, you fucker. But then he looks at her and she's smiling like, oh, he's so cute. And then when she walks, she sees him, see her. She stops smiling and walks out. And then he looks up like, oh shit, you're sweet for this guy. You like him. And that really pisses him off because the scene before that, he tried to touch her face and she's like, ew, fucking get your jowls off of me. Right. So he's mad about his pride's hurt, because what woman would pick 35-year-old Mel Gibson over 75-year-old, one of the old men from the Muppets sitting in the balcony? So what woman would make that mistake?
Okay, so Mel Gibson from late 80s, 35 years old, looking like this with that hair.
Yep. Travels
to 2022, Jericho. And you have a flat tire, or your wife has a flat tire, but she calls you and tells you the man has picked her up to drive her home. And it's Mel Gibson from 1989. Do you let her ride home alone with a Mel Gibson?
No, I take her out of the truck and I shoot Mel Gibson. I can't have you in it. Now my wife exists. I can't have that. No, Mel Gibson was too good looking. That hair alone got chicks.
Right.
All right. The hair.
His hair was dating a woman while he was dating a different woman.
It was like that episode of South Park where Cartman's hand, he paints it like Jennifer Lopez and she's dating Ben Affleck and he just has to sit there because the hand's connected to his body, but he's not on the date. Like Mel Gibson would sit there while his hair is making out with chicks. Right. His hair, that face, the buns that they show later, the 80s, man bun scene. Right. I can't have that anywhere near my better half. I would have to take him out.
Right. It's the only way. You, Sean, you letting her ride with 1989 Mel Gibson?
No.
Never going to happen.
But she's the same way with me, though. She won't let me ride with a bucket of ribs.
Yeah. But she knew your rib affliction the first time she saw you passed out underneath a car in a parking lot somewhere when she woke you up. She knew what you were about, so she can't throw it in your face now.
Well, that's what
she made a valid point. She said, honey, a bucket of ribs can't drive a fucking car. You're going to be there all night.
But Jericho, one thing, most people don't know, that's where Sean met his beautiful wife. Yeah. It was at a rib rehab center.
A rib-hab, if you will.
Rib-hab center. Sorry, yes, rib-hab center.
Yeah.
And, Sean was in his illness. I stood by him the whole time.
Exactly right.
And, Lauren was this great lady that worked there. And she's got him down to just a bucket a day. So
she saw something in him. She was the Kelly LeBrock.
Yeah, she saw something in his 4 pounds of barbecue.
No, it's true. What happened was
through the Casey masterpiece.
They didn't even need to put a straitjacket on me because I couldn't clap. I mean, I was big at that point. I couldn't.
Yeah, I think the low point is when you snuck that KC masterpiece into your cell.
Yes.
And just the way you snuck it in. So
yeah, it was rough.
In the prison wallet. I'm glad we turned things around.
They found you standing on your head with the bottle of barbecue sauce.
And now I'm just ordering emergency carbs at 12 at night. So shit.
You've come a long way, man.
I've come a long way. That's right.
A long way.
Yeah, you can't fall out of the basement.
You just can't.
So back to this. I know it's just a trailer, but you can't beat the view here.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like on an acre? How much is that worth? Like $9.5 million?
It might be Point Mugu in Ventura County. There's a famous beach right there with a huge rock coming up. I don't know if that's it because there's a road by Mugu, but it might be that. I don't know. I'm sure we could Google it and find out where.
How did he find that on a cop's salary? Yes, it's a trailer, but look where it is. And in the movie, you can see because before this, he follows her to the grocery store, and you could see. And I was looking at the prices, and it made me sad. The prices of produce in 1989 compared to now.
God, yeah.
It made me really sad, but. he follows her there and he starts talking with her and stuff, and he's being playful, and he's like, just have dinner with me. No, I can't. Come on, just have dinner with me. And he's like, they let go of my basket. Lady, let go of my basket. She's all embarrassed and stuff. She's like, okay, and then they run out of the store, and he told her that he has a view to die for at his house. And you pull up, sure enough. And I remember as a kid, it looked cool because there was I think there was like a storm in the distance. So you got the gray sky. It almost made the water look turquoise, or like that, almost like the color of that drink Hypnotic, almost like it was a cloudy blue. But yeah, the view is how did that trailer get on that piece of property? I just don't. I'd love to see the Zillow on that double wide. But
all right, can I explain
up, please,
what happened here? This is important. Okay, so for people who've read the novelization of these films, Trish and Riggs were into some heavy shit. Okay, they were speaking in code in the kitchen. All right, that entire shoreline, they own that shit. Okay,
miles.
Go.
Right, dude, and this is the smoothest shit right here. The way he talks her into having dinner with him, and then he puts his Letterman jacket on her because it's windy out there. He's like, "Oh, you want some wine?" Yeah. Oh, I lied. Oh, damn it, we're skipping ahead. That's right. Well, this is where he comes home first and finds Leo, because in the scene before, Murtaugh was like, "Hey man, you got to take him," and Riggs was like, "I had him last night." He's like, "Man, I can't do it. You got to take him." So then Leo, he comes home and the dog's outside. And he's like, "Hey boy, what the hell are you doing out here?" Leo is cleaning up what he calls his pigsty, and Riggs is not happy.
He's a bit eccentric.
Yes.
But
in the the first one? Yeah, the first one is where it opens up. Riggs wakes up, out of a drunken stupor, lights a cigarette, walks naked through the house. He cracks open a beer, he's drinking a beer and smoking a cigarette as he's taking his morning piss. So that kind of sets the stage for this is the bachelor life that Riggs is living. He likes his filth the way he likes it. And Leo is like, okay. And puts the dog outside, vacuums up his shit. And I remember watching this scene and I was like, why is he mad? I get it. You like things the way you like them, but you're getting a free cleanup.
Okay. That's like his catchphrase in the movie. And you just made me realize, I don't think modern media, are there like little catchphrases anymore? How Fonzie had some and different characters had catchphrases for the years. Do they still do that, or are they too insecure?
Think of the caliber. You have to be secure to do that stuff and not ham it. Orson Welles talked about how James Cagney people would talk about how over the top he would be. And they'd say, but he never hammed it. So what I want you to think about is think of Joe Pesci's acting career and about the kinds of movies that he was in, and think about how he committed to it. Actors there, they committed to it because they weren't worried about their status. Mm-hmm. They went for it, man. And yeah, there aren't catchphrases like that because I think that they're worried about doing anything that is, they're so egocentric that they don't know how to go into the role. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, Pesci nailed it, man. And this is what, the year before Goodfellas? So this is before the mobster Pesci that people know, even Goodfellas, 8 heads in a duffel bag and all that shit. So this is before that.
Avro Wagas, are you calling his career funny?
Yeah.
Am I a joke to you? My clown?
Funny? Do I amuse you? Like, am I funny like a joke?
No, I didn't say you said. That's the best.
That's
dude. Joe Pesci's a great actor, man. That boy got range. He got range.
So here he's gotten a phone call from Murtaugh, right? And Murtaugh's telling
him from the cap or somebody at the police station.
The police station, not
he's
Murtaugh.
asking, he's like, hey, have you seen Murtaugh? Like, nah, he won't answer his
that's
phone.
right.
And the dispatch calls him and tells him, hey, can you check on Murtaugh? He hasn't answered his phone. And then he's like, what the fuck? Because Murtaugh, all buttoned up, very predictable, where he's supposed to be on time, kind of they're both the same rank, but Murtaugh is the more responsible. It's like in the precinct. So, hey, get back to work, when they were betting on him getting out of the straitjacket, or get off my desk, get back to work when they were blocking the condom bouquet. So this, automatically, immediately he's like, oh shit, something must be wrong. Tells Leo, let's go. What does he tell Leo when they get to the house? Stay in the car.
Stay in the car.
Not. He's right behind him when he goes in the house.
I feel like this scene and the final scene, obviously, is the heart of the movie.
It is.
He goes in the house, and this is the brotherhood we're talking about. You know, to lay down your life for your brother and the absolute love of what it means to sacrifice and suffer together, and the beauty of that, the glory of that. And he's going around the house because he thinks something bad has happened. Maybe the South Africans have killed him.
South Africans. Yeah, because they've already been in his house.
But we find,
yeah,
I think this is such brilliant writing because they could have done all kinds of things, the South Africans. They could have set up all kinds of traps and booby traps. But the writers are smart enough to make it deadly serious and funny at the same time. The Danny Glover is on the toilet.
Yep.
And he cannot get off of it because it's rigged with a bomb.
Yes.
That's terrible and funny at the same time. I mean,
it is.
Think about how vulnerable you are sitting on the can, right?
Nothing more vulnerable than that. Unless you're doing that out in the woods, then you're very vulnerable. But yeah, man, and they take a break. You know, this is where men, they're capable of tenderness. I'm telling you, if ladies, if you listen to your husband, if you still have a landline, I don't know if people still have those. You pick up the phone in the other room, you listen to your husband or your boyfriend talk to his friend. 90% of it's going to be insults. He's going to be calling him a name. A lot of you're an effing this or you're an effing that, or it could be a lot of names. They might not even call him by his real name.
Right.
But aside from that, in moments like this, Murtaugh, you know, he's like, he doesn't have to say it. Obviously, you know, I'm in a pretty tight spot here. Riggs gets it. He doesn't give him too much shit until after. But in the moment, he's cool about it. He realizes the gravity of it. We're going to get you out of here. You're my boy. I'm not going to leave your side until we get you off the shitter.
Yep. And you know, the other aspect of this is too, which is really funny about this part, or what's great about this part is you talked about the unspoken stuff. You have to be okay. Let's talk about this for a second. Why do we love Danny Glover? Why do we love, you know, Martin Riggs? Why and Mel Gibson in these movies? It's real simple. Because Danny Glover, how many actors with his caliber, with his pedigree, with his, like, you know, stature as an actor are going to go do this scene?
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem with ego. You see actors sometimes try to do comedy and poke fun at themselves, but the way that only a great director could have this scene and the conversation between them be serious. This is like walking a tightrope. It's wonderful. It's an incredible scene. And
they couldn't pull this off in the first one because they weren't close enough yet. They were still, you know, forming that relationship. It's still in its infancy stages. So they couldn't pull this off in the first one, but the second one is perfect. And when he tells Riggs, he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna call the guy. Say, hey, man, I'm on the toilet. Let's just keep it off the radio. You know, let's keep this between me and you." And then the perfect cut to, I'm talking, all of the fire trucks were there. All of the police, 100 looky-loos on his front lawn. I mean, the fire truck horns, everybody is there to see the spectacle of Sergeant Murtaugh with a toilet bomb.
Yep. And Gary Oldman screamed everyone into the radio, and everybody came, man. That's what
everyone.
Now, I want to know, much like our friend in Roadhouse, where he was stabbed and it said it was tails on it. Someone had to write that on there. So the bad guys install this bomb and then also take the time to write "boom, you're dead" on the toilet paper. I like the attention to detail.
Yes.
This is good criminal work. So bravo.
Yep. That's how he had to know that. That's how he knew there was a bomb on the toilet. Because I don't know if he heard any click or something when he sat down, but you know, basically you get up and it's a wrap. And but I like it because the bomb squad comes in and they tell him, you know, that's on his. I mean, you can't see it all, but I'm talking. It starts kind of out and then it zooms in and it goes past all the firefighters and the people, and then inside his bedroom, because that's the bathroom off the master bedroom.
Right.
So it's packed. His bedroom is packed with officials and firefighters, and that's what, again, showing all the people that he works with. That's the girl who, you know, when shit gets crazy, and then the shrink, they bring her again, and this is the part where Riggs looks at her with his eyes crossed, and then he hits his head and his eyes go back the right way. And he tells him, all right, man, let's go, Riggs. He's like, I'm not leaving him. He's like, Riggs, you got to go. It's going to blow. And then Riggs just looks at him. He don't say shit. He just looks at him stone face like, you didn't hear what I said. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't say it. You got it.
Yeah,
no words.
He didn't say shit. He just let it look at it. He's like, and the guy goes, all right. And he's like, yeah, he's been sitting on the shitter all night. You know, his legs don't even work. I gotta help pull him into the bathtub. He's like, hey, it's a cast iron tub. You know, it could take a hell of a blast. He tells him what to do. You know, pull the
they freeze it,
blanket over you. Yeah, they freeze it. Use nitrogen to give him a second or two before it goes off. That black dude sitting next to Riggs on the toilet on the tub. That's another guy who was in everything in the 80s and 90s. Right. He played a cop a lot of the times. Don't know his name, but they got Riggs in the bomb vest and everything. It's about to go, and you know, Riggs he steps into the tub so he can like pull Murtaugh in there with him, and there he says, you know, they do the whole, all right, let's count to three. So wait, is it 1, 2, 3? Then we go, or is it 1, 2? Go 1, 3, and he goes, hey, it's your ass, Cochise. You say, you tell me. Right. And he says 1, 2, we're gonna go on 3, and then he stops him one more time, and he says, he didn't say anything. He just looks at him. And he's like, I know. He's like, I mean it, man. He's like, I know. Like that's that moment that they share. These guys are so tight that they don't even say shit, and it's for lack of a better term, a tender moment. And they're laughing here because it says, why couldn't they put the bomb in Trisha's oven? Because that's the running joke.
Seriously,
cooking.
Do people get horrible. How good this is? Yeah. You don't understand how good these two actors are. Like I've got this is when you've got concert level, like, you know, world-class directors, world-class actors. Yeah. They went from every range, high comedy, Three Stooges level comedy. Sometimes I think that these really skilled directors sit in a room with their writers and staff and go, what would be one of the most difficult things to pull off well? And seriously, like going from laughter in this and that, by the time you get to the end of this stream, right, they're still telling jokes, but you feel like every scene is designed to make this better. And the female cop you were talking about earlier, by the way, plays Vasquez in Aliens. So she's in everything too. Okay. And she was the mom tucking her kids into bed on the Titanic. She's a James Cameron regular. Okay. So there's some amazing actors here, incredible actors in this flick. But look, these guys, holy hell.
That's genuine laughter. This is Steven Seagal out for justice.
Right.
Yep. Hey, baby, you want to fuck? genuine laughter. And this is Danny Glover 4 years off of Color Purple. That was an Oscar-winning film. This boy got range. And
now look at the range here. You know, and it's true male bonding brotherhood. They have become brothers. Mel Gibson semi-lives at his house. He's part of the family. They're not just arm's length co-workers as they started in the first movie. They were much more at arm's length. And they're just, it's like, I love you and I'm in this with you. No matter what happens, I'm here.
He didn't even have to say it. He just looked at him and he's like, I know, man. I know.
This could be the end or this could just be Tuesday and we'll
find
see.
Out.
And fa-bam. And I love this.
Yeah.
They're laughing and Mel says to him, he's like, get off me. I don't want anyone to see us like this, you know.
Because you know what the office joke will be on Monday.
Yeah, he was laying on top of me. And again,
wait a minute, he's laying on top of him with his pants off.
I know, exactly.
Dude, pants, underwear, everything down. That's skin to jeans right now.
No, it's touching Riggs's gun.
Now, one of the worst parts for Danny Glover here.
Get your dick off my gun, man.
Let this gross, but we're gonna get into it. He hasn't used the toilet paper yet.
No, it's a filthy situation.
He's in need of toilet paper, and the toilet paper just got destroyed.
It's gone.
And I assume the plumbing got destroyed. He can't wash. He can't wipe. He's boned.
Maybe if there's a busted pipe, he can do some bidet action.
He's gonna walk out like this.
Yeah, man. He's got peanut butter and stuff in there. It's pretty bad. But another running gag, the toilet lands on the hood of the car, right in the windshield. That car just can't catch a break. That car is just always in harm's way. And
remember the trailer for this?
Yeah, that's right. That was one of the best scenes. And where he tells him, get off of me. You know, that's like, again, a nod to that 80s, 90s masculinity. Get off me, man. I know we just survived a blast of a pound of C4, but you got to get off of me, man. This is getting weird. If they made that movie now, they would lay on each other until the scene cut away. And they would just lay there on top of each other.
A woman would have saved them because they're male idiots.
Well, that would have been a woman who pulled him into the bathtub.
Right.
Because I can pull a 6'3", 240-pound grown-ass man into a tub with ease. But yeah, the poor car can't take it.
Talking to HR.
That poor car cannot catch a break.
They'd kiss if this movie was made now. That's true.
Yep.
The worst part of the scene is poor Murtaugh with the dookie booty, no toilet paper in sight. That's a bad situation.
I think we can go out on a limb and assume that toilet paper is the last thing on his mind right now.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Thinking of other things.
So we go back to the South Africans, their the commercial building or whatever, where they have their secret bad guy lair.
What is it? The
I don't remember what. Right. Yeah. And Murtaugh and Gets are here, and they're just kind of harassing this guy and pretending they're asking for something.
Yeah.
And I like this. It's very clever, very simple, but very clever. It's a distraction. They're bugging the shit out of this guy. He's like, no, and we're like, yes, and blah, blah, blah. And they're going back and forth on some boring shit. And Murtaugh just causes a scene. And it's interesting because he's usually the straight man. And now he's out of his comfort zone. And he's being the crazy guy to help Riggs with his plan to break back in there. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a little against his character. I like it.
So Joe Pesci is playing a guy who wants the guy who works at the consulate to talk his friend out of wanting to go to South Africa. And he's like, what? It's a great time to go to South Africa and all this stuff. He's like, bring your friend in and we'll talk to him. And he says, he's here. He's right here. And he's around the corner. He says, Alphonse. And he comes around. It's him. The guy looks like, what the fuck? And he goes up. He's like, hey, how you doing? And the guy doesn't even shake his hand.
Right.
He shakes his hand. He's like, hey, how you doing? The guy won't shake his hand. And he's like, you got to listen to your friend. He's right. You don't want to go to South Africa. He's like, why not? I want to be there with my brothers and my sisters and all shit. He's all, one man, one vote. And then Pesci is parroting everything he says. One man, one vote. He's all, free South Africa, you dumb son of a bitch. You dumb son of a bitch. And then that's when the fucking, the heavies come in, the security. Right. And they're making a big stink. And then Riggs, he sneaks around outside and he looks through the window and just fucking laughs. And then
I have to go back for just a second because Juan Nada has an absolute gem for us here. If this thing was made today, they would be whispering their favorite gender pronouns in each other's ears.
Them, they. How about her, him, or zim, zer?
Zim, zam, zoom, whatever.
Stupid shit.
Thank you, Juan. hilarious friend. But yes, so they're in there in the consulate. They're bothering to cause a distraction.
That's right. So Riggs can get in. That's where he looks and he fucking laughs.
I love a shot like this. If I was a comic book artist and this was in the script, this would literally be the panel I would draw. I love it. Yep. The big character, the golden ratio with him in the third there. You use the framing of that window to create a smaller panel. This, I know I'm geeking out on the visual here. This is a great visual. Just as a comic book artist, it's always doing visuals. What a great looking shot right here. Because it implies everything. And then Mel Gibson's acting of the little bit of hunchiness there. I love this shot. I get caught up in beautiful shots sometimes.
Yeah, because he's sneaking in. He's sneaking by.
And Danny Glover's still just like fake and shit.
Free South Africa. And then when I watched this today, because I finished watching this an hour before we went on.
Oh.
And I remember thinking, I forgot Danny Glover's a woke bitch in real life.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he is. But this reminded me of his whole protesting thing. But I kept that out of my mind. I just focus on what he's doing in this movie. Great actor, but that kind of popped into my head.
I wonder though. A lot of these big macho guys, like The Rock and all that, and then they're just woke, like pathetic.
Dude, it's
I worked
a letdown.
I worked in that industry, dude, and I'm telling you, so many people, it's a total lie because they will compromise what they say publicly for money. Because I get private messages from big time comic book artists and writers, people writing television, people do, and they're friends of mine from this business, and they're just like, I'm so glad you spoke up. Superman's too important. I can't believe this shit. But they don't say anything. They keep working. So I do wonder, Danny Glover says this, says that. I don't know. He's old. He's very rich. Does he still need work? Maybe he does mean it. But I want to hope that maybe they're just being moral cowards and actually not woke. I'd rather they be a moral coward than be woke.
Well, he did this pretty recently. He was part of the whole Venezuela, Sean Penn, we need to be like Venezuela thing. So yeah, I think he's a woke jackass.
Oh, but that worked out great for Venezuela. Worked out great.
With their gray meat. But this, reminds me. This is what gives me nostalgia for the days where we didn't know what the fuck they thought about anything. We just saw them at their craft. That's what we saw. And he's in Mr. Rudd's office snooping. That classic tension they build with, are they going to get caught? Is he going to come in the door?
Right.
He's looking for papers and shit there. And there's a Rolodex on his desk. And I think that's what it is. And the other day, my wife was asking my daughter those, do you know the 90s questions? Like, what's a burnt CD? What's a pager? And one of the questions was, what's a Rolodex? And my daughter had no idea. She had no idea.
But you got to be honest, though, guys. I mean, all this political crap and all this other stuff, it's where this stuff hits everyday people, which we're starting to see right now. And I think that was a thing for me that's been kind of crazy. And I got to share this. I mean, let me just share this with you guys.
All right.
Like, I mean, just in terms of like, if any of you guys have been to the grocery store lately, this is something that Lauren and I saw, and I had to take a picture of it. I was like, I can't even believe that this is going on in our country right now.
I'll buy one. I'd buy that.
I mean, I went in there and we're just trying to buy some potatoes. Right. And I see this potato, and it was the most racist potato I've ever seen.
Right.
It was terrible. So, and we went to go pick it, and it was diplomatic immunity, and we mashed that fucking potato. Let me tell you something.
Now, how is the lemon potato? I've never had one.
I have to be honest with you. It was delicious, but I got to be fair, little racist.
Oh,
and it really came through on the back end. You had notes of racism.
Right. Yeah, I had some really racist manicotti once. It was real weird.
Yeah. So I'm just saying we've got to get our country back from these potatoes. That's all I meant. Anyway, let's go back to the movie.
It's an acquired taste, some decent racism at a country diner somewhere.
But you can't acquire it.
Yes.
Yeah, so he gets he hears them coming, he hides behind the door, they close the door, that's how he gets the drop on him. And these guys are reaching for their guns, and he says, show Officer Riggs to the door. And so they make the mistake of getting close to him, and
not a good idea.
And he goes, and first thing he tells them right there, he goes, the master race, because it's all these South African Aryan types, and they make the mistake of trying to take his gun from him, and that guy with the glasses, he gets his nose broken with a headbutt. Classic Riggs headbutt, and the other guy kicks the shit out of him and then pulls his gun out and has him all at gunpoint. And he goes, hey, yeah, right there. He kicks this dude in his sternum.
Yep.
And he pulls his gun on him, and he goes, hey, let me get a look at that thing, because the guy was reaching for it. And he opens it up, and then you see that MP5, that 80s submachine gun, and he goes, I'm surprised you never heard about me, because I got a reputation. I get kind of nuts, like now. And then he goes, some shit, and he goes, eeny, meeny, miny, hey, Mo. And he fucking shoots the fish tank, and all the fish are on the ground, and he's all, pick them up with your hands. And then
the guy's never said a single thing. Help your mother with dinner. Like nothing ever sounds not horribly racist.
Everything. I love you. Good night. Like,
happy
nothing
Easter.
You can say. Happy anniversary.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
He goes, honey, it's my birthday. You want to go down on me? Diplomatic immunity. So he blasts a hole in the fish tank, and he tells them to pick up a fish with their hands. And then Vorstead is just staring at Riggs. He's like, Vorstead. He keeps calling his name, and he's just fucking locked in, staring at Riggs like, I'm going to get that fucker. Like he has a real hard on for Riggs now. And
that will come back later.
it comes back in a major way.
Yeah, it does.
A major way. Yeah.
Right.
And
so
he
runs into Rika Vander Haas. Sorry.
Haas,
no, listen. Either way works.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not mad at it. Right. She is so beautiful. I was watching an interview with her about this movie, and I'll talk about it more when we get to the scene. But yeah, beautiful woman.
Yeah. So they're celebrating their little victory here, how they outsmarted the South Africans. And where are they headed? This is when he runs.
This is the great. Look at that, 39 cents for what? Everything was 59, 39, 49. The highest price was back there was like 79 for, it looks like a kiwi or something. 89 cents for a pineapple. I was mad as shit watching this.
Right.
Man.
This is where he's telling her, well, if you love bananas, you should.
No, Gabe, that's not what he said, man. He did not say that. He was telling that's what you wanted him to say. But he was telling her that I'm a gourmet cook. Have dinner with me. She said, no, I can't. Please, Mr. Other candidate. He's all, please, come on. Everybody says no, be original, say yes. And then he says, he's all, look at my basket. Lady, let go of my basket. And she gets all embarrassed. And then he dumps, for some reason, instead of just putting the basket on the ground, he dumps the contents of the basket all over the oranges and they fall on the ground. The Trader Joe's employee in me was a little upset by that.
Incensed.
But yeah, they get out of there. They hold hands, get out of there, and go to his double wide on the fucking sickest private beach in California.
Now, as a former Trader Joe's employee, how did it? When someone like had a pot roast and they're like in the aisle and they just slam it between some Cheerios and Lucky Charms because they no longer want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would that enrage you? And how often did it happen?
It happened all the time, and we would talk shit about them in the break room or before we opened or after we closed. Know this, people. The dumb shit that people do inside of grocery stores, you are heavily talked about in a very disparaging manner behind your back. We talk major shit about customers, and working at a grocery store will steal little prosciutto thin slices of your soul over the years, because there are some severely stupid, heavily dumb people in the world. I had just real quick, I used to do the samples at Trader Joe's. I was in charge of that station. It was nice. I had my own world. I go do my own thing. And so we have the number one product is Mandarin orange chicken. You ever had Trader Joe's Mandarin orange chicken? Restaurant quality. Shit is delicious.
Wow,
awesome. $4.99 a bag. I recommend it for anybody. You throw the bag in the trash, tell them you went down to some Chinese restaurant, some golden or panda or jade or dragon something, they'll believe you. So this lady, it's real simple. Mandarin orange chicken and white rice. I can't make it more simple than that. And this lady with scrubs on, so that means she was in charge of someone's medical care, which was extra scary. And she says, so what do I do? So I flip the bag over, detailed instructions, put it on a cookie sheet, 400 degrees, 18 to 20 minutes, come out perfect. Put the sauce on it, toss it in a bowl, delish, right?
Hey, it's not bouillabaisse, but it's pretty good.
Hey, come here, you dumb broad. So she asked me.
I love that Jericho deep inside though is a 1930s or 20s gangster. Like that's really what it is.
Hey, what do you want me to do, boss? So
where's that fedora, man? I need it.
This fucking lady.
I told you twos what to do already.
I'm sorry, boss.
I'm glad you knew who I was.
She asked me, so do I take it out of the package?
No,
what did you say?
In the bag.
She goes, do I take it out of the package? Yeah. I didn't think I needed to say that. But yeah, she thought you put the bag on a cookie sheet at 400 degrees, somehow all that plastic just evaporates and the sauce somehow mixes onto the chicken, and you just open the oven after 18 to 20 minutes and you have a tray of Mandarin orange chicken. So
I mean, that is what would happen. The plastic would melt and evaporate, and you would have added material to your food you probably should not consume.
These people are so stupid. If you don't take the chicken out of it, your plastic's going to taste like shit. I don't know if you guys have had this experience. You got to get that out of there.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows if you mix the chicken with plastic, the plastic's going to taste horrible.
Baymauer has a theory. She was hitting on you, Pudding Pie. That's what it was.
He was too stupid.
Would you like to take this out of the bag, Jericho?
Right. She's like, do you open up the bag? She wanted. She was giving you the lendo.
Open my sauce. No, that woman was Stupid as shit. Let me tell you one more stupid as shit person. This guy was neck and neck with this lady for the dummy Olympics. They were both vying for the gold. So this guy comes up to me, and what made me more upset is that this guy was like in his mid-50s. You're older than me. I'm supposed to look to you for knowledge and wisdom. You're supposed to know better. So I'm cooking something that calls for frozen grilled chicken breast, already prepared. All you have to do is heat it up. And so I have the bags in the freezer right there. Make it easy for you. This is what I'm cooking. 2 feet away, it's right here. So he takes a bag of it out and he goes, excuse me, does this have pork in it? I'm like, it says right up there. Not only is it on the package, on the board behind me, it says everything. Frozen grilled chicken breast contains rib meat. So he goes, is there pork in it? And when you hear something so dumb, it takes your mind a second to go down to that level of stupidity, that borderline retarded. Yeah. And he goes, there's no pork in this? No, man, there's no pork. He's like, well, it says right here on the front of the bag, and that he had a little attitude with it, like I'm a dummy. He says, well, it says right here on the bag contains rib meat. No, man, it's the chicken breast is attached to its ribs. So we put that meat.
What kind of bones he thinks chickens have?
Fucking
you're the
huge.
expert. Why the
friggin'
fuck
huge.
did you ask me?
Hey, you ever seen a fucking chicken? The ribs are huge.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know the chickens had no bones. I thought it was just flying.
I've got
bones.
a chicken to catch, guys. I'm out.
So he thought we put chicken. We just changed the game. We put chicken and pork in the same bag. I was like, no, dude, it's the rib meat from the chicken's ribs. But he thought there were ribs in it too.
It's a turducken.
As a man who is known for his excellent taste in ribs, and my choice is always beef and never pork. How dare you assume that ribs means pork? How dare you? Ribs means beef. Fuck out of here with that.
Dude is 100% moron. Like, dude, I hope when you leave Trader Joe's, you stop at the hospital and get a.
Sometimes you meet people that are so dumb, you wonder how they got to the store.
Yeah, who dressed you?
How did they get their pants on?
Yeah,
how did you get here? Because you couldn't have driven.
I know you didn't tie your shoes.
So I could stay off of them.
Jeez, dude, I was like, holy hell. So dummies are for real. See what I mean? There's like that storm in the back, and there's like a turquoise, beautiful water. Beautiful.
Right.
I mean, it's over. Her panties have already evaporated when she pulled up to that place. It's over.
Yeah, so he takes her to his little sugar shack by the beach.
Gives her his Letterman. I don't need if this was now, I don't need your jacket. I keep myself warm, okay? Keep your jacket. Keep your misogyny. But he gave her his Letterman.
Man.
She curled up.
Like with that hair, he can do whatever he wants.
Look at that.
I feel like even Mel Gibson doesn't do it. The hair does it.
Yeah.
The hair is acting of its own
there
accord.
like this. Hurry up, hair. Like, that's a mane. That's not hair. That's
like
a mane.
when Mel Gibson is like kissing a lady, his hair will go down and reach for a boob.
No, he smacks the hand away. Then the woman smacks his hand for smacking the hair. Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it caress me.
Do this.
The hair is too good.
Dude, the MGM lion saw that shit and it killed itself.
Dude, this is the thing. Dude, can we get that on the back of the Blu-ray? This is the thing about this, though, guys. I have to say this because it was beautifully set up. We know Riggs is a slob. His place is horrific.
Yes.
So you can imagine the scene where he brings this girl back, and if they were typical Hollywood today, the house is suddenly spotless for the sex scene. They're not going to have them rolling over beer cans. It's not going to happen, right?
Right.
But they set up with Joe Pesci what he did. They thought this shit through.
Oh.
Yeah, Pesci cleaned it up.
What you said earlier, so brilliant. It was like 2 minutes into this movie. You said this movie has no fat on it. It's so well written, so tightly written. Like there's no wasted movement in this, no wasted dialogue, no wasted space. It's really excellent when you analyze it. Really,
it's go time, man. This movie is go time from the opening scene.
Yep.
Yeah, that Leo cleaned it up. I didn't even think about that. Of course.
That's awesome, man.
That's the brother. That's a brother hooking up the hair and Mel. Yep. He's like, hey, You might bring a broad over here later.
Hey, you never
You don't
know.
want to be embarrassed about being some sort of.
Feel like breaking up with this dog. You know, maybe you should.
Instead of making out with Sam every night, maybe get a lady over here. And he did that. He got a good one.
Right.
They did.
And now
Oh,
we get
and,
the South Africans.
Yeah.
They just start taking out all those cops. You saw the backup cops, not Merton Riggs. But he goes over here, and this is the black guy that was sitting on the edge of the bathtub, I believe.
Yeah.
No, this is a different guy. This is the other guy who had the
they all look
Danny
the same.
Glover.
They all look the same, Jared.
Which is why I wasn't mad. I understood. I knew you guys would get that mixed up. That's why I had this answer prepared. I knew this was going to happen. But he was another guy.
Tell you let's go back. No, that's the weirdest shot in a movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, that needs some context.
If you just suddenly came upon this photo, you go, there's a guy, and what the hell is that in the foreground? It's a man upside down, people.
Yeah, he's on one of those things where you hook it and you hang upside down to like stretch out your back or whatever. Yeah, he's on one of those, and then the guy just comes, he's like, "Who the hell are you?" He's like, I'm a cop. Damn it, don't you know who I am? And he's all, "You were a cop." And then he screws the silencer on him, blasts him.
Right. Yeah.
And then,
right in the head. And Admiral Wacker says, all the Africans look the same. Right. I love this scene. It's a bad thing that happens, but there's just something about it that makes me laugh. Vasquez from Aliens.
Yes.
She's going to go swimming. And these little prankster South African criminals, they set up a bomb on her diving board. Now,
I don't think that's a prank. Is that a prank?
Well,
that's a lot of work. Like, they could have just shot this lady, hit her with the car. You're like, you know what? I guarantee you she's going to go on her diving board tomorrow. How did you know she was going swimming?
But I think this is part of the surveillance. They've been watching them, and they know that every morning, she's going to do a few laps. And so they just, and then that's really her. And that explosion, you could tell it's really her, like flipping through the air.
It was it was a stunt that they actually got. You absolutely got it. I was going to say that was a stunt performance that was absolutely incredible. You got to think about this. They tried to set up stunts when they made these movies, and the stunt people in these movies who would pace out the action scenes and the choreographers, they were artists with what they did. They put themselves on the line to entertain you. This is like, Buster Keaton level stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Jackie Chan level stuff. Now, it wasn't all, generally speaking, it wasn't the main actor obviously doing it, but these stunt actors were absolutely incredible in this. And I do also want to say, how many people on the police force is Trish cutting in at this point? Right. Because I don't know what it costs to have that swimming pool.
Right.
That's what I thought too.
Palatial estate, right? So
down
Trish,
Los Angeles,
When are they going to catch Trish?
You saw those bags she had on the table. She has an empire, man.
She does.
She got enough to go around.
Vitamin Empire.
So hey, no, but what do you give this dive on a scale of 1 to 10?
Definitely
Since it was her final dive, we should award her some points.
That's a 10.
Definitely a 10.
Yeah,
you gotta really. It takes a professional to master the limp dead body flip.
Oh, but none the miser says the South African judge gave her an 8.7.
What a dick!
Yes, what a jerk! What a jerk!
Dick South African judge.
Yeah, not cool. So we get back to the Love Shack,
and
Mel. Sometimes in some of the shots, I get to realize how short Mel Gibson must be. Yeah. He's not a big man. Him or Tom Cruise. They seem big on screen, but little guys. I had to take a picture of this because the innocence in those eyes. This poor dog. What he's probably seen go down in the sugar.
Yeah.
He's like, what? I'm not gonna move. I'll just stand there. You won't even know I'm here. Why you gotta make me leave?
The dog's like, you're not even the first today.
You're not even gonna last that long. Yeah.
He's like, hey, Toots, you better hurry up. He's got a 3 o'clock.
He's like, Toots, Toots, the chlamydia medicine's on the table on your way out, whore.
You see the biohazard symbol on the door.
Hey, that dog's a dick. Sam, you're not cool, man.
Dog's rough.
Poor Rob saying he wished he was rigged. Can you imagine if we all had hair like that? How many kids would you have if you had hair like that? Like 9?
More than I knew about.
Doesn't Mel Gibson have like 8 or 9 kids?
Yeah, he has like 7 or 8 kids. Man.
Yeah.
And dude, his hair got his wife pregnant for half of them.
Right.
Yep.
It wasn't even him. He was asleep.
Right.
So your hair is the father.
So you're the father. So let's see, Mel, you're the father of these three, and your hair. That's fucked up. Sam's a dick though. But I saw an interview with this lady, and she was talking about how she's married. So it was very difficult for her to do a love scene, like, you know, all naked and stuff with Mel Gibson, you know. Yeah. But I'm sure once her husband saw the paycheck. But I don't know, like, I mean, people do it all the time. There's tons of married actors who do these scenes, but there's got to be, especially the man. Maybe it's easier for the woman to get over it because they're all about that. Yeah, but did you like love her? Did you have sex with her emotionally? But men, it's all about what's that? But men, it's all about the physical. So it's almost like the Indecent Proposal, where the $1 million sounded great, but all Woody Harrelson could think of was that man pawing on his lady. You know, he could not shake that. So to go to a premiere, red carpet, you're taking pictures, shaking Mel Gibson's hand. Then an hour later, you're sitting in the theater watching this dude tongue your woman down, and you know it wasn't a one-take Jake. Probably cut, you know, somebody farted, the sun moved. So we got to do this again. So 7 or 8 times, you know, she's like, you don't hug me, I got to shower first. I got Mel Gibson's saliva all over my body like that. I don't know if I could shake that. But she apparently did.
Well, I will tell you this. Definitely one of the things that she shook were her first 3 husbands. So I do want to make sure I point out that whoever she was married to at the time, who she was worried about their feelings, I think when she cheated on husband number 2, I don't know if she was nearly as worried by then. Because that's kind of the equivalent. Patsy Kensit in that interview, that's the equivalent of her going, oh my God, I've never done this before. Like, bullshit.
Right. But I get it. It's a huge movie, great for her career and all that. But her husband, that has to bother him because it was a steamy love scene. It wasn't no quick cutaway or something. No, there was.
And this is Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson and Maine Gibson, that mane of hair. Yeah. This is the 2 of them at the height of their powers.
The Gibsons.
Right, the Gibson brothers, as they're known.
Not Barry Gibbs and them. Not that
right. I love these 2 messages from the great fans watching right now. If you love this, hit the like or make sure you subscribe, hit the like, share it out. We always have fun here. I already showed this one. Oh, not that one. Sorry, that's funny too. But Rob says, "I wish I was Riggs," and then none of my says, "Hell, I wish I was."
Yeah, just let me be in the room. Just get me in the room, coach. Just get me in there.
Oh my God.
Riggs' sperm had a mullet.
Yeah. A beautiful one, though. A beautiful tiny mullet.
Oh man!
They're going to capture the dog saying, "Coach, put me in."
Tag me in. Thought this was a tag team.
Right.
So then she talks about real quick how Richard Donner and the writers and stuff were really stressing to her that this is the catalyst for this passion they have. They just met mere days ago, but they fall in love so quickly, and they, everything just happens so fast, and they're in love in a short amount of time. So this love scene really put the cherry on top of that. It was like, okay, now we can physically see them act out their love for each other. And I think it is love. You meet somebody at the grocery store, you're banging them on the beach, beautiful palatial double wide on the beach. And then, you're next thing you know, you're in a shootout together. So everything progressed pretty quickly.
Right.
But this, this is, it was more, than our male brains saw in this love scene. There was some deep shit involved.
So up to this point, the bad guys have shown they're pretty bad dudes.
Psychos, but they haven't reached the peak of Mount Evil yet.
No, and you think they have, because they've already blown up the lady on the diving board. They shot the guy doing the upside down sit-ups. I mean, they've come in the middle of the night to Danny Glover's house, and now the backup cops that were there when they went to the Hollywood Hills place, they're here having a poker night,
which they mentioned when right before Riggs announced Rianne's condom commercial. They're like, "Hey, poker tonight at my house, or poker tomorrow night at my house." And Riggs is like, "Oh, count me in. I'm the big winner." So this is the poker game that they mentioned. This is where the rest of the officers are.
And it didn't work out, guys.
Did not. These guys love bombs. South Africans love bombs.
Right.
These guys are. This is the thing too. We talked about this at the start, guys. It's going to be ongoing. The villains in this movie are real villains. They're unambiguous. We have this obsession right now in pop culture of trying to glorify the villain. Oh, well, good, evil is subjective. If I hear that one more time in a movie, I think if I hear that one more time in my life, it'll be too soon. I cannot stand the poison of subjectivity that goes on. These people are terrible, and the people they're taking out are the pillars of our civilization that has basically antithetical to theirs. You're not going to find a better, a better country, and this was why this movie was smart. Let's put all the political Danny Glover activist stuff to one side. There are certain times where people who are political activists or whatever, a broken clock is right twice a day, that we can identify with the core feature there. It's the extreme of where they go past that, right? And so this was an unambiguous situation that, because it's anti a value system that is not subjective, if you actually care about real civil rights, it's an objective thing. And subjectivity today would go, well, who are we to tell? I mean, that's the weirdest thing about this subjectivity stuff.
Right.
And that's why this is so awful. They took the time to introduce us to these police officers. They're characters. They look different. You care about them. They're sitting there. The care they show to both our two lead characters when they're, in that situation with the bomb, and they're like, dude, no. We you got to do this. Come on, Riggs. No. Then you see it happen to all of them. It's horrific, man. It's horrific.
Yeah. And even after this, so they've killed there's 4 or 5 guys there, so 6 or 7 cops these guys have knocked off. And if you think we're at the summit of bad guy mountain, we are not there
close
yet. Oh my goodness.
Fuck these guys, yeah.
Right. And I did a little photo edit there.
Hey, get that thing out of the way.
No way. I'll give you the Mel Gibson nipple, but not hers.
Hey, you know what's behind that little smudge there? Fits.
Where are the Jericho Green ringtones? You're missing out. We need these, man.
Leaving a lot of money on the table there, guy.
That's right.
But this is post-coital, and now you can still see their love for each other. They're really in love at this point.
Post romance clarity that men have, right?
Oh man. If only. I'll tell you guys about
that's a whole other topic, the clarity.
Yeah. I had a line of merch that talked about how young men in general, but it was special shout out to my young fellas who didn't know this yet, that you should clear your mind before you make decisions concerning the opposite sex.
Yeah.
And it was blank it first. That's what it said on the t-shirt. And it had these little splatter effects all around it, right?
Like a map of Hawaii.
Yeah. So I or like some kind of collection of islands in this.
Right. It's archipelago, as they say.
Yeah. So I was very careful to not wear this shirt around my kids, namely my daughter, because she could read.
Ah.
So one day I got sloppy I wore this shirt and I wasn't thinking. And my daughter says, "Daddy, what's blanket first?" So once she did that, I went immediately into my bedroom. I changed my shirt and I threw that shirt in the trash. That's the only time I've ever thrown away my own merch. But I could not risk that ever happening again. That was an awful moment.
After the show, remind me to tell you. I won't tell it on the air. Remind me to tell you something I got asked once that is in the same sort of vein.
What vein is that? Sorry, go ahead.
I can still feel this in my soul.
There you go. You don't have daughters,
and then they innocently ask you something, and you're like,
she cocked her head to the side like, "Daddy, what's that?" And I just melted into a puddle of embarrassment and
you
disgust.
just triggered me into no.
Sorry.
I never want to remember that.
Sorry.
It's like when your daughter's in a condom commercial, right?
Yeah.
And everybody's over, the whole family. It's Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Man. Everybody at work. Even one of the other guys in the commercial, George, is here. George is hanging out to watch his handiwork. And don't forget the smart mouth construction guy from upstate.
That was the after credit scene where they finally take that fucker out.
Yeah, one more. You got one more bad guy to
one
take
more guy
out.
to kill.
Holy shit, man. And again, this is where now this time Leo actually listens when they say stay in the car.
Which again, they built that up. They built it up beautifully. Yep. Stay in the car.
And so speaking of the family getting together to watch that, so remember in that scene, he was about to take a bite from a tuna sandwich. And they said, what are you eating? Tuna? Tuna? You can't eat tuna. Daddy, we're boycotting tuna because they catch dolphins in the nets when they're catching the tuna. You have to eat albacore. He's like, what? What? Albacore? So in this scene, he's looking at a video because he saw something about his boat. And he's like, oh, shit, my boat. Because when Riggs went in the office, he stole a piece of paper off of Mr. Rudd's desk, and it said Alba Vartan Thursday. So I thought they were like planning something there, saying when he's like Albacore, Alba what? But in this scene, he's looking at a video and he sees a big oil tanker behind him, or in the back of the frame, and it says Alba Vartan. So that's what he meant on that note when it says Alba Vartan Thursday. So they knew something was important about that boat. And then he turns the TV off, and in the reflection of the TV, he sees this guy behind him and says, man, Leo, I thought I told you to stay in the car, and it's this guy. And then they just get trying to kill each other.
Business.
Right. Yep. They get into a fight, and he shoots this dude in the forehead with a nail gun, with a pneumatic. I think it's probably a pneumatic nail gun.
Yeah, because remember earlier, the guy shot it, the construction guy, and that's when they freaked out and pulled their guns because they have they take 22 shells.
And after he kills this guy with the nail gun, Danny Glover takes a breath, like, oh, because they had a little fight. And then this guy punches through the visqueen or whatever the plastic sheeting here. And he's going to choke him. He's going to kill him. And Danny Glover just gives him about 5 good 10-penny nails in the chest. And it's a great scene because after he kills them both, he goes, nailed both of them. I'm like, yes.
One-liners, check.
Right. I'm like, my keffer.
Right. This is the thing, right? When you're looking at this, the thing about it is we did a toilet joke, right? We've covered everything. This is a 1980s Michael Myers horror movie shot. There's not a genre that they did not do. That it's incredible how much is in. This is one movie, guys. This is one movie. When we talk about Lethal Weapon 2, and this is the stuff that gets me. And I didn't check it out on this one, but I'm just dying to see what it says here. Yeah, this is a $30 million budget, guys.
Damn.
And how long do you guys guess without looking, hopefully? How many minutes do you think this movie is without looking at it? What do you think?
It was just under 2 hours, like an hour 50.
Yeah, this one is 100. What is it? 114 minutes.
Oh.
114 minutes. Think about this for a second. How much they did in this movie. They introduced you to new characters.
Right.
They built up a plot twist. They gave you this world. This thing is nuts, man. This movie is so fast. So much happens. You got your tickets worth.
Tight as a drum.
Yep.
Nice.
And it only goes faster from here.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So back at the Sugar Shack at the beautiful beach, Double Wide Estate, helicopters show up to shoot him to pieces with his lovely, not girlfriend, but his girlfriend tonight, Rika.
Yeah, and the guys when they show the helicopters coming in, there's a shot from inside the helicopter, seeing what they see, looking down on his trailer with the lights on it. And you see the guy load up again an MP5. These South Africans love an MP5, but it had like a box magazine on it. So there had to be hundreds of rounds inside of that thing. Because, they're just laying it down. And as the helicopters are coming in, he hears them. And Sam barks and he wakes up. And, she's still in a penile stupor. So he wakes her up.
I like to say drunk on love.
Okay, that's one
Oh,
way.
I'm gonna leave it there. Let's please move on.
And so he wakes her up. She's like, what's going on? Hey, let's go. We got to get dressed. He looks out the blinds, sees that they're there, somehow knows what they're going to do. He can't hear the guns loading, but he just can tell helicopters, bright lights, late at night. I just got some. They're going to kill us. So these guys start spraying. They get down on the ground. He even has a little escape hatch underneath, to get underneath the double wide.
And they set that up. They don't just throw it in like shitty writers. Earlier in the love scene, the dog is goofing around with that door, which I think is for the dog.
Yeah. So he goes and he tells her to go under there. They have to reload. As soon as they stop, run for the vehicle. She said, what about you? I'll be fine. And what that means is I'll take care of these dudes. I'm about to kill them all. And he takes his M92 Beretta. That's what he uses first because one of the helicopters lands and the guys get out and go to approach his house. That's how he gets a hold of the weapon. And then he takes the guys, he kills the dude, takes his mask off. It's the guy with the glasses from The Office whose nose he broke with his forehead. And then he takes it and then hops up on top of the trailer. And then there's a shot for a second where you see his shadow on the mountainside from the light. And it's his shadow is just shooting. And I don't recommend, if you do find yourself under automatic weapons fire from a bunch of South Africans, don't just stand up on top of an open trailer and start shooting. But that's what Mel Gibson is. But if you have his hair, do it because you'll be fine.
The hair will block the bullets.
It always does.
Don't wait. So, guys, just so you know, we need to do clips that are wisdoms from Uncle Jericho. One of them, if you're taking hostages, don't stand chest out by the window. If it's a military funeral aboard a naval vessel, get that shit locked down.
Get it squared away. As we said, get it squared away immediately. And if they're not in the military, don't let them stand in ranks. That's the last thing I have to say about Under Siege.
Right.
Yeah, and then if you're taking on 2 helicopters, maybe don't stand up in an elevated position exposed.
Right.
Maybe. I haven't decided on that one. But yes. And then, so they're taking off. She's scared. He comes in, gets in the truck. They're still shooting at him. So he stops. He's out the driver's side window. And I don't know. I didn't see the extended magazine, but he must have had one because he shot a million times. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Takes out the light, takes out the door gunner. Then they finally peel off like, we can't take any more casualties. And he says, Sam. Here comes Sam. Because you're wondering, is the dog okay? Did the dog get shot? Here comes Sam. He jumps in the truck. He's like, does he have any holes in him? Oh, you're such a lucky dog. And he's fine. Mm-hmm. They take off. How's that for a first date, huh? Takes her to the house, drops her off. You can stay here one day and then the next day and then the next. And, the long, I don't want to go, you leave. No, you leave. They finally part from each other.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to get back in his truck, takes a blunt object to the back of the head. He's out. And then
he finds himself on this little bridge or whatever down by the docks, I guess.
Yes.
And he is
in a straitjacket, basically, with chains around it.
Right back to Act 1, where he's doing the Houdini thing at the stage.
That's right. Remember that? He bet all the guys, and they bet him he couldn't get out of the straitjacket in under 5 minutes. So here we go again. Again, why wouldn't you just take this ex-Special Forces, proven to be a lethal pain in your ass, and shoot him in the head? I don't know. But that's not what we're going to do here.
Why would you drown a man before shooting him?
Yeah. Well, here's the other aspect of it, though. There's something about this dude. You got to understand that one of the things about these characters that was interesting, they don't want to just kill you.
Mm-hmm.
These people are torturing them. I want you to think about what's going on with your kids. Like, that's why they're so evil. Mm-hmm. And they want his last experience while he's alive to be utterly horrific. And that's the setup.
Right. So it isn't just like business, like a criminal shoots someone. It's
personal.
This is about,
what's he say?
This is about cruelty, which is despicable,
Can you go back?
He tells them.
Can you go back one, Gabe?
Yeah, go for it, Jared.
This scene is a meal. So they got him all tied up, and Vorstead starts telling him, he's all, you got in our way again. And you're like, wait a minute, again? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you were a narcotics cop in Long Beach, and you were getting too close to our operation. So there was a contract put on your head, and I took care of it myself. So he's all, drove your car right off the fucking road. And he's like, what? He's all, imagine my surprise when I pulled back this bloody, mop of blonde hair. And it was his wife. Because earlier in the movie, he's explaining to Trish that she got in a car accident because she was at a restaurant. He was supposed to meet her and he never showed. So Vorstead thought that this was Riggs, and he somehow drove the car off the road to kill him. Then he was going to finish it off, which is why he went to where the wreck was. Come to find out, it was his wife. So Riggs is like, oh shit, you killed my wife. And then I can't remember what he said to him. He said, and she did not die straight away. It took some time. And then he stands up and Riggs is like, oh, going to get him like, you motherfucker. And then there's two henchmen you can see standing behind him. They stop him. And Vorstead takes off. And then no more talking. They just fucking toss Riggs right into the water. And so he's down there, Houdini'd up and shit. Pops his shoulder. No problem. Gets out. Then he's going back up to the surface and sees this. What? Vorstead, you South African son of a bitch. You killed my wife. I finally pull myself from the depths of despair. Remember in the first one, every night he's putting a gun in his mouth and trying to think of a reason not to kill himself. He's staring at their wedding picture. He's all fucked up. Riggs reaches down into the abyss and pulls him back into life. Here's my family. We're going to show you love. You're part of our family. Riggs can finally live again. At the end of the first one, he basically says goodbye to his wife. Like, I need to stop letting this almost kill me every day. I need to let you go. Lets her go. He's living good. He's making chili with Oreos in it and shit. He finds this little South African, honey bun. He falls in love all over again. It's going to be her, Sam, the trailer, the beach. And you fucking took her from me again?
Right.
The rage.
That's why she had to be a blonde.
By the time he makes it to the surface of the water, that's not the same Riggs anymore. That's not the wisecracking, funny-go-lucky, good guy Riggs. That Riggs is gone. This Riggs knows that you killed my wife and my new girl. It's fucking on.
Right. And I do like the change. It's a small change, but he puts on this black ball cap. And I'm reading into this a little bit, but it's like in a Western, the bad guys always wore black. And he goes psycho. He gets the black cat and he becomes crazy. And I love it.
Oh,
this
no,
is just heartbreaking.
Wait. We got to go back one more.
Back?
When he gets out of the water, those two guys who threw him in the water are sitting there smoking cigarettes. So he comes up behind the one guy, wraps the chain. He grabs a chain off of this boat. When he comes out of the water, he's by a boat. He grabs a chain off of the boat motor. He comes back up on the dock, on the pier, wraps the chain around the dude's neck, takes him to the ground, and breaks his neck. Right. The other guy, he almost walks through these guys. His rage is so off the charts. These guys don't have a fucking prayer. They're done. So he takes the other guy, slams him face first through the passenger side window, and then takes him. I wish I had an all black hat, but I got a black one on. And he takes him, puts his head inside the door of the car. His neck is on the door jamb, and then Riggs slams the door like 4 or 5 times on this dude's neck, just destroying the primitive, raw carnage of it. His fucking rage.
Right.
Breaks this dude's neck in a door jam, goes over to the car, relocates his shoulder, and just screams. Like, it's a scream from the pain of relocating his shoulder, but it's also a scream, just this guttural fucking ah. And then the scene after that, he pulls Miss Von Haas out of the water, and he's just walking back and forth aimlessly, holding her body. She's just dripping wet, fucking dead.
Guys, and this is the thing you have to understand, because this is all about America, man. This is all beautiful, which is that the letter jacket is there to give Riggs this innocent wear my letter jacket, getting back to some kind of all-American thing. And they take that from him and she's in the jacket underwater, these bastards. And it's like he's carrying like the ghost of that high school first love back and forth on the beach. The house is destroyed. Everything he knows has been destroyed. He's got nothing left. And now he knows, rather than it. And what's fascinating to me about this is, interestingly, one of the things that Riggs says in the movie that I've always thought was big in the first movie. I used to think it was such a badass line. He says, God hates me. He goes, hate him back. Works for me. The point being, it's not working for him. But here's the interesting thing. The reason why he feels that way is because he feels like it was a chance thing that took his wife. We learned that at the beginning of this flick, right? But now we know it's not. It's not a chance thing. Mm-hmm. It is evil men who did this. And now he's having the experience he never had with her. Like, he knows where his rage should be directed ×2. Fucking beautiful moment. You could not get an average actor to do this scene and an average director to have built you to this moment. I remember seeing this and just being like, oh God, don't let her be dead. Like, don't do this. Do not do this to this character, man. We've been through too much already.
Yeah. And then that's where one of the actors from the bundle of actors, or the third main character, the score, because in that scene, that's where Eric Clapton is playing those sad guitar riffs as he's walking back and forth, like crying, like he's, fuck, it happened again, But now, like you said, now I know who did it, and now I know who to focus this white hot, energy of the sun on, and he's going to do that well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting the call that Riggs isn't answering, or from Riggs. But what's funny, I don't know if he just, maybe it's an Australian thing, or maybe he just forgot to add the word up. But he tells him, he's like, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to get him and I'm going to fuck him. I'm headed there right now. So if he said, I'm going to get him, I'm going to fuck him up. Okay, but he just said, I'm going to get him and I'm going to fuck him. But then again, he's so mad. He's so angry that it's just, I'm going to fuck him. He's just.
Well, I do think, though, you got to remember, too, like during that time, the ultimate way to say it is, man, is to say they fucked me. So when he's saying, I'm going to fuck him, like, the implication, to me, I was thinking he was like, I'm going to not fuck him up. I'm going to, like, fuck him over. Like, I'm going to fuck their business. I'm going to, like, because let's be clear, he doesn't, well, we're going to get to it. He doesn't try to fuck a person up as his opening salvo. He's going after your fucking real estate.
Yeah, he's at a macro level.
Their whole world he wants to bring crashing down, and bless his heart.
I'm not a cop tonight, Roger.
Yeah, that hit me even as a kid. That I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it meant something. It meant there's a change in him. I'm not a cop tonight. I don't give a fuck about none of this. You know what they did? You know what I found out tonight? Nothing else matters. I don't think he's not even looking at anybody. He probably don't even remember the conversation with Raj. I'm not a cop tonight. I'm hell-bent on vengeance, and I'm going to have it. Meet me there.
Right. So this is where we get to see some of Leo's loyalty to the group, because they've got Leo because he waited in the car, and the Africans, they want to know what he knows. They want the information, and they're beating the shit out of this guy. And he's not a big guy. They're letting him have it. And it wouldn't matter if he was a big guy. They're really beating the crap out of him, and he's not giving in. He's showing some bravery here. Mm-hmm. He's a boy. He's one of the boys. He's not going to give up on his guys.
Guys, You guys have, like, again, can we just, I know we're driving this home, but when I think that one of the biggest problems we have is that we don't have adults writing and acting in movies. When you find out how old all these actors are, you look at somebody comparable today at the same age, the life experiences they've had, they don't have experiential range, so they can't have acting range. And when you see Leo's like, haha, Leo's the funny guy. He's like the guy in your group who's really, really funny. And then you find out that, like, something awful has happened to him, and everybody's like, now we're going to get in a fucking car and you fuck with any one of us. Don't fuck with him. And seeing him like trying to be strong with these new guys that he's with and trying to be loyal, trying to do the right thing it's fucking brutal, man. It's brutal to watch.
And they've gone from when they first heard about him, I don't want this assignment, Captain. This is bullshit. I don't want to babysit. They show up, they tell him, hey, shut up, fuck you. They're like pushing him and shit. And now the next thing you can see, they're meeting up. He's like, hey, they got Leo. Danny Glover or Murtaugh tells Riggs they got Leo. And he's like, oh shit. Well, what are you gonna do? Because he was just gonna go along with his plan. But now Leo's there. So we'll put a little, we'll tweak the plan a little bit. You go get him, and I'm going to do my thing. And he says, well, when am I going to know that? You'll know. You'll know when it happens.
Right. And I love the action set piece here because it's comic book level insanity. And that's how much pain they've inflicted on Mel Gibson here, telling him they killed his wife, killing his new girlfriend, destroying his home and his whole world there at the beach. And he comes out of that water.
Killing all his fellow officers.
It's like a new man out of the water. Killed all his buddies, right? Killed all the cops. And he comes out of that water, gets in the big, scary truck, puts the black hat on. I'm not a cop tonight. And he goes inside. So Danny Glover's sneaking around. He's going to go inside and get Leo. And Mel Gibson attaches cables or heavy ropes or something to the pylons that are, down the stilts with the pylons going into the Hollywood Hills here. And he gives it some real American diesel.
Dude.
And,
like a rock. Remember those commercials with Bob Seger?
Yep.
Man, this is no greater commercial for a Chevy truck than this. Like you can see the frame separating from the chassis. He was pulling that shit so hard.
Right.
He was bringing that shit down.
Right.
Next, and the best thing that Mel Gibson, the yell that he does it's got to be one of the most cathartic screams you've ever get in a movie when shit goes down, when the whole thing comes down. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, this is the sign. This is the sign that he was telling Murtaugh about. When the house starts shaking and falling apart, that's the sign. And he gets Leo out of there, and the whole house just comes crashing. I wonder, I guess they had to buy this house. Right?
I get, or maybe the thing they tore off the hill was, just a fake facade. Like why destroy a real
house? But even to build a facade that big.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's.
They had an interior shot, man. So they had a lot of shit going on to make that.
Who knows? Double Brewski for $5, very generous. Thank you. And we will say diplomatic community in unison. Lethal Weapon 2 probably had the best writing, setups, and payoffs in the entire series. Mel looked pissed like they killed this girl. Yeah, totally right, Double Brewski. Eric, for that, you have earned yourself. Guys, we're going on 3, okay? 3, 2, 1.
Diplomatic community.
Just as bad as the first time.
We're gonna
consistency, guys. Consistency.
Right.
But if you're talking in this series, for sure, Lethal Weapon, the best though out of the I would say that out of the series, because Lethal Weapon 1 was different. Lethal Weapon 3 or 4 and 4 are dog shit.
Right.
But for sure, these are better than the 3 and 4. But it was definitely clicking on all cylinders. But again, this couldn't have happened. A lot of this could not have happened in 1 because they hadn't built the foundation yet.
Yep.
Yeah, look at his eyes.
I like this, the psychotic glee. Look at his eyes. When you can see the white over on the top of someone's eye. That's Crazy Town, boys and girls. All aboard the train to Crazy Town.
Yeah, I tell
Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, I tell everybody this: Star Wars is a better movie than Empire, or more important. Well, it's a better movie than Empire Strikes Back for this one reason. Everything Empire Strikes Back pulls off, you needed Star Wars to do.
Sure.
You can't skip over that. You can't start with a sequel. If people want to say Empire Strikes Back or Lethal Weapon 2 is the best sequel, then hands down, but Empire depends on that first one.
Right.
But you put all that stuff aside and you look at what the actors got to do because of the groundwork that was laid in that one. You don't, if Trish is just one of those people who, is just the character they refer to often in the movie, you don't get that scene of Martin Riggs coming over to the house to do his laundry, being part of the family and getting that story. you just don't get that. You also don't get the scene with them on the toilet. If he's suicidal, you don't feel like he cares if he loses his life, or that, like, you know what I mean? Like, nothing mattered to him. Even by the end of that movie, he's still somebody who's helped this family. They've formed this bond, but his temperament, he's just, taken down or fought, Joshua for the title. You see the mutual respect, but you see a family in this, and that raises the stakes. What they do to you, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Right. I like this. Double Brewski's rebutting you jokingly. Can't start with the sequel? Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. Checkmate.
No, unfortunately, my friend, you bought a knife to a gunfight here. 1977, it was referred to as Star Wars. A New Hope wasn't added until the re-release. So I say it's the first movie. Boom. It's called Star Wars.
Ew.
Oh!
I'm with Sean.
Dickory Doc. No, sorry.
Hey. I never like it being called A New Hope. It's called Star Wars, and that's it. I will talk through the gritted teeth. That's it.
You know he's serious.
Right.
Well, the last scene with the crazy eyes, if you look close, you can see a chin strap under his chin to keep his hat on his head, because that mane was about to tear that hat off. You don't put that mane under a fucking hat. Right. I don't care how mad you are. But the hat worked.
That's how he became so powerful with the black hat.
Swallowed that.
He covered the mane, and the power had to come out somewhere else.
It had to.
You
got to redirect that shit somewhere. But this is awesome, man. He is just fucking pumped. He's glad because he thinks that Borstead is in there, but he finds out he's not. He's like, fuck. So then they go
now
they go to the docks.
Now, to me, this is a very special thing. Because I feel like all the zenith of action movies to me is early mid 80s to early mid 90s. And every single one of these movies takes place down by the docks.
Right.
Almost all of them. I feel like Down by the Docks is the quintessential action movie locale.
That should be the name.
Right.
Down by the Docks.
Like Beef Law, my comic about 90s martial arts action and underworld crime in Hong Kong. I picked Hong Kong because of Victoria Harbor. There are docks everywhere, people.
Yeah.
Talk it up.
Yeah, my comic is just gonna have lots of shots like this. I love this stuff. It's a sacred place in 80s and 90s action. The docks, there's something mystical about it. I don't know what it is.
There's a personal spiritual need of mine for that book, to hit six figures. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. So you know that, Gabe. I'm absolutely there, but I have to say this too, because it may seem like a little bit of a non sequitur, but it's important. One of the best American movies ever made is On the Waterfront. And On the Waterfront is essentially a movie response by a director who spoke up against communism in Hollywood films. And On the Waterfront is a line-for-line metaphor. The Brando character is 100% him acting out what he experienced. And it is a great, great movie. So if you have not seen it, and you're interested to see somebody tell that kind of a story, On the Waterfront with Brando is a metaphorical, beautiful, right on the, hits the nail on the head against the communist ideology in Hollywood at the time. Brilliant film.
Can confirm. I've seen it. It's a great movie.
Brilliant.
Oh my gosh, we need guys like Brando again with that gravitas he had.
Yeah, we do. We need actors.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you guys this. So this is a scene where they're inside of a shipping container and they can't even see what it is. Right. So Riggs lights a lighter so he can see, and they realize it's pallets upon pallets. And then they turn on the headlights to the car. You can see him holding the lighter right there.
Yep.
But it's pallets upon pallets wrapped of $1,000 bills. That's how old this movie is. There were still $1,000 bills in circulation.
I was at the bank getting some cash like a month ago, and I asked the bank teller, they don't make $500 bills anymore, do they? And she's like, no. And I remember having one as a kid. I had like saved up some money or something like that. But I wonder when they quit the $1,000 bill and the $500 bill and all that. But the highest is 100 now. So
I think it was in the early 90s, maybe like 90 or 91 where they started doing that. But this is all $1,000 bills. So with $1,000 bills, that's got to be billions. And so he's all fucking, drug money or whatever, dirty money. And Riggs says, man, take it. do something good with it. And he takes some out and he's like, man, with what I'm holding in my hands, I could put my kids through college, all of them, easy. And I ask you this, would you guys have taken some money?
Would I have stolen money from criminals that stole it from somewhere else? Who knows?
Yeah, no, I would have done exactly what they did. I would have taken some money and I would have blown the rest of it up. I would have had best of both worlds. I would have dealt justice, and I would have taken that money. But to be honest, this is the thing. I would look at it and I would go, Riggs, this money could keep me in ribs for the rest of my life. So it would have been, look, morally, my kids would have been like, why didn't we go to college? I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I just think
you would have. I know what your fantasy is, Sean. You can't hide it from me any longer. And it's well past time I expose you to the people here.
Yes, please. Yeah.
You would use this money to open a barbecue rib restaurant.
That's right.
For yourself.
Yeah, nobody's allowed in.
You would be the only customer at this restaurant.
So basically, it was just a building for you to eat ribs in.
No, dude, it's worse than that. I'm directing this movie, and they're like, what the fuck is on all these pallets, man? Turn on the lighters, and it's ribs to the ceiling inside of there.
I thought this was money. What the fuck?
Reach in there covered with ribs, and I'd go, these ribs could feed me for an hour. But they're drug ribs.
It's $100 million worth of ribs.
Right.
To be honest, hell yeah, I would have taken some of that money for sure.
Yeah, of course. It's a little Robin Hood, stealing from the evil rich. I said they don't make 500s or thousands anymore. And Jonathan Rossignol with the very clever Biden economy joke. I heard those bills will be making a comeback. So you better pray Jonathan is wrong, people. If you've ever seen Weimar inflation, if you want to Google that and see someone with the wheelbarrow of money to buy a loaf of bread. So
wasn't that the two Russian kids? It was a picture from I remember a picture like that. Maybe it's not the same one, but it's two Russian
all kinds
kids.
of pictures. Yeah,
a brother and sister, maybe 5 and 6 years old, and they have a wheelbarrow, and it's comically piled with money, and it's just to buy some bread.
Right. This is to me, so I need to address it. Double Brewski. Off topic, Gabe. I'm excited to get my copy of Eric July's Isom #1. Can't wait to see the final product. Me and you both, friend. Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be involved with the highest grossing independently funded comic book of all time. And we outsold Marvel and DC and everyone in graphic novel sales. So we are the reigning champs. We're not anti-woke. We're just not woke. Nice. We're just entertaining you. That's all. I could give a shit about your politics.
Hey,
I just want to entertain you.
If wokeness stayed in its little pig pen that it belongs in, that's fine.
Yeah,
but when it leaks out into everything and tries to change everything we've known to love and respect in life, well, we got a problem. If you go in the bathroom and take a shit, it's not a big deal. But if you come out here and shit in the pool, well, now it's a problem for everybody.
This is the thing too, and if I'm swimming in the toilet and I identify the toilet as a swimming pool,
Sean, don't.
No, never mind. Let's put all this stuff aside. Listen, guys, it's the ribs talking. I'm sorry, kids. Daddy's had too many ribs. But listen,
Sean, you scare your children, and your wife's like, "Daddy's had too many ribs tonight."
Yep. He's just had too many ribs, kids.
You're the first person to destroy their household over ribs.
She comes to the kitchen in the middle of the night. Sean is drinking barbecue sauce out of the bottle. She's like, this is tearing us apart.
You gotta fucking stop. I'm taking the kids and I'm going to my mother's.
Is that Carolina mustard sauce?
I'm not a one-hit wonder director, okay? I got an idea. Okay, it's a buddy cop movie.
All right.
Me and Jericho. What's in all these drums? We turn on a lighter. It's bouillabaisse. This bouillabaisse.
Sean, put your pants back on, man. What the fuck?
Exactly. That's right. What are you doing getting naked and getting in that bouillabaisse drum? I gotta be free.
Hey, you know how I get around the fucking bouillabaisse.
Boom.
I will always love that he's telling the chief or whatever, the captain, I got 50 gallons of bouillabaisse. When they cut to the galley, he has maybe a gallon and a half.
Maybe. It's not even full. It's like 4 cups of bouillabaisse. Why are you lying,
like, hey,
Casey Ryback?
Hey, math was never my strong suit, all right?
Hey, I never said I was a fucking smart guy.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
times, man.
so we find the container ship
Good
full of
times.
ribs. I don't think I got it. Did I get a shot of it? The container they're in. He gets lifted up, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's like, the one you see on the back of an 18-wheeler, just a
Yeah.
standard shipping container.
You,
Like
you guys have
thing.
no idea. You think I'm kidding? This stuff right here. I got to make myself big really quick. This stuff right here makes me so happy. The docks, guys. 90s action in the docks. And I am all day been working on beef law. Hong Kong, 1994. Illegal, deadly, to the death underground fighting tournaments. So I'm working. These are inks right here I'm working on for beef law. You see that?
Nice.
Right there. I'll tape, I'm going to scan these individually. But yes. Oh my God, I'm so excited about this. But when you show me the docks, when you show me these big metropolitan cities and the mafia members and the karate,
because that's how you get away. You get away from the city and the cops and all that on the docks. That's the industrial, part of town. When I was underway in the Navy, we always pulled into port to some industrial dock because we were taking on fuel and stores and things of that nature. So it was always in the industrial part on the docks. We always went to a dock. So yeah, I mean this is a part of the good action movie recipe as one-liners and high body count tits and strip clubs and all that. It's just as important. You have to mix all these things together to make a good action movie. And Lethal Weapon 2 gave them a master's class.
Right. Double Brewski has a name for your script with you and Sean, or you and Jericho starring Sean. Lethal Barbecue 2 starring ribs and mustard.
That's right.
I guess I'm mustard.
I love how you. Well, unless of course that the partnership was born because I'm like, your name's Ribs. Your new partner is Ribs.
Go spit, Ribs.
You don't say.
Your new partner Ribs just transferred here from Memphis.
Oh, come on, Cap! I don't want no partner. You heard about that guy, the ribs and the sauce.
And you guys have tension because one of you is like Memphis barbecue, but one of you is like Texas barbecue. So you guys have a little tension there.
Hey man, I don't want that guy as my fucking partner, man. I heard about his fingerprints and leaving all over the car and the interior and shit. Got mustard, got goddamn barbecue sauce everywhere.
I heard that Ribs is on the sauce, if you know what I'm saying. Dad joke of the night. Thanks. Tip your waiters.
Hey, that was beautiful, man.
So, this stuff,
yeah.
if I had a tail, it would be wagging right now. Bad guys down by the docks. I love this so much.
Look at that ship. That's the bridge of a huge cargo ship behind him. And again, guys holding an MP5.
Right. Oh my goodness. So the container they were in with the car and the money gets lifted up. The bad guys, they were doing their deal on Thursday night or whatever. And here you just catch the beginning of it. They're exploding out the front in the car. They're going to get rid of that money.
Yes.
And,
because they also had Mercedes in there, right? They had these amazing cars in there.
Yeah, and not sure why it exploded. I didn't know the doors of a shipping container would cause a car to explode. But don't trouble yourself with that. Okay. The only thing you need to worry about is that Mercedes came flying out of there. So all those evil South African pieces of shit money went everywhere, right into the harbor.
Right.
Perfect. And they were both in Nam. So they both, especially Riggs, Special Forces. So I'm assuming that's how they know how to repel. And then they repel out of, because if you're a bad guy, there's three things you're going to keep inside of your shipping container: lots of money, a Mercedes, and repelling gear.
Right.
So they repel down, and Murtaugh, he's just trying to get down. He ain't a pro at this shit. He's like kind of scared. Riggs even has to like push him out, like give him a nudge. But Riggs, he's a professional. So he's coming down, holding onto the rope with one hand, fully automatic MP5 in the other, letting him have it. Not only is he letting him have it, but he's nailing him. Two guys are shooting up at him. Got them both. And he's got to be, 50 yards away.
Yeah, it's a
great
little action clip there. They get down, and then you have the shipping containers, and and he's they're sneaking around. It's a little cat and mouse with the bad guys. Yeah, and they're doing good. Our heroes are doing good. He wastes this dude.
This guy. So he hears in his mind while he's shooting this guy, because earlier he was telling because Murtaugh was like, "Hey man, we got to get authorization," and he's like, "Man, they killed so and so Ortega, blah blah blah." He's like, "How much fucking authorization do you need?" So when he's shooting this guy, he's playing that back in his head where he's saying all their names. So he's just walking up on this dude, boom, 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 a whole magazine right in this dude's fucking torso, boom, 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 boom. Then gets up to him, puts the gun up against him, gives him another one, and then drops his mag and reloads. Yeah, he fucks this dude up.
I love this comment here from Double Brewski. Those South Africans in Lethal Weapon 2 were the best villains. Yep. Racist, murderers, gun runners. How can you not want to see them die? Yeah,
you want to see it. You want to see them die bad.
You want to see them suffer. Die
this is villain building, if you will. Yeah, just like Out for Justice. Richie was a fucking piece of shit. He was a rapist. He was a potential child molester. He was a dope fiend. He was a murderer. He was just an all-around piece of shit. Like everybody hated him. There was nobody that loved Richie except for his parents.
Right.
Those are the only ones. And this is on that same level. Just when you think, dude, he killed him, he went into his house, he assaulted him, killed 7 people. Then you find out, then we're going to go some retro evil. We found out that you killed Rick. Come on, man. This was great.
And a good thing about it is who's the henchman that says I drove your wife's car off the road?
Borsted.
They they earned that moment because who's the guy that shoots his own guy in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they establish what a son of a bitch that guy is. And he's always like seething, that guy. He's always has that character where he seems like a caged animal almost. That guy wants to just be savage always.
He's Riggs's Reaper. He's the Reaper of Riggs's joy. When he talks about she had the matted blonde hair when I pulled her head back, and then you see that girl's blonde hair the very next time you see her floating in the water. It's like he wants Riggs to know there's no happiness for you can build that I will not come for. Because I feel like it's like the straight version of Jules from Pulp Fiction going, I am the tyranny of evil men. He's not just fighting a bad guy. It's not Mr. Joshua versus Riggs. This is death. This is evil. This is all of what's horrible of humanity. And what's kind of amazing about it is it's not stupid or mindless. It's morally bankrupt in one case, and it is completely narcissistically obsessed. It's this belief that our race entitles us to do whatever we want to do in our country, which is again, don't shit in our pool. Do you know what I mean? Like it's they're saying, but we can do this all over the world, and that is where here's what they want. Here's the funniest thing about this. If their world reigned here, you would never have our two heroes partnered. That's what makes this brilliant. They're against the partnership of Murtaugh and Riggs. Yeah. And we know fundamentally as Americans watching this movie that it's that partnership that brings justice to every situation. It's fucking beautiful, these villains in this story.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's brilliant. Right. So we have more spelunking around here down by the docks on the ship, and comes around. And he turns around, and man, he gets this giant dagger thrown right into the back of his
It's like a 12-inch blade. And he gets it right in the back of his leg, man, from Borsted. And I don't know, this guy, he's got to have some martial arts training. I'll look that up in a second, because the way he's bouncing around when he's kicking Riggs' ass, like when he kicks him, there's like a bounce to it. It's almost like in the beginning of the intro to the show, that scene where Van Damme is fighting in the Kumite with the red top and the black pants. The first time you show, when he kicks the guy, he's like bouncing around. It's like, I'm toying with you. I know I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm just playing around. It's almost like showboating. It's almost like a boxer dropping his hands and sticking his chin out. You know, he was bouncing around like, this is what he does, and he's gonna kick Riggs' ass. But I do think he was a bit of a bitch for throwing that knife in his leg first. Like, why don't you just take Riggs on mano a mano? Not saying it's the fault of the writers or anything, but just as a character, what a bitch you are. Why didn't you face that man to man? Because the rage that you've ignited inside of him by telling him you are responsible for the loss of the love. You got to remember, in the first Lethal Weapon, he's sitting on the couch in his house. He loads one bullet into his gun. He's drinking, and he puts it in his mouth. He pulls the hammer back. He's about to kill himself, but he can't. He thinks of a reason to live, and he tells Murtaugh that later. I got to think of a reason every day not to blow my fucking brains out. So to know, he knew, as evil and whatever, as tough as he is, he knew if I don't wound this guy first, he's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
Because Riggs is crazy.
And the other thing too that's important about this is the first thing we know is he thinks he's killing Riggs when he kills his wife. Yeah. But this is the piece of shit. You want to talk about a bitch? He kills that fucking poor girl.
Yeah.
And so this person is the quintessential Weasley effing coward. That he's and that's the thing when he says, I'm not a cop tonight. How many times could they have faced off with these people and done something if they weren't playing by the rules? And what I think this is what's interesting about this is these movies pose the question: at what point does playing by the rules when your enemy doesn't play by the rules? At what point are you essentially ceding the field to evil and tyranny? Right. And you see that we're going to get to it, but this is a big thing. Danny Glover's friends kind of got to start learning Danny Glover's not the character. Murtaugh, I always do this like Mel Gibson here. But it's when Murtaugh also knows all of their friends have been wiped out, but he's still a cop. That's how decent he is. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to bend the rules, but he's still a cop. When he says, I'm not a cop tonight, Roger, he's like, that's fine. But Murtaugh is expecting, like, there will be consequences. There's going to be, things to come. That's why Murtaugh is so important, and we're going to get there. That's why that's so important.
I think when he told him, I'm not a cop tonight, he was implying, you can't be either, Murtaugh. Yes. You need to be just as savage as I am. I can't have you playing by the rules. There's no room for rules out here. But if you go a couple scenes back where he's kicking Riggs' ass, this isn't a normal ass whooping. The whole time he has about 6 inches of a 12-inch blade in the back of his hamstring. So that's got to hurt a little bit.
Well, and there's even a part I didn't get a photo of where he gets the knife and he digs it in. The bad guy digs it in. So fuck.
Yeah. So here, if you look right above where, like maybe a little to the left of where his mane is, there's a little cloud. There's a couple times where he kicks him and you see the spit fly out of his mouth. Yes. Now, he's kicking him with kicks so hard that when he kicks him, it spins him all the way around. He's kicking the shit out of Riggs. Yes. And he's kicking his ass with dress shoes on. That puts an extra level of pain on it. These aren't those Asics wrestling shoes. These aren't the Kung Fu slippers with the red bottom, which I hope I can find a pair of in my size because I loved those when I was a kid. These are fucking dress shoes. So we're talking heels. The heel on that thing could probably cut your head open. He's beating the shit out of Riggs. But then Riggs is going to get the drop on him. Riggs gets him to the ground. So then he reaches back and pulls. He's driving the blade deeper into the back of Riggs's thigh, and it was hamstring. Right. And he's screaming, and it's right after this part. He gets him, and he gives him like 4. I counted him like 4 good punches, just boom, boom, unblocked to the face. He's beating his ass. He's probably going to keep beating his ass. And that's when he drives it into his leg. He gets it out, stands up, and they're struggling for a minute. And then right here is where Riggs drives that entire 12-inch blade into this dude's torso. Right. And he shoves it in a couple times. And then you can hear the music kind of crescendo at those points where he's driving it into him deeper. So then he gets him on the ground, and he's going to finish him. He takes the knife out of his stomach. He's going to stab him through the throat. And as a kid watching this, I'm like, yeah, he's about to take this knife and just, Saving Private Ryan style, slowly drive it into his esophagus. But then he yells, and he gets up and walks away. And I'm like, what? Now is not the time for this. Oh, I'm not going to kill this, what I call this Batman shit, where, no, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to do the right thing because I'm a good guy underneath it all. And I'm going to let you go through the justice system. And I'm like, Riggs, what? What are you doing?
And it's a little bit like Dalton in Roadhouse with the throat rip.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't do it. And he doesn't do it because he does realize there would have never been a J.C. Penney in that town
And think about that.
without that guy. I got to read this super chat really quick.
Yes.
Double Brewski for $5. As much as I love these films, I also believe they're meant to justify police brutality and promote rule breaking by authorities in people's minds. I don't know if they're meant to do that. Yeah, you don't know what people are going to take away from things necessarily. I do think they're hyper realistic, not unlike this is very much like a comic book, this movie. So I do think when I'm not a cop tonight and he goes outside the law, definitely breaks the law by what he's doing. I don't think it's meant to endorse that. The way I internalize is we're not supposed to think about that. Like, yes, that's a reality. But to me, it's a reality of the great Grant Morrison quote of, well, who puts air in Batman's tires? And it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not the point of it.
Well,
like, it's a fucking comic. It doesn't matter. So I see your point. Maybe someone could take it that way, and especially in 2022. But to me, this is about we do what must be done because we're men. You know?
And I gotta say that because I read that comment, and I definitely think that there's something important to say here, right? Is that this is the thing that we and by the way, thank you for the super chat. We will make sure we give you diplomatic immunity.
Oh,
never forget that.
Correct.
But
in unison this time.
In unison. Sure, this will be the time. So let's do that, and then I'll get to it.
On 3, and then I have to say it backwards, of course. 3, 2, 1.
Diplomatic immunity.
So, but this is the thing I have to say. We're one of these days. We just got to keep the super chats coming until we get it right. But this is the thing, right? Is that these movies are metaphors, and the police in this movie are not the police. And this is so important. We've lost what these films are about. We experience them, and we try to watch these things literally. Can't watch any of these things because they're mythic. These are the mythic police officers, and we're not meant to identify with them as police because that's not a large part of that audience. We're meant to identify with them as Americans and as heroes like Superman holding up and keeping together the social order. And so when I look at this movie, this is the thing I want everybody to understand. We have a very great, a thing laid out to us. We don't have to worry about probable cause. We don't have to worry about all of those various aspects of this because we, the audience, are omniscient. So we are showing people, it's a morality play where we're showing the audience that when you do evil, let's bear in mind that there's people in the audience who could see this and say to themselves, and this is why it's important to establish these things, this is not a movie for villains either, showing like how to be a villain. I'm sure, God forbid, that the reality of it, there are villains watching this going, we would never do that.
Well, I would say this about him breaking the law. I think you're exactly right about that. If you told me, like, say this happened in real life, I know it's fantastical, but you found out these bad guys did all this stuff, and then like Mel Gibson's on trial for murdering this guy, for stabbing him, and you find out everything in this movie happened. This dude ran his wife off a thing, killed his new girlfriend, blah blah blah. And you're on the jury, what would you do? I'd let him go. I'd be like,
you're going
innocent.
home. Yeah,
like, you can go, and here's a cash prize. We'll figure it out. Like, so I feel like you said, Sean, so smartly, we're omniscient as we watch this. We're watching from the 50,000-foot view of we know everything that's real.
Exactly.
Because it's a reliable, the story is reliable. They're not trying to trick us with the story. So to me, I'm on this jury, and he goes free. So we don't need to go to court and we don't need to do all that. We know this is justified for sure.
Sure. So, and it's like we saw a movie, I think this is so important. This movie has a lot of things about it that aren't accurate. Now, unlike a previous movie we watched, Under Siege, which is a pillar of naval accuracy.
Yes.
That if you want to know, and this is the funniest thing, they have people watch that before going into the Navy because they're like going, we need people to know what it's really like. There is an Erica Eleniak on every boat. Everyone knows this. She's flown in with Tommy Lee Jones. By the way, I hope Gary Busey, God bless him, is not on any boats in the American.
Not anymore.
Like, it's terrifying. But this is the thing about it, right, guys? Is that how do I put this? If you put people, Jericho posed this question, which I thought was brilliant. And Double Brewski, by the way, I want to say this. I think that I love the question. These are why we do these shows, is the question. We're not, SJWs. We can hold two different thoughts in our head at the same time. But this is the thing I think about this a lot, which is when Jericho said, if the money is there. Now, he's not explaining how I got on this boat. Let me be clear. He's saying, Sean, like, if the money's there, well, I can't climb that high. No, but if the money's there in the boat and you have the choice, there are no consequences. These are what these movies tell us, right? They give you a clear black and white situation, and you still find yourself having to take tough questions. This is the Shakespeare of our time. You get to know what happened in the scheming of Macbeth. You get to know what happened. You get to travel into different characters' heads. You get to go to different places. That's what makes this stuff great. But it's funny because even knowing how many times do people stand by while other people do evil things and look the other way. It's one of my least favorite quotes of all time, which is, evil survives because good people do nothing. And I always say this, is that if you stand by when evil people are doing something, you're not a good person. It's that simple. So that by definition, evil happens because cowardly evil people do nothing. Good people, by definition, do something in the face of evil. And so that's the thing about it, is that in this movie, you get to see these characters weigh things, and you as the audience member, they're not telling you who you are. You are thinking about who you are in relationship to them. They're like a lighthouse, if that makes sense. So it's not meant to be literal. And I think that's what we've lost. Right. The ability of the audience to either identify with parts of Riggs, but other parts not. And that's what it's crazy about. I love these movies for that.
Yeah. And I mean, if we think about like what's legal and what's not, what George Washington and the American Revolution did was literally a crime against King George. That was illegal. And if we want to go into fantasy, Luke Skywalker and the Rebel Alliance, they're breaking the law. That's against the law. You know what I mean? So, like you're saying, Sean, it is a morality play. And since we're an omniscient viewer, we judge this as proper. He killed his wife, he killed his girlfriend, destroyed his home. Yeah, He's probably killed countless other people. Fuck this guy forever.
He killed at least 7 cops.
Right.
Yeah.
So, this dude's a piece of shit. He's going away no matter what. And, it's like the Robin Hood thing. Is it legal for a police officer to be there shooting shit up and driving a dagger into someone's sternum? No, but this dude deserves it. I wish there was, it's a slippery slope, because is there such a thing as police brutality, like Double Brewski was talking about? Yes. But if you're doing it against, some gangbanger that has killed someone, or let's say you're a cop and you show up and you pick up a baby out of a crack house and you can see its ribs and his mother's sitting right there. Well, if you take her behind that house and soften her up a little bit, is that police brutality? Yes. But did she deserve that shit? Yeah, she did. So I wish there was a clean cut way we could figure out who's the piece of shit, who deserves it, and who doesn't. But it's a slippery slope. Again,
though, all of the police officers in this movie were on the take working for Trish. Nobody can afford that swimming pool. Nobody could afford that beach view. Trish is behind it. She is in the vitamins distribution industry. She's a cartel one person.
Sean, let me ask you this. Would you say no to Trish?
Hell no.
No.
That was it. How long did that take me? Did I break a land speed record?
Remember this. This is from 1984.
Yeah, this is great.
I was 6 years old. I didn't know about this until I was like 20 or something. But this guy in the red was like a child molester, and he was like a karate teacher, and he got a hold of this guy's son, and the dad heard he was being transferred by the FBI or whatever. They were taking him through an airport. And in the old days, there wasn't security in airports like this. Now you could go all over the airport. And this dad is hanging out right there in the background on the phone with the white hat. And he's pretending to be on the phone and has a pistol or a revolver.
357
under his own arm. And you don't worry, you won't see the guy get shot because the marshal or the officer walks in front. But right there, when the guy walks in front, thank God the guy walked in front, he shoots that dude in the head. This is real life. This ain't a TV show or movie, what I'm showing you here. And that guy goes down, he's dead. And then he just surrenders to the father. And he got off with no jail sentence, with nothing.
Yeah.
Because we all understand as people, after you find out what he did to the kid, molesting the kid, kidnapping the kid, all this stuff, the judge, the jury, everyone's like, nah, it's all good, you know? And if I was on that jury or whatever, I'd be the same way. Like, you're a fucking hero, dude.
Yeah,
You know?
Gary Cliche was his name. And his son, he had a bunch of kids. And so they found his karate teacher. The kids really took a liking to him, very friendly, you know, would give him extra help with the karate and shit. And so he kidnapped the little boy and took him. They lived in like Delaware or something, or Connecticut. And he took him all the way to California and had him for like 2 weeks or something.
Right.
And the FBI found him because he dyed his hair, dyed the boy's hair to make it look like they were, you know, father and son. And they somehow found out where he was. And so they brought the guy back. And since either, I think it's where he lived, it was legal to carry a gun because he had his gun on him already. That's what kept him from getting the premeditated murder rap.
Right.
He had his gun on him. So he's listening to the radio when he heard that the plane was landing with the FBI agents bringing that guy back. So he headed right over to the airport. And like you said, pre 9/11, you could park your car and walk through the airport. There was no TSA.
The gate. You can walk up to the gate.
Yeah, and where the people.
You remember when we were growing up, when your relatives were flying into town, you would walk up all the gate and then give them a big hug when they got off the plane.
Yeah, like they're coming
at the gate and hug them when they leave, when they get on the jetway.
Yeah, they're coming off of the plane, and you're right there when they come back into the airport. Like you can walk right there. Yeah. And like you said, the guy walked by. So then after he shoots him, there are news cameras there, obviously. And after he shot the guy, one of the newscasters goes, "Gary, why'd you do it? Why?" He's like, "If you were me, you would do it too." Like, what the fuck kind of question is that? It's like, "Hey, give me my gun back. I'm gonna shoot this dude in his kneecap." What kind of stupid ass question? Why'd you do it, Gary? Why? Maybe because I just got my son back after 11 days, and this is the guy who took him, and he was molesting the boy, you know, the whole time and shit. I mean, forcing him to do things. What else does this guy deserve? And yeah, he got no time because
if I punished this father, I would punish him for killing this guy too quick.
Yeah,
I would say you didn't make him suffer enough.
Yeah, use a knife next time. Yeah, yeah. It's. I'm sure that he spent time in jail because they arrested him, but it was pretty much like time served. And imagine what that guy was living like in jail. He was like a fucking king, you know. Imagine all the guys in there who had that happen to them, and this guy was able to exact some revenge, you know, kind of on their behalf. I guess the way they saw it.
Right.
So yeah.
Could you imagine the molester guy goes to court? He gets a 20-year sentence. He gets out after 12, good behavior. And then the motherfucker, he'll just got to do it again. Yeah. You know it, right?
How is that good behavior? Yeah. You're a demon. You're broken. I don't believe rehabilitation for everything. Some things you're just defective. If this was 100 years ago and you were a horse, we would blow your head off for twisting your ankle. So people like that, they need to be thrown away. You cannot be repaired. You're defective. Something happened. I'm sorry it happened, but we're going to have to see how tightly this rope fits around your neck. Bottom line.
So as you can see, what we're trying to say is we don't believe in vigilante justice unless no.
You know what? I heard that he didn't even go to jail, Jericho. Did you know that? Because he shot the guy, surrendered, and he told those cops, "I have diplomatic immunity."
Fucking held it up in their face. Diplomatic immunity. Sorry, sir. We didn't realize. Please, be on your way. Don't worry. We'll clean him up. Get out of
here. Anyway, thank you, Double Brewski, for sparking such an interesting conversation. Thank you. So I love the fans here in Conversate. Smart people. Pledge money to us to help us make our artistic dreams come true. It's way better than DC Comics, way better than the mainstream. This is where it's at. I would rather be nowhere else. And I was over there at Disney and Warner Brothers for almost 20 years. This is so much better because you guys are freaking amazing. So anyway, he gets the drop on this guy, gives him the good old heave-ho right in the sternum.
Dude, all the way in.
Then,
bastard.
Potato Lemon Face comes back.
Wait, we got to talk about the drop, though. We got to talk about dropping that giant. How
he takes out Vorsted. So yeah, you think he's like, found some, police officer deep inside of him. I'm gonna let this guy go through the justice system. Right. And then like the way he's limping over to this thing, and you see this button hanging down, to lower these containers.
Beautiful.
And he's kind of like staring, like he's not even aware of what's going on around him. He's just staring at this button, and he walks up to it, and Vorsted pulls a strap, and he's going to shoot him. And then he hits that button, and the container falls on him and just fucking smashes Vorsted.
Not unlike the corrupt British official in Double Impact, when Van Damme crushes him with the container also.
Yep.
So love it. Down by the docks, killing bad guys with containers. That's going to be in Beef Law. I promise you fans out there, some evil bastard in Beef Law will get crushed by a container down by the docks.
That's right.
There will be a container crushing.
And we will mention diplomatic immunity, bouillabaisse. All the jokes are going to be
All these things will be craftily woven into the story.
Yes, it will
craftily.
Bouillabaisse and on the case.
Right.
Hey, watch out. You're going to tip over my fucking bouillabaisse over here.
That's right, man.
I can't get over that he said 50 fucking gallons. And
There was
he
two.
had like this much.
There was like a gallon of milk container worth of
I
fucking
know, he's like,
bouillabaisse in there.
what are you going to do? I got to heat up the 50 gallons in a microwave. Wait a minute. How big is
Hold
that
on.
microwave, boss?
Could you
It's an
imagine
industrial
that you're trying to
microwave.
heat up 50 gallons in the microwave? By the time you heat up like 20 gallons,
It'll be
the
cold.
first ones
It's gonna
are
be fucking cold
They're
again.
cold again.
Hey, you guys get down here. You got to eat this fucking bouillabaisse as I'm heating it. Obviously.
Obviously.
So he
Oh,
gets
yeah.
squished. I didn't get a picture. And then this bastard from up
The
on high.
spud. Ugh.
The
shoots him.
ultimate show of his diplomatic immunity.
Right.
The murder of a
Right.
police
Hold on a
officer.
second. Can we get a side by side of that guy's face next to Slimer from Ghostbusters?
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's him. That's Slimer.
He's an ugly little spud, isn't he?
Let's
He
see.
was the model. He was the model
Yeah.
for Slimer.
Let's see. Real quick.
Like where they have him in those suits with the little white balls all over him and shit. It was this guy.
Totally, man.
Let's take a look at
Slimer.
Slimer.
That's-
Oh. Oh.
Can we get Slimer saying diplomatic?
Yeah, that would be the fucking my laptop will catch on fire if that happens.
Diplomatic immunity. Is that Slimer's voice? I know it's Stitch's voice.
No, it's
But-
Slimer from the real Ghost or the real Ghostbusters.
Slimer sounded that way, right? He had
Yeah,
that
it did,
weird
yep.
noise. That was also
the
the
day.
Punky Brewster cartoon show, Glomer, her little like magic
Mm.
cat. She had the same voice.
Yep.
So, so
Good times.
yeah.
The degeneracy of Double Impact.
Lemon face potato Slimer.
That's
Yeah.
a good catch, Sean. That's a good
Yeah.
catch.
But
I
let me
would
say
like
this,
to
though.
know if Slimer's father spent any time in South Africa.
South Africa.
Right.
This piece of shit, this guy. Let's talk about this piece of shit, man.
Fucker.
This guy, not only does he shoot the living shit out of Martin Riggs, when Riggs, and this is people who know how to do their job as filmmakers, as actors. He's shooting him while he's on the ground, and his body is just twitching from like the bullets just going. I mean, he is riddled by this fucker. And this guy has kept his hands clean for the most part, the entire flick. And this is where you kind of see that, he didn't get up here by accident. This guy is a ruthless fuck who has kind of put this veneer of class over himself, which is what all these guys are like, all these thugs.
Right. And I do think maybe I'm digging a little too into it. I think there's two great metaphorical things going on here. Three that I've seen, but I'm making them up. I don't know if the writers thought of this. Coming out of the water after he sees the dead girl and all that, it's a rebirth. Water symbolizing the birth. The black hat comes on. Now he's the bad guy. Then, so that's two metaphors. The third one here is this guy's up on high. He's better than you. He's superior to you. He's a smug bastard. You're fleas. You're down there with the plebeians. So I do, man, what a tightly written movie.
This is the beautiful thing, though. This is what makes it beautiful, guys. It's not that there's two levels. It's that there's three. That there's the underbelly of the ship. He's underneath. You know what I mean? That is where he is. He's in the belly of the whale, to make it biblical for a minute there. So you see it? And then on the middle ground, on the ground of the common man and humanity, you have Murtaugh.
Now
Murtaugh
let's take
is,
this in because
yes,
I want people to see this.
gotta have it. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Drop it, asshole.
Oh, fucking hell.
Get ready. Boom, that's a 357. Because remember, in the first one, where the limo's coming at him in the alley, he takes his gun, does the same thing with his neck.
Yep, that's
Right.
right.
Gives a driver one to the head. And then, of course, Raj Murtaugh coming with another good one-liner. Remember, nailed them both. Well, now he says, it's just been revoked. When he said, diplomatic that day. It's just been revoked.
And this is the thing that's interesting. Regardless of what one thinks about, how these movies work, the sequels and all the other things. I wasn't a fan of Lethal Weapon 3. I was all right with Lethal Weapon 4 as a wrap up. They're old. Like, it's like seeing, a group of old friends get together for all intents and purposes. But the thing I loved about it is that metaphorically and even sometimes visually, it's all about, and they did this in the fourth movie, it's about Roger always trying to rescue Riggs from the abyss. He's always in the abyss. He's always, in that dark corridor by himself. And look at him, by the way, guys, this is a visual.
This is like a visual of hell. He's down in a dark place.
Covered with money.
A little shaft of light coming down, just a little bit of salvation.
Yeah, and we get the pietà. I mean, we get that, like him, cradling the guy. But look at this. It's like there's the cash everywhere. There's what does that say?
Transvaal line.
Yeah, Transvaal lines and everything like that. You've got all of these different elements of it with the little windows, and then of course the music. But you've got this, down in a hole, absolutely. Cue Alice in Chains, but you've got this guy down there, and Murtaugh's got to go down there and get him. But first, he's got to take care of the evil in this world. God, what a great shot! Thank you, Minnie.
Yeah,
well done.
Yeah.
You guys want some bad news?
Oh,
or
no.
maybe it's good and bad. I don't know. My initial thought was bad. Mel Gibson says Lethal Weapon 5 may start shooting next year.
Holy shit!
Let's go. No, just kidding.
Is he directing it? Is he directing?
He's directing.
I don't know.
I heard a rumor
director Mel Gibson. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
I don't think it'll be too woke.
No. Because the fourth one was so corny. You throw Chris Rock in there. You're bringing Leo Getz back. Jet Li. They're getting older. That just left a bad taste in my mouth. And we've seen Hollywood take movies that are iconic, have decades to come up with a sequel, and they shit the bed.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't want my memory of this tainted.
Hollywood just copies everything, and I think I have a good reason for you to be hopeful.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Look at what Top Gun Maverick just did.
That's what it is.
These brainless fucking bird brain Hollywood executives go, oh, they stayed macho masculine 1986 in the new Top Gun. Let's go to the Lethal Weapons that hit it big. That could be their thinking. They're not woke, these people, not more than they love money. And they're finding out the hard way that woke ain't making money. They serve a god in Hollywood, but it's green cash. That's what they serve.
Yeah, let me say this too. I only have one thing I need to see to be okay with it. I don't know what's going to say. Be great. But if it's not, Murtaugh running things in the office, if he's not running the station, if he's not captain, if he's not chief
by now.
That's what I'm saying. If he is not, then the premise is wrong, because this guy is the guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I have to say this too, right? Which is, we got to wrap this up because we'll be here. I mean, I'm like, look at the clock, 2:30, and I'm like going, let's keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great, man. And then another tender moment. It's almost like, you were there for me on the can. Now I'm here for you, as you're laying down here riddled with bullets and beat the shit. But then they even still, just like in that moment, they were laughing. Why didn't he put the bomb in Trisha's oven? And now, he says, reach in my pocket, and he takes out a cigarette and he goes, here, you want one? He's like, nah, those things will kill you. And then they start laughing. And he's like, oh, don't make me laugh. And then another classic 80s, 90s action movie trope.
Right.
They They didn't give us the sitting on the bumper of the ambulance wrapped in the green wool blanket. They didn't give us that.
No.
They gave us the classic pullout, where it's like a helicopter, whatever, and they're just like pulling out. You're starting to see the cops show up. Usually there's some corny ADR that's in there, you know, some voiceover work, and they're not even in the shot. But I don't think they did it in this one. But still, that classic pull away, and here comes, you know, the credits, Richard Donner, and all that shit. It was nice.
Right. So, this movie is an absolute triumph because it's big stars, big budget, big director, big writers, all that, and it's high quality. Because sometimes you get the high level stars and all the money, and that's all it is. And it's the sum is way lesser than, you know, the saying about the sum of the parts. I'm sorry, but you know, sometimes you get that, and this one pulls it off as a high quality movie, so well written. They earn every moment, which is one of the main keys to writing, is to earn the moments, because anybody can think of super interesting moments. Oh, what if this guy's brother and he dies? Like, dude, you got to set that up in act 1 and you got to reinforce it in act 2, then you can pay it off in act 3, and this movie does that so well. Love this movie. Great movie. Great suggestion, Jericho.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to watch, a pleasure to talk about. This is one of the great ones, and even in a more elite group, it's one of the great sequels. Because because they made another one does not make it good. We've seen that too many times. So Lethal Weapon 2 is one of the rare, really good sequels. And how they're going to do this in part 5, because, you know, they can't be jumping over cars and rigs can't be running up the on-ramp and shit. You know, this is 30 years later. So who are they going to, there has to be kind of a pass the torch kind of moment, because who is going to be doing these action scenes? Who is going to be doing all this crazy shit?
Right. Well, and they found it in Top Gun Maverick, and I hope they, being the uncreative executives they are in Hollywood, I hope they copy that. You know what I mean? They copy that formula.
Another spoiler alert. Again, I'll give you a few seconds. Spoiler for Maverick. How cool was the very first scene, the opening scene? I guess we don't have to mention it.
Right.
Yeah.
But with that jet,
dude,
Ed Harris playing the Admiral, dude, that scene was fucking cool, man.
Someone told me when it flies over that little checkpoint and the roof jumps and all that, that was real. That was an accident. You know what I mean? Whatever. Yeah. I was just at the Miramar Air Show. I sent you guys pictures that day.
Yeah.
Yep. It's one of the most famous air shows in the country. Miramar, the Marine Corps Air Station, was the Naval Air Station Miramar for decades, and it's where Top Gun was. Top Gun's in Nevada now, but being a San Diegan, we're very proud of Top Gun. The house with Kelly McGillis, that's in Oceanside. The barbecue joint is across the street from the Comic-Con, the convention center, and then Miramar. I've been on Miramar so much growing up, playing basketball, hanging out, going to the bowling alley and all that. So we go, my wife and I, we go to the air show. We try to go, the last few years, we try to go all the time. And then COVID, they didn't have it for 3 years. But I absolutely love it. There's this great thing, and I'll let everyone go after this. They just do all these demonstrations. The Blue Angels are flying 18 inches away from each other. But the one I really love is the Marines, and they show you an insertion and a bombing. They have attack helicopters come in and bomb. Then they have Ospreys come in and drop off the Marines. Then the Marines call the F-35s, and you get to listen to the call. And then the F-35s fly over, you know, a mile up or whatever at 500 miles an hour, and they drop ordnance down. And you're watching all this. And some of the stuff, when it blows up, you're 200 yards away, 150 yards away on the watching. You could feel the heat, and you could feel the blast for sure. It's wild, man. It's if you get to go to see the Blue Angels, because they go to like 35 cities across the country, go to it. It's really fun. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, and you know who you pass the torch to? Generation wise in Lethal Weapon. You pass the torch on to Murtaugh's daughter's kid for sure.
Ooh.
Because for those of you guys who are wondering, that young lady in the condom commercial is now 62 years old.
Whoa!
Yeah, you feel that, guys? 62 years old.
Whoa.
She is old enough to have some adult kids. She's old enough to have kids Riggs's age.
Right.
Yeah.
At this point. And I want us to think about that for a second, right? To think about how we've dealt with this now in a couple of movies where people talk about generationally. what is lost from one generation, then regained by the next generation, wondering why the 2 generations back, what things were like. It's myth. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's something that is special. Like, I like to think if they do a sequel of this, you have got, Murtaugh in the big chair, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Not that chair, damn it, Gabe.
Not the throne, the chair.
Not the throne, the chair. You've got that. And then on the other end of it, you've got Riggs thoroughly retired. Like, utterly retired.
Mm-hmm.
And, to me, the thought of, because you've got, and this is the other thing that's kind of crazy, you got Riggs for better or for worse, or whatever people want to think. You've got Riggs is, when did the last movie come out? When did Lethal Weapon?
94.
Yeah.
94, 95, 96, something like that.
Okay, so yeah, so Lethal Weapon 4 came out, God, is it really that? I just gotta check, sorry.
I remember sitting next to a guy at the San Diego
1998. There it is.
Oh, it's 98. Oh.
Yeah. So I can't do the math, but I'm guessing that, actually, I'll do the math real quick.
That's 24 years ago.
24 years ago. That means the baby they had in that hospital is 24 years old.
Right.
So you think about this for a minute. You think about partnering a 24-year-old Riggs kid with a retired dad who doesn't want this stuff with a older partner that is Murtaugh's grandkid. It's like you got some fun stuff happening there.
So you said the budget for this one was 30 million?
Yes.
The budget for Lethal Weapon 4 is 140 million.
There you go.
And it was
that tells you everything.
It was horrible.
Yes.
Like Jet Li, that was just.
Yes.
It was stupid.
Come on.
Yeah.
Riggs is a badass. We saw that in the first 2, 3. But to take on a young Jet Li, both of you, hand to hand, no way.
Yep.
No way.
All right, guys. I don't know what we're doing next week. I talked to my friend Todd, Van Damme stuntman. He might be down to come in next week to do Double Team or Universal Soldier 2. So we might do one of those. But really, I really want him to talk to us about what it's like behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Since we're all such fans of these. And he's really quick. He's a great improv. He's a really funny guy. So maybe we'll have Todd Senafonte on next week. Could be the week after. I'll talk to Todd again soon. And but if we don't do that, we'll figure out another great movie. And we'll see you back here next Wednesday, 7 p.m. My goodness, we went long. But this was a good one. So
what are you going to do?
Right. These 2 guys.
Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you hit the bell for notification. Check out Sean's comic, Nosfero. The link is in the description. Fully painted. Horror, pulp, action. Amazing. Check out my book, Truth, Justice, American Way. And if you're not subscribed to Sean or me or Jericho, Jericho's link is in the description too. Check us out on all that. We'll see you next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Talk to you later. Bye.
Peace.
And